Chapter 251, Ares Preparations. They had been left alive by both the Awakener Association and the Titans, as these creatures acted as a natural barrier, preventing anyone from entering the savage expanse without resistance. Neo dealt with the monsters swiftly. His sword cut through the zombies with ease, the corrupted flesh falling apart with each strike. While both were undead types and contained large amounts of death, zombies were weaker than skeleton monsters. Zombies had flesh bodies, which signified the presence of life elementals. Even Neo, despite his lack of life affinity, had life elementals within him because he was alive. Skeleton monsters, on the other hand, had no flesh, organs, or anything that connected them to the living. They were wholly composed of death elementals, making them more powerful. Broome, Australia, Shadow World. The blazing sun hung high over the arid desert landscape of Broome. A relentless heat shimmered off the vast, red earth, and the air was filled with the occasional gusts of dry wind that carried grains of sand, leaving a faint rustle among the sparse vegetation. We were teleported over a large distance, too far from our headquarters, Emma muttered, sitting on the chair across Athena. It's good news, isn't it? The prototype spacetime cube worked as we intended. Athena didn't respond to her sarcastic joke. Her eyes remained glued to the shattered pieces of the spacetime cube cradled in her hands. The faint blue glow of the fragments dimmed as though mourning their own destruction. It had broken the moment she arrived in Australia. Why did you help him? Emma pressed again, her voice tinged with frustration. Athena remained silent. She hadn't answered all day despite Emma's relentless interrogation. The desert's oppressive silence only made the tension more palpable. Athena, do you want me to open your head and ask your soul? Tell me why you helped him. Emma snapped, her patience finally fraying. Before Athena could react, a firm voice cut through the atmosphere. You can stop now, Nyx. The tense flap rustled open, and Ares stepped in. His broad silhouette momentarily blocked the harsh sunlight streaming through the opening. The air inside was cooler but suffocating with unspoken emotions. He sat down in front of Athena. His normally composed expression was weighed down by fatigue and concern. More than 70% of the Awakeners in the association are asking for you to be punished. They are demanding your execution, Ares said with a weary sigh, pulling off his glasses to rub his temples. The world might end at any moment now, and it's your fault, Athena. The weight of his words lingered. They were too far from Turkey. There was no way for them to chase after Neo and Jack. Despite his frustration, Ares wasn't angry at Athena. His sharp gaze fell on the fractured cube in Athena's lap. Given its condition, it was easy to deduce that she had used it repeatedly, likely in an effort to stop Neo. When she realized the futility of her actions, she must have used the cube's last reserves to teleport them away before Neo could kill them. It was the only reason Emma hadn't killed Athena yet. Suddenly, the flap of the tent opened again, and Hannah, Ares' secretary, hurried inside. Her uniform was dusty, and a faint sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead. Sir, we've found a device capable of intercontinental communication, she reported. Give it to me, Ares said. A faint glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. The device was handed to him, a bulky, battered relic. Ares inspected it briefly, his lips curling into a rare smile. In this fragmented world, where most modern technology was useless, such a device was a treasure beyond measure. He quickly dialed a number. The line buzzed for 6 long rings before it was picked up. It's me, Ares. What is it? Kronos questioned from the other side of the call. Neo Hargraves and Jack Hanma defeated the organization. We're incapable of stopping them at the moment. Ares didn't beat around the bush and explained the most pressing issue. Even though asking for help hurt his pride, he knew not let his pride become the reason for their doom. The arid wind outside howled, shaking the tent's loose fabric. You want us to stop Neo Hargraves from rescuing the child of Mana? Kronos' voice crackled through the device. Yes, Ares confirmed. I know you have another spacetime cube. There's no way you would have given us one if you only had one. Use it to teleport in between Neo's path and stop him. There was a long pause. Ares frowned. He didn't understand the reason behind Kronos' unexpected hesitation. Why are you? Okay. Kronos abruptly cut the call. Oh. Ares's frown deepened. What was that all about? He massaged the bridge of his nose, leaning back against a makeshift chair crafted from salvaged metal. Forget it. I should focus on what's in front of me, he muttered. Taking a steadying breath, he called Gaia next. He explained the details of their battle against Neo. Gaia asked Ares to put the call on speaker. The dimly lit room around them was silent except for the breathing of Hannah, Emma, and Athena. Athena, can you hear me? Gaia asked, her voice calm but commanding. Yes, Master. You are next after I deal with Neo Hargraves. Ares asked Gaia to go towards the Savage Expanse instead of the Association headquarters and stop Neo. The tent flaps swayed gently, letting in the scent of dry earth and the faint cries of distant birds. After warning Gaia, Ares called Zeus. Who? Zeus asked in a low but stern voice. Ares. Ares explained everything about the child of Mana's location, Neo's intention of rescuing her, and their battle. The quiet hum of static from the call filled the tense pauses. Why wasn't I informed Neo had arrived at the Association? Zeus asked. Because we were afraid you would attack Neo, and I would have done you a favor by doing so. Chapter 252. Ares' preparations. 2. Ares couldn't refute, even though he knew Zeus' prejudice against Neo was solely due to the Hargraves family name. Why do you guys always call me after you've messed everything up? Zeus clicked his tongue in irritation. Fine. I will deal with Neo Hargraves and Jack Hanma. Thank you, and stay safe. I don't need well wishes to deal with two brats. Zeus hung up the call. The sound of the disconnect echoed in the tent. Ares exhaled a long sigh and stared at the tent's ceiling. Hannah, his secretary, could tell Ares was under immense mental pressure. She watched as he clenched his jaw and his shoulders tensed under the weight of his responsibilities. He was hiding his burdens. He couldn't show his weakness in front of his subordinates, especially in hard times like now when they needed his support. He had to act as their pillar. It will be fine, Emma spoke up. The sunlight entering through flapping tent casted shadows across her face, highlighting her furrowed brows. I hate to say it, but Neo has higher mastery in darkness than me. He could overpower me because he was better than me in what I excelled at. He was my natural nemesis. But Zeus and Gaia are different. Zeus can use the life element, and Gaia can use light and holy elements. They have high mastery and they are perfect counters for Neo. Ares interrupted Emma and massaged his brows. His exhaustion was evident as he slumped slightly in his chair. But they are too far from Neo's current location. He stared at the device in his hand. No, don't do that, Emma said when she realized what Ares was thinking. Her tone grew sharper. Don't tell Apollo to stop Neo. The strength Neo showed us isn't anything Apollo can handle. He can use sunshine. It's the perfect counter for Neo Hargraves and Jack Hanma. And it's not like we have another choice. Ares didn't like putting Apollo against Neo, not when he knew Apollo idolized Neo, even if only a little. He sighed again and dialed Apollo's number. The air felt heavier with each passing second. It's Ares, he spoke in a somber tone. I see, Apollo answered. The faint crackle of the line couldn't mask the seriousness in his voice. Ares' tone and the timing of the call were enough to make Apollo understand the current situation. I expected this, Apollo said. I'm already in Savage Expanse. You can't win against Neo in your current situation. Why are you saying this when you called me to stop Neo? Ares didn't answer immediately. He stared at the ceiling for a few seconds and sighed again. Use divine transformation. You will win with it. I haven't yet learned the divine transformation technique. Apollo, both of us know why you can't use it, Ares said. The guilt behind his eyes continued to pile up as he added. You are afraid of using divine transformation, aren't you? Divine transformation allowed the Awakener to merge with their spirits. The technique was created by Gaia for Apollo. Apollo's spirit was sunshine. Sunshine was among the strongest spirits. It was probably the strongest spirit in the current era. Spirits were born when an awakener used a portion of their soul to feed a spirit seed and help it bloom. Thus, a spirit belonged to the person who gave birth to it. Apollo might have said sunshine was contracted with the association, but sunshine belonged solely to him. It was why he had been smug when he explained sunshine's ability to Neo. You gave birth to a spirit that almost single-handedly stopped Niles Radcliffe's invasion, Ares said. You have limitless talent, Apollo. If you put your mind to it, you can learn the divine transformation technique easily. This isn't the same thing. Fighting Neo isn't. If you lose, then Neo will reach Typhaon. Ares' voice was solemn. You are our only hope, Apollo. I've asked Zeus and Gaia to stop Neo Hargraves too, but I doubt they can reach Savage Expanse on time. Ares hung up. The silence that followed was heavier than the conversation itself. He sighed, the sound hollow and tired. Damn it! He hated pushing Apollo into the corner like this, but there was truth to his words. Apollo had limitless talent. A situation like now, where they had no other way out, would push Apollo to his limits, and he might be able to use the divine transformation technique. You did what you had to, Emma said. Besides, Zeus and Gaia have more than enough time to stop Neo. Yeah. Ares muttered. He hated how convoluted their situation had become. Utah, United States of America, Shadow World. The dimly lit office was nestled within a mountain range. The jagged peaks loomed like silent sentinels against the dusk-stained sky. The air inside was heavy with an unspoken tension, the only sound being the rhythmic ticking of a grandfather clock tucked into the corner. It went exactly as you said it would go, muttered Perses, the titan of destruction. His voice was as gentle as the water flowing through a quiet forest stream. How did you know about this? I didn't know you could see visions of the future. Instead of answering Perses, Kronos played with the pen in his hands. His eyes were distant as he stared at the stormy sky and the gathering clouds swirling ominously through the window. So, who are you sending to stop Neo Hargraves and Jack Hanma? Perses asked. His tone was light, but the hidden glint in his eyes betrayed his true intent. You just want to go there and attack Zeus for your revenge, Kronos told Perses, shaking his head slowly. Not at all. I don't want revenge. I'm a gentle guy. You can ask anyone, and they will tell you the same, Perses said with an innocent smile, his sharp canines just barely visible. Kronos wasn't fooled. Unlike everyone else, he had seen Perses' true face. The name Titan of Destruction was perfect for him. I'm not sending anyone. Oh. Perses tilted his head, revealing his surprise and curiosity. Not sending anyone? What if Neo Hargraves and Jack Hanma reach Typhaon? Are you helping Neo Hargraves? Wait, really? Whoa, this is big news. Amazed, Perses watched Kronos' silence with a smile spreading across his face. Why are you helping those brats? Leave my office if you have nothing to do. The room seemed to darken as Kronos' words hung in the air. Perses nodded but made no move to leave, the flickering lamplight casting a long shadow behind him. Francis, how about you give me that space-time cube? I told you I won't send you. I will stop the Awakeners from reaching Neo Hargraves. Oh. You want to help Neo, and I will get a chance to fight them. Perses grinned, his eyes gleaming with dangerous delight. The space around him seemed to ripple as if reacting to his excitement. He showed no worry about the world's supposed end if Neo awoke Typhaon. All he wanted to do was a fight. A battle lunatic, one would call him. But Kronos knew the truth. He is dying to attack the Awakeners because he was caught by surprise by Zeus' attack and defeated pathetically. Perses was no battle maniac. The only reason he intended to fight was because he knew he could shift the blame on Kronos. Kronos was about to refuse when suddenly he stopped. The gears in his mind churned. Arriving at a conclusion, he summoned the space-time cube out of thin air. Its surface shimmered with a faint glow. With a flick of his wrist, he threw it toward Perses. I've planted Gaia's current location in it. Go there and Thanks. Persis disappeared in a flash of light before Kronos could complete his words. Chapter 253, Savage Expanse. Faryab, Afghanistan, Shadow World. The woman with straight black hair, piercing green eyes, and a cold expression swiftly ran through the ruins of the city. The air was thick with smoke, and the faint smell of ash lingered, mingling with the metallic scent of blood. Crumbling buildings cast jagged shadows across the cracked streets, where debris and shattered glass glittered faintly under the dim, otherworldly light. Dozens of monsters appeared in her path each second. She dealt with them effortlessly, dispatching each with a single flick of her spear. Her speed was fast enough to shatter the sonic barrier, yet no shockwaves followed, as if even the air feared to oppose her. Ahead, the chaos of the city gave way to a dense forest. The trees seemed almost alive. Their gnarled branches reached like skeletal hands into the sky. The ground beneath them was veiled in mist, and a faint, earthy aroma replaced the stench of destruction. Gaia opened her mouth and began to chant. O beings of forest, roots entwine, paths align. Through forest's heart, let me combine. One green to another, bridge divine. The forest began to glow with a vibrant green light, and the air hummed with energy. Space itself warped, connecting this forest to another 5 cities away. This was the incantation that enabled Gaia to traverse vast distances swiftly. She was about to step into the forest when a sudden, blinding flash of light pierced the darkened sky. Her instincts screamed a warning, and she leapt back without hesitation. A figure crashed into the ground where she had stood moments ago. The impact sent tremors rippling through the earth, toppling nearby trees and scattering debris. Damn! I missed! The figure muttered, rising unsteadily. Persis shook his head as if to clear it. Whoever calibrated this space-time cube needs to step up their game, he grumbled. He waved his hand dismissively, and massive gales erupted, scattering the dust cloud that had enveloped him. As the air cleared, his form became fully visible to Gaia. Persis! Gaia's voice was icy. Her grip on the spear tightened. Did you just attack me? No. The teleportation coordinates were off mark, and they made me almost crash on you, he explained with an apologetic smile. What are you doing here? She asked. Kronos sent me to help you reach Neo Hargraves. Persis showed her the space-time cube. Come on, let's go. We need to stop those brats from waking up the Typhaon. Gaia's expression didn't change, and she remained silent. When her silence stretched on, he added impatiently, the visions Apollo has seen showed us Neo Hargraves saving the child of Mana. This means, unless we stop him and change the future, the Typhaon will definitely wake up. So start moving, we don't have time to dawdle. A frown creased Gaia's face. Something felt off, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. After a moment of deliberation, she nodded and approached Persis cautiously. Can the space-time cube teleport us to the Savage Expanse? She asked. It can't teleport us inside the Savage Expanse. The space there is controlled by Typhaon. But we can teleport outside and enter ourselves, Persis explained. His words were logical. Despite the competition between the Titans and the Awakener Association, it wasn't unheard of for them to collaborate in dire situations. Relax your body. I'm activating the space-time cube, he instructed. Gaia exhaled, loosening her grip on her spear. Her posture softened and he lowered her guard. The cube began to shine. It emitted a pulsating light that enveloped them both. Suddenly, an ominous bubbling orange-red glow appeared around Persis' hand. Before Gaia could react, the glow solidified into an axe, and he swung it toward her neck in a swift, lethal arc. The ambush was too sudden. Gaia managed to evade the full strike, but the blade grazed her shoulder, leaving a deep, bloody gash. Pain flared, but her expression remained composed. What are you doing? She demanded. Following my leader's orders, Persis said. Your guy wreaked havoc in our place. I'm going to do the same here. Gaia's frown deepened. He was referring to Zeus' attack, she realized. This isn't the time for us to fight amongst ourselves, she said. Persis' face showed a regretful expression when he heard her. His furrowed brow and the slight downturn of his lips betrayed his internal conflict. Clearly, he truly didn't want to fight her and instead wanted to help her stop Neo. For a moment, his piercing gaze softened, and he sighed, shaking his head. "I'm sorry. I need to follow my leader's orders," he said with resignation. Gaia's expression remained cold, though a flicker of frustration crossed her eyes. "You are breaking the peace treaty right now. Your people were the ones who broke it first," Persis countered sharply. Before Gaia could respond, he shot forward like a bullet. The ground beneath him cracked from the sheer force of his launch. His axe gleamed with the fiery hue of his orange-red aura as he swung at her with brutal precision. Ballahora Forest, Munster, Ireland, Shadow World. The dense forest loomed before Neo and Jack. Its vibrant green exterior appeared at odds with the death and carnage that surrounded it. The ground around Neo and Jack was littered with shattered bones of skeleton monsters and rotting corpses of zombies. They had killed almost all undeads of Niles Radcliffe that protected the boundary of savage expanse. The forest appeared deceptively ordinary, with towering trees and lush undergrowth. However, an invisible barrier surrounded it. Neo stood still, his gaze fixed on a translucent status screen before him, while Jack combed the area for a weak spot in the barrier. Eternal, Grade 5 Mythic. Progress, 91%. Effect, become ageless and gain resistance against status ailments, plus 10%. Mind Invasion, Grade 5 Awakened. Progress, 99%. Both traits were on the verge of a breakthrough. However, he could only wait to leave the Shadow World to make a breakthrough, since each breakthrough consumed a large amount of divine energy, and he was severely lacking in divine energy right now. Death, Mastery, Adept, Peak, Sealed, None. Concept Progress, 97%. Neo frowned. The progress had been stagnant at 97% for 2 days. It wouldn't increase no matter how much intent he fused into his core. He clenched his fists, his jaw tightening in frustration. "There is no problem with my intent," he thought. "The issue here is that I lack death." He had been slaughtering thousands of monsters over the past few days. At first, their deaths provided significant progress, but as his mastery grew, the death energy they yielded diminished. "I don't need numbers now," he concluded grimly. "I need quality." His frown deepened. He needed to kill someone strong. Someone whose death would yield the kind of potent energy that could push his concept progress to completion in one stroke. "Neo, I found a way in." Jack's voice cut through his thoughts, pulling him back to the present. Neo turned to see Jack standing near the barrier, which now had a jagged tear running through it. Jack had discovered a weak link after hours of searching and torn it open. The two stepped through the barrier. They felt a shift, and a strange stillness enveloped them. The air grew heavy. All natural sounds ceased. No rustling leaves, no chirping birds, only silence. "I can feel someone staring at me," Jack muttered. "It could be Typhaon or one of his sovereigns," Neo replied. "Or maybe an awakener sent to stop us. Let's ignore it for now and focus on the issue at hand." The Ballahora Forest, now called the Savage Expanse, was originally a 10,500 hectare, about 26,000 acre area spanning the Ballahora Mountains. Since Typhaon's arrival, the space inside the forest had expanded exponentially. From the outside it looked unchanged, and the size remained same. But entering it one would find it was as large as Australia. This was Typhaon's doing spatial manipulation on a scale that defied comprehension. "Should I start?" Jack asked. "Yes," Neo said. Shadows stretched outward beneath Jack's feet, flowing like liquid darkness. They spread across the forest floor, growing until they were vast enough to engulf an entire town. The shadows began to churn and bubble ominously. "Rise, my legion, and serve me once more," Jack chanted. The shadows rippled, and thousands of undead crawled out from them. Their skeletal and decayed forms were a grotesque contrast to the vibrant forest. They moved with fluidly and spread out in all directions. Jack commanded them to search the forest for a giant tree, the core of Typhaon. Typhaon's body was the forest itself. The large size made it impossible to kill Typhaon due to lack of firepower. The only way to damage the father of anomalies was to attack its core. "It shouldn't take long for me to find the core," Jack said. The space within the savage expanse was twisted by Typhaon. Could alter paths, create loops, and misdirect intruders endlessly. No one could locate Typhaon's core unless the monster wanted it to be found. Jack and Neo understood this well. That's why they had devised a brute force plan. Chapter 254, Neo vs. Apollo. Jack's undead would flood the forest in overwhelming numbers. Even Typhon wouldn't be able to stop them all from finding its core. The two were waiting for the undead to find something when the monsters in the forest noticed their presence. They attacked the undead, and a battle ensued. Neo was about to participate until he sensed a familiar presence. "Is it him?" Jack asked, sensing the presence. "Looks like it." Neo nodded. "You do your job. I will go deal with him." Neo jumped lightly and moved through the forest at breakneck speed. The surrounding trees swayed gently in the breeze. Their leaves rustled softly as the ground beneath him shifted with each swift step. The familiar aura was being radiated in such a way that allowed others to locate its source. It helped Neo find Apollo, who was sitting under a large tree, his posture relaxed despite the chaos nearby. "You are here," Apollo said. He patted the dust off his clothes with an eerily calm expression. "Are you sure you want to fight? Even Ares and Emma couldn't stop me." "You would die a meaningless death," Neo said. Instead of answering him, Apollo talked about something else. "I was saved by Niles Radcliffe when my city was attacked by a giant phoenix." "Oh?" "He used to be an up-and-coming hero, a necromancer who can use the corpses of his enemies and increase his army. Doesn't that sound strong?" Everyone had high expectations of him, but power got to his head and the rest is history, Apollo said with a voice devoid of emotions. "Why are you telling me about this?" Neo asked. "Emma was kind." Apollo continued to talk to himself. "When Zeus had awakened, he destroyed an entire city in mad rage and fought Kronos. Zeus was able to move in stop time, but he could hardly match up to Kronos. He would have been killed right there, if not for Emma arriving at the scene and saving him. Zeus remained stubborn even after that. He wanted nothing but to fight and fight and fight. His nasty personality was enough to warrant an execution letter against him by Titans and the Awakener Association." Apollo continued. "Zeus would have been killed if not for Emma taking his side. She helped him calm his rage and trained him to become much stronger." "But do you want to know something funny?" Apollo asked. "Emma's family lived in the city Zeus leveled. She should have been the one who wanted to kill him the most. Yet her kindness knew Zeus did it by mistake, and she instead helped him." Apollo chuckled. "But now, Emma is a manipulative freak. She is always looking for ways to control people around her. I know she is doing it to help us, but it doesn't change the fact she is using the wrong methods to do right things." "What are you trying to say?" Neo asked. "It's that darkness element, isn't it?" Apollo spat. "That wretched evil always changes people. That thing should be forbidden. You were kind too, but look at what you are doing now. You are going to rescue the child of Mana and wake up Typhon because of your selfishness. The darkness changed." "Apollo?" Neo cut him off and unsheathed his sword. "Don't force your ideals on me. I never did any kindness. It was all my selfishness. If it helped someone, it was just a coincidence." Apollo glared at Neo. Seeing the hero he had started to idolize say those things infuriated him. "It's useless talking to you," Apollo said. "Don't worry. I will save you." Apollo unleashed his first attack. A blinding arrow of holy light hurtled toward Neo. The sheer heat of the arrow burned the ground, scorching the earth beneath it, and causing steam to rise from the cracks. Neo dashed forward. His figure blurred as he moved at a speed invisible to the naked eye. He ducked, and the arrow flew past him before it exploded, sending molten shards flying in all directions. Neo reached Apollo's range. Divine swordsmanship second stance. His blade swung upward in a quick and light, but devastating arc, aiming for Apollo's chest. Subame Geishi. Apollo summoned a bow of light and blocked. The clash of weapons sent a shockwave rippling across the battlefield. Neos' momentum forced Apollo back a step. Gritting his teeth, Apollo retaliated with quick but powerful chants. Light elements churned in the sky and the dark clouds parted as the energy skyrocketed. They fused together, forming spears of light that rained down from the sky. Each impact left craters in the earth, sending plumes of dirt and debris flying. Neo weaved through them. He moved like a blur in the chaos. "You're faster than I expected," Apollo admitted. He raised his hand, and a sphere of solar fire began to form, growing brighter and hotter with every second. "Let's see how you handle this." Neo planted his feet and slashed toward the hurtling miniature sun. Divine swordsmanship, fifth stance. His sword clashed with the sphere of solar flare. Saigetsu. His sword flowed like water, calm and continuous, and diverted the attack back to Apollo. Apollo dodged the attack by quickly moving away. Neo didn't waste the opportunity. He slid the blade back into the sheath. His hand rested lightly on the hilt of the sheathed blade. Divine swordsmanship, first stance. Suddenly, with a flash of motion, Neo drew the blade in a single fluid movement. Isen. His sword flashed. One moment it was resting in the sheath, and the next it was next to Apollo's neck, inches away from beheading him. God's step. Apollo's figure shone brightly and he completed his chant. His form broke into a cluster of light, and Neo's sword passed through empty air. The lights gathered far away from Neo's current position and transformed into Apollo. Neo didn't pursue him immediately. He shifted his weight, and a frown appeared on his face. That attack should have beheaded him before he completed his chant. Neo had no intention of holding back in a battle, even if Apollo was his friend. "I feel lethargic, and my movements are slow." His eyes narrowed. "He has infused life and light elements into our surroundings. They are weakening me like a debuff." "So you noticed it," Apollo said. "But it's too late." He raised his hand toward the sky and completed his chants. "O great spirit of mine, descend." The sky released a shrill cry. The eerie sound reverberated through the battlefield. The barrier of the savage expanse was stopping sunshine from descending. But it could not hold its own against the overwhelming might of the spirit. The invisible barrier surrounding the savage expanse shattered, and a giant sun appeared in the sky. Its radiant light threatened to blind all who gazed upon it. Neo's limbs grew heavy. The heat from the descending sun intensified, suffocating the air. He felt as if a mountain was placed on his back. It didn't stop there. The heat continued to surge until the trees and the ground began to burn. Neo's clothes were lit on fire. His skin began to sizzle from the intense heat. The forest around them was ablaze. The air became thick with smoke. Trees crackled and collapsed as flames spread rapidly. "You've lost, Neo," Apollo said. "Stop here or I'll unleash the full power of sunshine." The moment Apollo had been successful in summoning sunshine, his victory had been confirmed. The ground trembled beneath them and the oppressive heat warped the air. "Are you sure about this?" Neo asked. "Summoning sunshine here will disturb Typhaon, and it would increase the chances of him waking up. I don't have any other choice. If I want to stop you, this is the only way." The corner of Neo's lips rose. Even as his body burned, even as his body refused to move due to the immense weight pressing him down, he was confident. Apollo frowned, not understanding the source of Neo's confidence, when suddenly Neo chanted, "Black dawn of despair." Darkness surged from Neo like an exploding volcano, covered everything. The sky, the ground, the forest. The once bright forest was now consumed by darkness. The vibrant greenery turned pitch black, and the smoke-filled air became still. Apollo felt an intense headache attacking him, and countless voices started to speak in his mind. He groaned and grabbed his head. "What did you do?" His words were stuck in his throat when he looked at the sky. The horizon was divided into two parts. The sun shone in one half of the sky, and night had descended on the other half. He pushed back sunshine? Apollo couldn't believe the sight before his eyes. The half of the forest where he stood was lit by sunshine, and the half where Neo stood was blanketed by the night sky. "Looks like Neo is starting to get serious," Jack said. He stared at the sky that had been divided into day and night. The wind howled through the trees, but there was no warmth. The night side was chilling, and the air thick with a sense of foreboding. "I knew the tremor-ranked spell was supposed to be strong, but this is beyond my imagination," he chuckled bitterly. He wondered, if Emma saw the scene, would she still call Neo weaker than Jack? He shook his head, erasing the useless thoughts. "Now, are you guys going to come out, or will you keep staring at me?" He spoke to empty air. The gazes he felt were still there. They didn't belong to Apollo. Jack had an idea who was the source of those gazes. "If you aren't going to come out, then I will have to force you to do it." Jack snapped his fingers. The forest trembled as thousands of undead, who infiltrated the savage expanse, exploded, and a wave of fire spread, burning everything in its path. It engulfed the forest, scorching everything within its reach. The flames twisted and churned. They devoured hundreds of monsters in the savage expanse. More monsters appeared to replace their dead brethren and attack Jack. Jack grinned. The darkness beneath him stretched. It enveloped the corpses of the dead monsters and ate everything except their bones. He used his unique skill. Giant magic circles materialized in the skies. Black lightning descended down from the magic circles and hit the skeletal structure of the monsters. The darkness bubbled on the ground. Suddenly, the bony corpses trembled. They slowly stood up, now under Jack's control, and began to attack the living monsters. The more Jack killed, the bigger his legion grew. Using his unique skill to create such large numbers of undead at once would have put immense burden on him in normal situations. But Neo's spell solved the problem. The spell, Black Dawn of Despair, strengthened Neo's allies and debuffed his enemies. Chapter 255, Typhaon's Sovereigns. The spell recognized Jack as Neo's ally. It gave a giant boost to Jack, which allowed him to use his unique skill on such a large area. "You still won't come out?" Jack's voice echoed through the desolate woods. He activated the necrotic spear spell. The shattered bones of the undead that had exploded moments ago began to tremble violently on the forest floor. They rose into the air and fused together into colossal spears of jagged bone. These monstrous projectiles shot through the dense forest, tearing through ancient trees with devastating force. Leaves and splinters scattered like confetti as the spears wreaked havoc, leaving a trail of destruction and killing dozens of gigantic monsters that roamed the area. Jack continued. He transformed corpses into an ever-growing army of undead. Faintly, he felt the space around him twist unnaturally. No matter how much he walked forward, he found himself returning to the same place. "So you are finally starting to make moves." Jack wasn't discouraged. The strain on Typhaon's spatial manipulation would increase as the number of his undead increased, since Typhaon would be forced to use spatial manipulation on more targets. Jack's relentless progress was a significant threat to Typhaon. The father of anomalies understood how dangerous he was. Typhaon responded by sending his sovereigns. "Oh my, you've caused quite a ruckus in our home." A voice, smooth and mocking, cut through the sounds of creaking bones and snapping wood. Someone appeared in the path of Jack's necrotic spears and, with a simple swipe of their hand, effortlessly swatted them away. The figure stepped into the light filtering through the cracked canopy. "You've finally come out," Jack said. "We had to," the monster replied with a smile that twisted unnaturally across its featureless face. "I'm Charybdis, the sovereign of winds." The humanoid monster was snow white. Its skin shone with an unearthly glow. It wore no clothing and had no face, only a grotesque mouth that curled into a perpetual grin. Charybdis bowed exaggeratedly, as if performing on a grand stage. Jack's gaze moved to the creatures behind Charybdis. Two other monsters stood silently in the clearing. One was an elephant that towered at least 2 stories tall. Its massive tusks glinted with razor-sharp edges. The other was an ogre-like beast with 2 curling horns. "They are Jagon, the sovereign of beasts, and Oni, the sovereign of flames," Charybdis introduced. "Sorry about this, but they can't speak." so I'll handle their introductions. Let's stop the useless introductions, Jack said, his aura surging as a warning. Tell me where the core of Typhaon is, or I can ask your souls after killing you three. Oh, that's scary. Charybdis mockingly clasped their hands to his chest, pretending to tremble like a frightened child. You're going to kill us? But all three of us are S rank in your human ranks. Jack's eyes locked onto the Sovereign of Winds. He remained calm despite the overwhelming aura radiating from the three sovereigns before him. All right, let's begin, Jack muttered. He flicked his wrist and activated Necrotic Spear spell again. The volley of massive bone spears surged forward like deadly missiles. Charybdis raised a single hand, and a whirlwind spiraled out, catching the spears mid-flight. The bone projectiles shattered into fragments, but Jack was already on the move. He lunged forward and closed the distance between them in an instant. A massive shadow loomed behind him as Jagon, the Sovereign of Beasts, charged. The colossal elephant's tusks glowed with an ominous energy. It stomped the ground with a force that sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Jack leaped into the air. He narrowly avoided the devastating quake and landed on top of Jagon's back. With a surge of necrotic energy, Jack slammed his palm onto the beast's hide. He forced debuff spells into Jagon's body. Jagon roared in pain. Its massive legs buckled as its strength began to disappear. But before Jack could deliver the finishing blow, a fiery inferno erupted beside him. Oni, the Sovereign of Flames, hurled a blazing fireball that engulfed Jack in a wave of searing heat. Jack's figure emerged from the flames, unharmed. His skin shimmered with a faint protective aura, mimicked Ocean's embrace. It was a spell formed from shadow elementals. He learned it from watching Neo, though it was far weaker than the original spell. Is that all? He grinned, raising his hand. From the ground, dozens of undead monsters emerged, clawing their way out of the earth. Each one charged toward Oni and Charybdis. The Sovereign of Flames countered by unleashing a fiery storm that incinerated the first wave of undead. But Jack simply summoned more. Charybdis, meanwhile, created a tornado that flung the undead high into the air, scattering them across the battlefield. Jack used the chaos to his advantage. Shadow jump. He disappeared and jumped out of Oni's shadow. A blade made of bones materialized in his hand. He slashed at the Sovereign of Flames. The blade connected and cut deep into Oni's shoulder. The Sovereign howled in pain, staggering back. Jagon recovered and charged again before Jack could press his advantage and fatally injure Oni. The ground quaked with such intensity that Jack lost his footing. Jagon's tusks glowed brighter. It unleashed an energy blast with a deafening roar and sent Jack flying into a nearby tree. Jack groaned as he pushed himself to his feet. Blood dripped from his forehead. I'm not done yet. He summoned a massive undead colossus from the remains of the fallen monsters. The towering creature bellowed and charged at Jagon. The two colossal monsters were locked in a grapple. Jack turned his attention back to Charybdis and Oni. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned dozens of necrotic spears again, aiming them at the two sovereigns. The battle raged on with Jack having the upper hand. His relentless attacks and undead army overwhelmed the sovereigns, forcing them onto the defensive. But then the tide began to turn. Oni roared. Its body erupted into a blazing inferno that consumed everything within its radius. Jack's undead minions disintegrated in the heat, and even Jack was forced to retreat. Chapter 256. 1 verses 3. Sweat dripped from his brow as he struggled to maintain his composure. Charybdis, meanwhile, recovered from his earlier wound. His winds grew stronger, forming razor-sharp gusts that sliced through Jack's remaining forces. The undead were helpless, cut down like paper sheets put inside shredder. The tornado he summoned enveloped Jack. He was lifted into the air and slammed him against the ground with bone-crushing force. Jagon broke free from the undead colossus with a roar. The debuff Jack used to weaken it disappeared and Jagon's strength returned. The Sovereign charged again, this time trampling over Jack's remaining minions with ease. Jack staggered to his feet, breathing heavily. The legion of undead was in tatters, and his own energy was rapidly depleting. Charybdis tilted his faceless head mockingly. "You were doing so well," the sovereign grinned. "Why did you stop?" Jack clenched his fists and glared at them. Without warning, he slammed his hand into the ground. Black lightning, mimicked lightning created from shadow elementals, crackled outward in chaotic arcs. The earth trembled as skeletal hands erupted from the soil. Spectral soldiers, ghostly, armored warriors wreathed in necrotic energy, rose to form a phalanx around him. Each specter carried ethereal weapons and shields that hummed with condensed dark elementals. "Cute. Let's break them." Charybdis laughed. The Sovereign of Winds launched razor-sharp air blades toward Jack and his spectral army. Jack raised his hand, and a mimicked lightning barrier surged into existence. The dome of crackling black lightning absorbed the wind attacks and sent bolts of energy lashing back at Charybdis. "This might be a bit out of my league," Jack smiled grimly as he fought against the three S-rank sovereigns. Neo and Apollo stood against each other. Their aura flared, clashing like wild beasts. Just when Neo thought Apollo had no more tricks, Apollo's eyes started to glow, and cracks appeared on his skin. Light seeped out from the cracks. Neo jumped back. His instincts screamed at him, telling him to run. "Crazy fucker, what are you doing? You'll kill yourself," Neo said through clenched jaws. "Divine transformation," Apollo answered with hazy eyes and hollow voice. The glow from his body intensified, and the cracks on his skin widened. Searing heat that distorted the air flared around him. He forcefully increased his synchronization with his spirit. Neo's face contorted. He recognized the technique and its suicidal risks. Divine transformation. True technique name: Spirit Fusion. The technique could be used by reaching a 100% synchronization with one's spirit. It allowed the user to unleash their spirit's full power and use those powers. Divine transformation boosted the user's strength by multiple folds. But Apollo wasn't waiting for natural synchronization. He was forcing it. Such recklessness would kill him before the technique activated. Even if he survived its activation, he would die soon after. "You'll die just to stop me?" "Yes." Apollo's answer was calm, resolute. Neo's face contorted. He understood he couldn't change Apollo's mind. Before he could attack Apollo, a powerful shockwave erupted from Apollo, as if he were a supernova. The force of the blast threw Neo's body backward. His back slammed against a tree that shattered upon impact. When the light enveloping Apollo dimmed, his appearance had changed. Apollo looked like an ancient god who descended upon the battlefield. His body glowed with a white radiance, and golden cracks flowing like molten rivers appeared over his porcelain-white skin. His hair floated as if they were weightless, pure gold and radiant. His eyes were pools of burning light, devoid of pupils. Arcs of divine energy danced like playful serpents around him. The heat around Apollo grew unbearable. Flames danced next to his steps as he advanced, each step melting the earth beneath him. Apollo raised his hand, and orbs of lights materialized behind him. Beams of light shot out from them and landed on Neo's body. Neo gritted his teeth. His skin was charred and his body began to melt away. His movements slowed. Even if he could ignore heat and pain, holy, life and light elementals were a different matter altogether. "Neo, give up. Your body won't hold out for long," Apollo said. Neo had to use Obitus as a support to keep standing. Smoke rose from his battered body. His breaths came out in ragged gasps. Yet, even as his body burned, he remained calm. "You think this is enough to stop me?" Darkness surged from Neo's body, spreading like a tidal wave and extinguishing the flames around him. The oppressive heat lessened as the darkness consumed it. Neo activated Blessing. During the past few days, he had confirmed that even if he couldn't create death, his blessing worked as it was supposed to. Endless strength surged within his limbs. But he didn't stop there and activated the third stage of his blessing: regeneration. His injuries began to heal at an impossible rate. His burnt skin repaired itself, his breathing steadied. The hand he had lost in the battle against Cain and the finger he gave to Jack grew back in a matter of moments. Apollo's eyes widened as he sensed the massive surge in Neo's strength. The ground beneath Neo cracked from the sheer force of his aura. Neo stood tall, his body restored, exuding a terrifying presence. "You're not the only one with a trump card," he said. Apollo launched another attack, sending a barrage of weapons made from light elementals hurtling toward Neo. But the darkness around Neo condensed into a shield, absorbing the projectiles with ease. Neo dashed forward, far faster than before. He swung his blade, coated in dark energy, meeting Apollo's glowing fist mid-strike. The impact shook the battlefield, creating a shockwave that tore through the forest, uprooting trees and extinguishing smaller flames. They exchanged hundreds of attacks each second. Each time Apollo landed a hit, Neo's blessing healed the wounds within seconds. Neo seemed to have the upper hand, but he knew it was the opposite. "I need to hurry." The sunshine shining above increased Apollo's strength with each passing second. Chapter 257. Zeus' Fearsome Talent. With each moment that went by, the presence of holy elementals in the surroundings grew, and Neo was weakened further. The air crackled with energy, and the ground beneath them seemed to tremble under the immense power of their clash. "You're pushing yourself too far, Apollo," Neo said. "This will kill you, not me. If that's what it takes to stop you, then so be it," Apollo roared. "Then let's finish this." Neo jumped back, creating a large gap between him and Apollo. The ground cracked beneath his feet, sending small rocks scattering into the air. Watching Neo's determined gaze, Apollo gritted his teeth and his hands trembled. "Why don't you stop? You can't stop a sun. Not after I've used divine transformation." "I can." He sheathed his sword. Darkness enveloped the sheath. The rings surrounding his heart began to hum and red lightning flickered erratically around his blade. Divine swordsmanship first stance. "How? What makes you think you can win?" "I just need to cut the sun." "Listen." The sword left the scabbard with a flash. Neo's slash was instantaneous. The blade, cloaked in death and darkness, stretched impossibly long. Instead of striking Apollo, the blade aimed higher, towards the sunshine blazing in the sky. The elongated blade was mere moments from cleaving the sunshine when suddenly, Neo froze. "Oh!" His hands were cut from the shoulders and they fell to the ground with a dull thud. A man appeared in the middle of the battlefield with a flicker of movement so fast it was almost imperceptible. The stranger had blonde hair, a bushy beard, and wore a dirty, tattered robe that gave him the appearance of a wanderer. Despite his unkempt appearance, his presence radiated authority. "You pushed yourself quite far," the man said to Apollo, placing a hand over his head. Green spores fell from his fingers, glowing faintly as they touched Apollo. Apollo's wounds began to heal. The cracks on his skin faded, and life returned to his weary eyes. "Zeus?" Apollo whispered with a trembling voice. "Sorry for being late," Zeus said softly and patted Apollo's head. "Give me 5 seconds. I'll wrap things here quickly and get you treated." Zeus turned to face Neo. Neo's hand had regenerated and he was holding his sword. I'm sure my attack was fused with concentrated holy life," Zeus said curiously. "Not only did you deflect it, but you even healed the injuries." Zeus had aimed to behead Neo, but Neo had dodged at the last moment, sacrificing his hands in exchange. Neo remained silent. His grip tightened on his blade. "I would have loved to fight you properly, but I need to go back and get our youngest healed since he seems to be injured quite badly in his battle with you." Partial divine transformation. Golden sigils of lightning ignited on Zeus' arms. "I'll end it painlessly," Zeus said, flicking a finger toward Neo. A burst of energy surged forward. The golden bolt of lightning was too fast for Neo to react. It pierced his chest effortlessly, tearing through him and leaving a gaping hole where his heart had been. "This much should be enough. After all, you can't heal what isn't alive," Zeus said as he stared at Neo's unmoving corpse. Neo's lifeless body stood still, his eyes staring blankly ahead as though he had yet to realize his death. The battlefield fell silent as Zeus was about to turn away. The battle ended exactly at the 5th second. "Why are you acting like you won?" Neos' voice broke the silence. 1.5 rings of highly compressed death elementals floated in the center of the gaping hole in his chest. Half of the ring transformed into red lightning, crackling fiercely around his body. "How are you moving when you are dead?" Zeus asked, holding his chin. "Ah, I see. You are controlling death itself and delaying the underworld's pull." His tone was calm, almost amused. "Is this what a death element user can do? Fascinating." Zeus analyzed Neos' ability within a second. Neos' expression darkened as he activated the 3rd stage of his blessing. The aura around him grew oppressive, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. The hole in his chest began to heal. Bones, heart, muscles, nerves, and finally the skin. Everything regrew rapidly, leaving no trace of the fatal wound. Pseudo-resurrection. While death stopped Neo from dying, the 3rd stage healed all his injuries. Both ability, when used together, allowed Neo to resurrect himself. "You can use life elemental too?" "No, that doesn't look like it's your doing," Zeus mused. "As I thought, someone else is healing you." Neo's grip on his sword tightened. "Are you going to keep talking?" With a swift motion, Neo sheathed his blade. The wind picked up around him and he exhaled lightly. Divine swordsmanship, first stance. Issen. His sword flashed like a streak of light, slicing through the dense air with blinding speed. "I've seen that move already," Zeus said. With a casual flick of his hand, he caught Neos' blade between his fingers. "And I can counter anything once I see it." Neos' expression hardened. Before he could pull back his sword, lightning surged around Zeus, forming a blade of pure energy. "Coincidentally, I can also copy anything I see once." The air screamed as Zeus swung his lightning sword. Divine swordsmanship, modified first stance. Issen. Zeus's blade moved at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Blood sprayed as the blade cut cleanly through Neo's neck. Neo retreated swiftly. He held his head with one hand to stop it from toppling off. Blood trickled down his neck. The crimson color disappeared in his black clothes. He countered the first stance and used it after seeing it once. Neo thought grimly, in disbelief. The embers of golden lightning lingered in the gaping wound. It sizzled ominously. "Owie!" An invisible alarm rang in Neo's mind. His senses screamed in warning as he noticed the lightning moving unnaturally within his body. "He left lightning elementals in my body when he attacked. This isn't how the first stance works." Did he modify the first stance in that short moment? The golden lightning burrowed deeper, spreading through Neo's body like invasive roots. His muscles twitched uncontrollably, and a searing pain coursed through him. He was paralyzed. Unable to resist, Neo collapsed to his knees. Zeus approached him. He placed the edge of his lightning blade against Neo's neck. "That was a nice sword technique. Thanks for it." Neo clenched his teeth but said nothing. "Any last words?" Zeus asked. When Neo remained silent, Zeus tilted his head slightly. He raised his blade, preparing to finish the fight. Suddenly, Neo's shadows moved. Dark tendrils stretched out from the ground, slithering like vipers through the ashen wasteland. The blackness spread unnaturally fast, racing toward Apollo, who stood some distance away. Apollo's face twisted in surprise and fatigue. Having overworked himself in the earlier skirmish, he lacked the strength to evade. "He is trying to attack Apollo?" Zeus's thoughts came to a screeching halt as his gaze shifted to Neo's face. Neo looked just as surprised. His brows were furrowed, and he stared at his own shadows in confusion. It wasn't an act, it was genuine. He hadn't commanded the shadows to attack. Chapter 258. I'll surpass them. Confused, Zeus destroyed the shadow. At the same time, a hand came out of Neo's shadow and pulled him into the shadows. Zeus stared at the spot from where Neo had disappeared. It must be his partner who saved him. Zeus was about to chase after Neo when suddenly Apollo coughed blood. He decided to give proper treatment to Apollo before hunting down Neo and Jack. Neo appeared beneath a giant tree. His body was on the verge of falling apart. His head was barely clinging to his neck, and his divine energy reserves were about to hit rock bottom. The battle with Apollo did a number on him. Facing Zeus after that only made things worse. Neo looked around and noticed an undead before him. The undead had used Shadow Jump to carry him away from Zeus. "Did Jack command you to save me if I was in danger?" The skeleton nodded. It crouched and dug its bony hands into Neo's pocket. "What are you?" The undead took out the package Jack had given to Neo. It was Jack's hand. The message Jack left for him through the undead was clear. Devour the hand. Recover your divine energy. And break through to the next rank. That is the only way we can win, the undead's eyes seemed to say. Neo stared at the package. "Can Jack hear me?" The undead nodded. "How is his battle going?" "I can tell he is fighting the sovereigns." The undead stood motionless. Its lack of actions answered plenty. "So he is losing." Neo closed his eyes. He burned his divine energy reserves to strengthen his blessing. The boost of the blessing reinforced his body and the effects of his spells, including Black Dawn of Despair. "Since this spell strengthens my allies and debuffs my enemies, it should help Jack if I reinforce the spell with the blessing." Neo could feel Jack glaring at him through the eyes of the undead. "Give me a few anti-debuffs," he told the undead. "Make sure all of them are related to speed." Anti-debuff spells, also known as reverse debuff spells, worked almost the same as buffs. Additionally, if one was wearing an anti-debuff, they couldn't be debuffed by their opponents, which was the main reason anti-debuff were preferred over buffs. "You can use anti-debuff through this undead, right?" The undead nodded. It placed its palm on his shoulders and closed its eyes. Black patterns began to materialize on Neo's skin, and he could feel strength surging into his limbs. Neo hadn't been able to react to Zeus' speed. Speed anti-debuff would solve the problem. After applying 3 anti-debuffs, the undead stopped. Stared at Neo. Neo understood its question and shook his head. "I don't need defense anti-debuff. Just give me speed ones." Defense anti-debuffs were a good option in normal circumstances. However, seeing Zeus' strength, Neo understood increasing his defense was useless. The undead applied 5 anti-debuffs on Neo. It nudged the packet with Jack's hand towards Neo. Neo picked up the packet. "Jack is right. I need to eat this if I want to break through and have a chance at defeating Zeus. Besides, I already made Jack eat my finger. Refusing to do it myself is being a hypocrite." His grip tightened. It made sense in his mind. "But, yeah, I'm not using this. I might be able to win if I use this, but I'll lose to myself." Neo had decided on his beliefs when he started walking on the path of power. Now he had to sacrifice his beliefs if he wanted to keep moving? No. Neo would choose both. He would keep his beliefs and win. The rings around his heart hummed, and red lightning flickered around his fingers. He used death to disintegrate the packet. The undead grabbed his shoulders and glared at him. Its eyes were asking why Neo destroyed the object with which he could recover his divine energy. "Breakthrough takes time. There is no way Zeus would leave me until then. He will definitely stop me," Neo said and stood up. "It will just leave me like a sitting duck if I do it now." He patted the dust off his clothes. "But don't worry." Neo walked towards the direction of Zeus. His body creaked with every step. Even though the 3rd stage of blessing healed his injuries, he had overburdened his body. It was like molding clay repeatedly. Each time you reshape it, the material weakened. Eventually, the clay would dry out and crack, becoming impossible to mend, no matter how much they tried to shape it. The undead groaned. It couldn't speak due to the missing vocal organs. But Neo understood its question. "Why are you going back there?" "Because I do have a plan." Even as his body felt weak, his steps never stopped. "I'll surpass them." His eyes were firm. "Right here, right now. I'll win." Neo appeared once more before Apollo and Zeus. Zeus had just finished healing Apollo. New cracks continued to appear on Apollo's skin, a result of Sunshine's overwhelming power he couldn't contain. However, he didn't dare to deactivate the technique. Doing so would unleash the full backlash, and Apollo knew it would kill him instantly. Zeus wasted no time talking. He lunged at Neo, and his fist, imbued with the storm and lightning elementals, smashed into Neo's chest. The impact sent Neo careening through the shattered forest, uprooting trees and leaving a deep trench in the ground. However, Neo rose again. His chest, caved in from the blow, began to mend itself at a visible rate. Bones snapped back into place, organs reformed, and torn flesh knitted seamlessly. Zeus stared at Neo. While he didn't show it, he had attacked using the full force of partial divine transformation. I'll need to overpower his regeneration by damaging him faster than he can heal. He entered in a swift exchange of countless attacks with Neo. The sword and fist clashed repeatedly. Zeus was faster and stronger. Neo could keep up with him, thanks to anti-debuff, albeit barely. As the battle prolonged, Zeus' relaxed expression began to disappear. He launched another barrage of strikes. Each blow of his could shatter a small town. Shockwaves rippled through the air, and the air was repeatedly torn apart. But no matter how many times Zeus pierced Neo's body, melted his limbs, or struck with thunderous force, Neo regenerated, each time faster than before. Chapter 259, Zeus' Fury. Unbeknownst to Zeus, Neo's eternal skill was at work. It cancelled 10% of the power behind Zeus' attacks. Coupled with the fact Neo could move even after dying, it gave him enough time to use his blessing and regenerate his injuries. He was undying. Zeus killed and killed and killed Neo, but Neo refused to stay dead. The battlefield was becoming heavy with an oppressive energy that Zeus couldn't ignore. It was as if death itself loomed closer with each passing second. Each death Neo suffered, each time Zeus killed him, the presence of death grew in the surroundings. Neo needed the deaths of someone strong to complete his concept. If he couldn't kill others, he had to just die himself dozens of times. Zeus' eyes narrowed. He stopped attacking and retreated. "Why did you stop?" Neo taunted. You are using me to awaken something," Zeus said. "It would be foolish of me to continue the battle. Isn't this better? If I become stronger, you'll be able to fight to your heart's content." Zeus shook his head. "I need to go and get the youngest healed. I don't want to waste time on you if I can help it," Zeus said. "Besides, you will die soon. I can tell you can't use death to keep yourself alive for too long." Neo's brows furrowed. His concept was about to be completed, and his death was returning already. Just a bit more. But I can't complete the concept if Zeus doesn't kill me anymore. Should I try suicide? For some reason, I can tell I won't get much death if I kill myself with my own hands. It needs to be someone else. Neo could see Zeus had no intention of fighting. "Hey!" Neo called out to his blessing. Aides and Melione were past reincarnations of Mom and Dad, right? The blessing remained silent. "I'm not asking why they have been reincarnating. Just answer the question." The blessing remained silent for a few moments before nodding. Thanks to the answer, Neo found a way to make Zeus attack him. "Though it's still a problem if I let you go towards Typhon. So I'll imprison you here," Zeus said. "Are you going to leave like this?" Neo spoke to Zeus. "Weren't you planning on asking me my relation with Aides Hargraves, uncle?" Zeus, who was using an incantation, froze. "How did you know that name?" "Aides Hargraves?" Neo questioned. "Of course I know him. He is my dad. I don't know how you found out about my relation to Aides." Zeus interrupted Neo. "But if you think I'll lose my cool because of his name and attack you, you are completely wrong." "Sigh. You really don't believe me? Do you, uncle?" Neo's body was at its limit. He had to hurry, or he would be pulled into the underworld without creating his concept and fail the shadow trial. "Didn't Dad tell you he would meet you again? He reincarnated later, and I'm his son, uncle." The words that only Aides and Zeus knew came out of Neo's mouth. It affirmed the truth behind Neo's words. "If you are calling me uncle, does that mean she reincarnated too?" "Huh." Neo acted oblivious. Blood dripped from his injuries and pooled on the scorched ground beneath him. His torn clothes fluttered faintly in the gusts of wind. Yet he acted as if none of it mattered at the moment. "I'm calling you uncle because father told me to." Neo lied with a straight face. "I don't know who this she is that you're talking about." "Melione. She was Aid's wife." "Melione? My mother's name isn't Melione." Zeus no longer looked calm. Unbridled rage burned behind his gaze. His jaw was clenched so tightly it seemed like it might shatter. "Oh wait, I do remember Melione. Dad told me she was the one responsible for Apocalypse." Before Neo could complete his words, Zeus's figure blurred. He appeared before Neo in the blink of an eye. Zeus grabbed Neo's face and smashed him into the ground. The earth beneath cracked and splintered. "I've heard enough." Zeus's voice was icy cold. "I'll kill you just like you wanted." Condensed bolts of lightning crackled and gathered around Zeus. "Don't worry, I'll obliterate you to the last cell. Even you won't be able to regenerate from that state." Gritting his teeth, Zeus channeled his mana. Complete divine transformation. His body shimmered with blinding golden light, and his form began to change. His muscles expanded, and his hair crackled with pure lightning. His eyes glowed with stormy intensity, and arcs of electricity danced across his skin. Neo didn't flinch. Even as Zeus used a complete divine transformation, Neo stared at him calmly. The sky roared, and a massive bolt of lightning descended. It struck the ground where Neo and Zeus stood, creating a deafening explosion that echoed across the barren landscape. Zeus remained unharmed, but Neo was burned. Before Neo could heal, another bolt fell. Then another, and another. The ground was reduced to smoldering craters, steam rising into the air like ghosts fleeing the destruction. Watching from a distance, Apollo clenched his fists. He could sense it, Neo's death was returning. The oppressive aura hung in the air, and it sent shivers down his spine. The more Zeus injured Neo, the more death seemed to grow closer. "Zeus!" Apollo shouted, his voice cracking. "Stop doing that!" He flinched when Zeus glared at him. "Shut up and watch," Zeus spat. The lightning bolts continued to fall. Each bolt was stronger than the one before. Their thunderous impacts carved deeper into the earth, splitting rocks and reducing the surrounding terrain to molten slag. Zeus stood impervious, but Neo's body began to fail. His flesh melted, blackened bones poking through the charred remains. Smoke rose into the heavy air, its acrid stench stinging Apollo's nostrils. Neo's regeneration slowed with each strike until it stopped entirely. "You were quite proud of your regeneration. Why did you stop? Keep using it." As he continued to call down the lightning bolts. Chapter 260, Neo's death. "You look angry, uncle. Don't you dare call me that." Angered, Zeus summoned his final assault. Hundreds of bolts combined in the sky. Their light illuminated the battlefield like a second sun. Zeus brought the combined lightning down without hesitation. The impact was cataclysmic. A deafening roar consumed the world as a torrent of mana obliterated everything in its path. The ground heaved violently, splitting open, while the resulting shockwave flattened what little remained of the surroundings. When the light faded, silence reigned. Neo was gone. Not even his ashes were left. The battlefield was no longer recognizable. Nothing remained but a smoldering crater devoid of life. Zeus and Apollo stood in the aftermath. Apollo coughed, blood staining his lips, and his expression was one of a horror. "I told you," Zeus said as he stared at the empty crater. "You can't regenerate if there is nothing left." He was about to turn away and leave when suddenly he noticed two rings of red lightning crackling deep inside the crater. One ring was as wide as the wrist, and the other one was half of its size. "Oh!" Zeus frowned. "What's that?" He stopped speaking and swiftly jumped back. His senses warned him of a powerful danger in the vicinity. Under Zeus' confused eyes, the rings of red lightning became erratic. They flickered wildly, illuminating the crater's depths with an eerie, pulsing glow, and "You can't kill what is dead." The red lightning changed its shape, barely becoming humanoid. Jack wiped the blood from his forehead and steadied his breath. The overwhelming pressure of the three sovereigns was suffocating. But after Neo increased the output of his Black Dawn of Despair spell, a constant surge of power amplified Jack's every move. "This ends now," Jack said. He had to hurry. Not only was Neo burning the little divine energy he had left for the Black Dawn of Despair spell, he had to gone to fight Zeus too. "I need to get out of here and help him." Jack didn't understand why the Sovereign were letting Zeus and Neo fight unhindered. But he didn't have time to stop and think. He raised his hand, summoning the remnants of his necrotic energy into a single, massive construct. Bones from the battlefield shot toward him like iron to a magnet, swirling and fusing until a colossal necrotic dragon formed behind him. Its hollow eyes burned with dark flames, and its roar reverberated through the forest like thunder. The Sovereigns hesitated for a moment. "That's interesting," Charybdis mused. His voice was tinged with amusement and concern. "But do you really think this will save you?" Jack didn't respond. He dashed forward, faster than before, closing the distance between himself and Charybdis in the blink of an eye. His blade, now strengthened with Neo's power, cleaved through the wind barrier Charybdis summoned. The Sovereign of Winds barely managed to sidestep the attack. Jack didn't let go of the opportunity. He pressed forward relentlessly. He swung again, his strikes faster and more precise, forcing Charybdis to retreat. Meanwhile, the necrotic dragon lunged at Jagon. Its massive jaws snapped around the elephant's tusks. The two colossal creatures wrestled fiercely and caused ground to shake beneath them. Oni, seeing an opening, unleashed a torrent of fire toward Jack. The flames roared, but Jack turned toward the attack, raising his free hand. Necrotic barrier. A wall of darkness erupted around him, absorbing the flames and dispersing them harmlessly. "You'll have to do better than that," Jack's eyes locking onto Oni. His cold stare caused the Sovereign of Flames to flinch. The Sovereign of Flames froze, realizing it had been intimidated by a mere human. Surge of anger exploded inside him. Oni swung a massive flaming fist, aiming to crush Jack. Jack ducked under it and slashed upward. His blade cut deep into Oni's arm, extinguishing the fire momentarily and eliciting a deafening roar of pain from the Sovereign. Charybdis tried to intervene. He summoned a vortex of slicing winds to trap Jack, but Jack was faster now. He leaped into the air, dodging the attack with ease, and hurled his glowing blade at Charybdis. The weapon struck true, piercing through the Sovereign's chest and pinning them to a nearby tree. "Not so smug now, are you?" Jack taunted, landing gracefully on the ground. Jagon roared as it finally managed to push the necrotic dragon away, but the beast was visibly weakened. Jack wasted no time. With a gesture, he commanded the dragon to unleash its full power. The skeletal creature opened its jaws, releasing a beam of necrotic energy that engulfed Jagon. The Sovereign of Beasts howled in agony as the energy consumed it, leaving behind only ashes. Charybdis pulled himself free from the tree. "You won't escape," Charybdis hissed. His once mocking tone was now filled with desperation. Oni, too, staggered back, its flames dimming. Jack's aura flared, and he charged once more. With blinding speed, he struck Charybdis down, his blade severing the Sovereign of Winds in two. Turning to Oni, Jack summoned the last of his necrotic energy. "It's over." The necrotic dragon lunged at Oni, tearing into the Sovereign with ferocity. Oni's flames flared one last time before extinguishing completely. The battlefield fell silent, save for the crackling of dying embers. Jack stood amidst the carnage, his breaths heavy but victorious. "Neo, I have to go and help him." His bravado collapsed after defeating the three Sovereigns. There was no one around him, and he didn't need to act like he was fine. His limbs trembled, and he could feel exhaustion threatening to drown him whole. Jack had pushed himself too far to defeat the three Sovereigns as quickly as possible. He was about to move towards the direction where Neo was when suddenly he felt a huge surge of death elementals. Flickers of red lightning from Neo reached as far as Jack. "Ha!" Jack stunned, blinked. Did he just? He chuckled in stupor, and soon his laughs turned into loud laughter. That crazy team leader. So this was his plan. Death elemental users all had a severe debuff on them. Their flesh body. The presence of life elementals in the body weakened their death elementals. It was why necromancers and liches were all monsters with nothing but bones. Removing the flesh body allowed them to unleash full power of their death elementals. I guess he doesn't need my help anymore. Jack sighed with a smile. He shook his head and moved towards the remains of the three sovereigns. Chapter 261. Neos' Death 2. I should finish this, Jack said. Now that I think about it again, weren't these guys a bit too weak for sovereigns who were direct underlings of Typhaon? Jack shook his head. They were strong, but he wasn't weak either. I shouldn't doubt my own abilities. Darkness stretched beneath Jack, and he activated his spell, Corpse Memories. It allowed him to take a peek at the recent memories of a corpse. This spell would help him find the child of mana and the core of Typhaon. Finally, I've completed my concept. Thanks, Uncle. The desolate battlefield stretched out endlessly, littered with scorched earth and broken stones. The sky, shrouded in ominous gray clouds, seemed to ripple around the monster made of red lightning. What is that? Zeus muttered. That thing is not human. The humanoid figure made of red lightning turned its faceless head toward Zeus. It had no face or any distinctive feature. A heavy aura of oppression pressed down on Zeus. The air itself seemed to grow denser and harder to breathe. Intense terror clawed at his mind, making his pulse race. He unconsciously started to sweat. The monster disappeared in a flash, and Zeus felt a breeze pass by him. Isn't it too rude to call me a thing, Uncle? The voice echoed from behind Zeus. Before Zeus could move, blood trickled from his eyes and mouth. His knees buckled, and he collapsed face-first into the dust. The metallic scent of his own blood filled his nostrils as strength drained from his body. He attacked me? When? No. How did his attack even bypass my defenses so easily? Zeus tried to move, but his body didn't respond. He attempted to summon lightning, only to realize his mana was completely depleted. What? Your defenses aren't strong enough to stop my death, Uncle. Hearing Neos' words, realization dawned on Zeus. Neos' death had ascended to a completely different realm of strength. I shouldn't have let him build up death. Even Zeus, who could analyze, counter, and copy any technique he could see once, was unable to understand Neos' death. He glared at Neo. Neo ignored him, stepping past the fallen man. With his concept now complete, his mastery of death had returned and evolved to reach expert rank. Where are you going? Apollo's voice rang out. He stood in Neos' path. The air grew heavier, brimming with holy energy. Bright golden light began to flood the battlefield as Apollo's divine transformation amplified his strength. The oppressive presence of holy elementals surged exponentially in the surroundings. Apollo launched a full-force attack, holy flames crackling as they soared toward Neo when suddenly, die. Neos' voice rang out, cold and absolute. The golden sun vanished from the sky as if erased by an unseen hand. Apollo staggered. His strength dissipated with sunshine. He looked up, his face pale with shock. Where did it go? It's dead. Neo snapped his fingers and Apollo collapsed to the ground, drained of all strength. Don't worry. Spirits can be revived if you feed the spirit seed enough divine energy. Neo stepped past Apollo. Ahead, the dark forest loomed ominously. The twisted trees, with bark as black as coal, swayed unnaturally, as though alive. The forest was Typhaon's body, and somewhere within it was Typhaon's core. Since Typhaon could manipulate space, finding the core was impossible unless Typhaon allowed it. Neo raised his hand. Divine Swordsmanship 7th Stance. 10 Raisin. He slashed downwards. Something cracked. Then, the space within the forest shattered like glass. Everything in the direction where Neo slashed began to compress. Since he had killed the space, it was no longer being enlarged by Typhaon, and it returned to its original size. Far ahead, a colossal tree emerged from the shrinking forest. Its trunk was hundreds of meters thick, and its branches twisted toward the sky like clawed hands. At the center of the branches, a powerful whirlwind swirled menacingly. That's Typhaon's core. Neo walked forward with unhurried steps. The forest seemed to come alive in response. Trees and branches writhed like serpents and lunged toward him. Flames ignited in the air, racing to consume him. The ground shifted and walls of earth rose to block his path. Die! The single word echoed like a grim reaper's command. Everything fell silent. The forest's assault stopped as if the life had been drained from it. Neo stopped before the colossal tree which was also Typhaon's core. He placed his hand on the tree trunk. Concept of eternal death. A death that could kill immortals, by forcing them to sleep for eternity. It was the death Neo learned about by himself after spending an eternity in the fourth vision of the Sphinx. Back then, he wanted to die, and kept thinking about how he could kill himself despite being an immortal. The answer he reached was eternal sleep, death. A death without dreams. A death from which one couldn't be resurrected, since sleep was not true death. Sleep, a pseudo-death that could become far worse than true death if one was made to sleep for eternity. Even immortality couldn't protect one from eternal sleep. It was Neo's death. Neo placed his hand on the bark of the giant tree. He pushed his concept into it. Earlier, he used expert mastery death to attack Zeus and Apollo without adding his concept. This was the first time he was using his concept. The tree trembled, tried to resist. Typhaon was on the verge of waking up due to the commotion created by their battles. But it stopped moving soon after and fell into a prolonged sleep. I guess I need to work harder. Neo stared at his palm. Forcing someone to sleep for eternity needed huge amount of divine energy. The best I can do for now is forcing it to sleep for 30 years. If someone else would have heard Neo's disappointed tone, they would have been shell-shocked. Even an Empyrean demigod would be troubled to use such long-lasting attacks. He had done it when he was only a grade 5 mythic demigod. Now the Child of Mana. Chapter 262. Typhaon's Plan and the End of the World. Neo felt it instinctively. Destroying Typhon's core was beyond his current capabilities. Forcing it into a deep slumber was his current limit, since his concept of death leaned towards it. But Neo wasn't discouraged. His strength would soon soar when he made a breakthrough in his eternal trait and mind invasion trait. Each breakthrough would increase his strength by several folds. Besides, his goal was to rescue the Child of Mana, not to defeat Typhon. He spread out his senses. A few seconds later, he sensed hundreds of presences inside the massive, pulsating tree trunk ahead of him. They were lives that Typhon was transforming into monsters. Neo's expression darkened. He steadied his grip on his blade. Divine swordsmanship, fourth stance. Ryu no Mai. Neo slashed hundreds of times in a split second. The massive tree groaned as the portion where the lives, humans, were held captive was cut into countless small pieces. The humans, freed, fell like leaves in autumn. Neo used darkness to cushion their fall. The black mist spread across the forest floor like a gentle shadow. All sorts of people had been captured by Typhon, old, young, female, male. The glade was soon filled with the quiet sound of their unconscious bodies settling onto the forest floor. Some of them were normal, their faces pale but intact. However, a few of them had grotesque transformations. A woman had a mantis scythe for an arm, its jagged edge glinting menacingly under the faint moonlight. A child had the head of a centipede, its antennae twitching even in unconsciousness. Neo's gaze combed through the freed captives. He was looking for the Child of Mana. Daniel had told the association about his sister's appearance. Neo recalled reading the description in the report during the council meeting. It didn't take him long to find her. She was a girl with brown hair and a distinctive scar on her face. Neo approached. The night air felt colder as he neared her still form. He was about to pick her up when he abruptly stopped. He looked at his body. A mass of red lightning sparking and crackling with barely contained energy. Let's not touch her when I'm like this. He didn't have much time left before he died. Although he would have loved to regenerate his complete body, he didn't have enough divine energy for it. Suddenly, the child of mana stirred. Oh! Neo froze. Her eyes opened, hollow, empty sockets staring directly at him. You were late, she said. Her voice was like the screech of metal grinding against metal. As the child of mana opened her mouth, Neo caught a glimpse of pitch-black darkness inside. Late, late, the child cackled. I've eaten this human child already. You are not the child of mana. Disbelief was apparent in Neo's voice. Typhon? Correct. The child of mana clapped like a broken doll, her hands jerking unnaturally. If you are wondering how I'm awake, then I'm not. This is the intent or will, if you call it will, I put into the child of mana to talk to you. Her creepy laughter echoed through the forest, bouncing off the trees like a haunting melody. Sheesh, that was surprising. I never thought you would have a concept like that, eternal sleep/death. My plan failed because of you. I wanted to wake up today itself. Despite saying it had lost, Typhon's intent never stopped laughing. The twisted glee in its voice only made the silence of the forest more unsettling. Concept? How do you know that word? The word wasn't supposed to be coined in this era. From the memories of the child of mana, the entity said with a wide, unnatural smile. I would love to talk to you more, but this is it. My intent has been spent. Under Neo's gaze, the child of mana crumpled into dust, scattering into the cold night breeze. Neo stood there frozen. He kept clenching fists and unclenching them. He didn't understand what had happened. He didn't want to understand it. The faint glow of his night illuminated the surrounding trees as his thoughts raced. The cruel reality didn't stop for him, continued to move on. Quest, fate of the world, failed. You could not protect the child of mana. Questline end of the world has started. Countdown will begin. Time left until the end of the world. 39 years, 4 months, 16 days, 9 hours, 47 minutes, 23 seconds. Fetching quests. Quest 1. See the end of the world. Reward. Level up, Mind Invasion X3. Quest 2. Be the last human alive. Reward. Level up, Eternal X1. Whisper of Time X1. Quest 3. Inflict a wound on Angel of at $AFS. Reward. Life Affinity. Neo stared at the quest screen. The cold, metallic smell of the air lingered around him, and the distant sound of breeze rang in his ears. The dim glow from the floating screen illuminated him. The realization of the failure slowly dawned upon him. He failed, and the world would end in 39 years because of it. This has to be a joke, right? We came from the future. If the world ends now, the future won't exist. It wasn't supposed to be possible. But the truth was before his eyes. The words he had told Jack weeks ago resonated in his mind. The future can change. Their actions in the past would affect the future. As if to mock Neo's confusion, a door of shadows appeared next to him. It materialized with a whisper of cold wind, chilling the space further. Only pitch-black darkness existed beyond the door, and it absorbed all light around it like a void. An ethereal voice flowed out from it, soft but carrying an edge of authority. Neo Hargraves, your trial has been successfully completed. You can enter this door and return to your world, said a number 22, one of the gatekeepers of the world of shadows. Return to my world? What world? There won't be my world if this place is destroyed. Chapter 263, Typhon's Plan and the End of the World. 2. Please return quickly. If you don't return, you will be forever trapped in the shadow world. The gatekeeper didn't pay any heed to Neo's dilemma. To it, a resident of the shadow world, it didn't matter if Neo's world was destroyed or not. Neo clenched his fist. He had to think calmly. Losing his cool in such a situation wouldn't help anyone. He had to calm down and think properly. What do you mean I successfully completed the trial? The child of mana is dead. You rescued the corpse of the child of mana, and you were the first one to do so, a number 22 answered. This is where your quest ends. Please enter this door. Neo won the battle, but he lost the war. He completed the shadow trial, but he doomed the world for his trial. Footsteps echoed faintly against the cracked earth as Jack entered Neo's senses. He emerged from the shadows with an unreadable expression. He came straight to Typhaon's core after finding its location from Sovereign's memories. "We've been had," Jack said. He was surprised by Neo's appearance. However, he hid it perfectly. "What do you mean by that?" "I digested the memories of the Sovereigns." According to them, Jack stood beside Neo and stared at the giant tree that loomed over them. Its gnarled roots pulsed faintly with unnatural energy, and the air around it felt heavy, suffocating. "Typhaon forcibly extracted the child of Mana's memories on the same day we came to this world," Jack said. He added bitterly, "The moment we entered this world, we had only 8 hours left to save the child. But we took over 9 months. He shook his head. Realistically speaking, it was impossible to save the child of Mana from the start due to time constraints. Just reaching Savage Expanse take weeks, and we had only 8 hours. Daniel heard his sister, Child of Mana, call for help just weeks ago. How was that possible if Child of Mana was killed months ago?" "It was Typhaon's plan," Jack answered. "I don't know what Typhaon saw in the Child of Mana's memories, but whatever it was forced him to eradicate the Awakeners. It decided to wake up," Jack explained. "No one knows it, but Typhaon needs to eat a huge amount of energy to wake up, and..." The air felt heavy, as if it carried the weight of the truth Jack revealed. So that was what it was all about. Neo understood why Jack said they had been had. Since the beginning, they were playing on Typhaon's palm. Typhaon made a telepathic connection to Daniel while disguising itself as the Child of Mana. Since the monster had extracted the memories of the Child of Mana, it could impersonate the to-be Sphinx easily. Typhaon knew the Awakeners would be split into 2 opinions if it called for help. One group would want to save the Child of Mana due to how precious she was. The other wouldn't want to rescue her. It would lead to battles between the Awakeners inside Savage Expanse. After all, this was where Typhaon was present and where the Child of Mana was held captive. The battles between the 2 sides would release a huge amount of energy. Typhaon would absorb the energy and use it to wake up. Since no one was aware Typhaon needed to absorb energy to wake up, they wouldn't realize they were helping Typhaon by fighting inside the Savage Expanse. Even the Sovereigns Jack defeated were weak, as Typhaon had absorbed the majority of their strength to increase its progress of waking up. Damn it, Neo finally understood why Typhaon bothered to talk to him. The Father of Anomalies had collected enough energy to wake up. It came from the battles of Neo, Zeus, Apollo, and Jack. If not for Neo's concept forcing Typhaon to sleep again, the Father of Anomalies would have successfully completed his plan. "If you were not here, or if your concept was something else, we would have lost brutally," Jack sighed. "Well, in the end, we won thanks to you. That's the only thing that matters." Jack was relaxed. His shoulders eased, and he exhaled slowly as if the weight of the challenge had finally lifted. All he knew was they successfully completed the shadow trial and that Typhaon was forced into a deep slumber. He was not aware of the world's end that would come in 39 years. It was a happy ending, according to Jack at least, and Neo had no intention of destroying his happy ending. He decided to take a gamble. "Yeah, we barely completed the shadow trial. Let's return now," Neo lied to Jack. The 2 walked toward the Door of Shadows. Its frame pulsated faintly with dark energy, etched with shifting runes. Jack was the first one to step to the other side. Suddenly, Jack heard Neo speak. "I'm not going back. Please close the door." "Huh!" Jack didn't have time to react. By the time he turned around, the door had been closed. "Why did you do that?" Jack asked. "We closed the door because Neo Hargraves demanded." "Are you stupid?" Jack grabbed a number 22's collar. The doll's stitched face remained expressionless, despite the pressure Jack applied. He lifted the doll easily and glared at it. "He is still there. Why did you open this door right now? He needs to come back." "Come back to where?" A number 22 disappeared from Jack's hand. It appeared far behind him and waved its hand. Jack and a number 22 appeared in the sky of a destroyed world. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the land below was a wasteland consumed by writhing maggots. Buildings once proud were now crumbled into heaps, and the sky hung low, a sickly green hue, pulsing as if alive. This became the fate of your world the moment Child of Mana fell, a number 22 said. You seem to be quite stupid compared to Neo Hargraves, so I will spell it out clearly for you. The intervention of you two in the past caused the world to end. Neo Hargraves stayed behind so he can change the past again. He stayed behind so you can have a world to return to. Neo stared at the place where the Door of Shadows had stood moments ago. The eerie, shimmering portal had dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind only faint ripples in the air. Even though it would have been a huge help if Jack had stayed behind, he couldn't ask Jack to do it, not when they would have no way to return to their world again. He stared at the night sky. Fuck my life. Why does things always go from bad to worse even though I try to do better? The cold, oppressive silence around him seemed to press against his ears. He looked down at his body. His limbs flickered faintly. The red lightning that made his being was beginning to fade away. I'll think about saving the world later. First, I need to do something about my body, or I'll die and be pulled into the underworld. He still had no idea what would happen if he died in Shadow World. Chapter 264. Awakening Shadow Element. Neo lifted his head and stared at the sky. I've completed the Shadow Trial. Give me my reward for it. He tried to talk to the Shadow Supreme. The oppressive air around him grew heavier, and the shadows seemed to deepen, as though the entity might be listening. Theoretically, the Shadow Supreme should be able to see and hear him. I want to awaken my shadow element as the reward for completing the Shadow Trial. There was no response. If Neo awakened his shadow element, he would be able to consume shadow elemental energy without being poisoned and dying. It included the mimicked divine energy formed by shadow elementals that was present in the shadow world. And as long as he could gain divine energy, he could use it to regenerate his entire body. Neo clenched his flickering hands into fists. If he succeeded, he would get his body back, and since his soul was still here, it would be no different from being resurrected. He should not be pulled into the underworld after that. Everything was perfectly logical. Theoretically, at least, Neo knew there were quite a few places where it could go wrong. The Shadow Supreme could refuse to give him his reward since he was still in the shadow world. There was no guarantee he could regenerate his entire body, especially in his current state. He was an amalgamation of expert mastery death, an unstable form of energy that could kill anything, even his own regenerated body. Another possibility was him being pulled into the underworld even after he performed a pseudo-resurrection. Neo clicked his tongue in frustration. Despite the risks, he had no other choice. Stop acting like you can't hear to me. Give me the reward I rightfully deserve. He almost heard the shadows chuckle and a door of shadows appeared before him. Somehow he knew what was inside the door. His shadow. He needed to devour it and he would awaken his shadow element. Neo entered the door. He appeared inside a vast space with chessboard-like floor and sky. An old man stood there. He was a shadow. Who's that? That's not my shadow. The shadow attacked him with the feral ferocity of a monster. It died as soon as it got within 3 steps of Neo. Neo didn't have to do anything. The passive death radiating from him was enough to kill the shadow. Why is it so weak? Neo was confused. He noticed the corpse of Shadow and decided to devour it. Memories of the real person whom the shadow mimicked appeared in Neo's mind. He was an elderly man who used to live in isolation deep in the mountains, surviving off the land and communing with nature. After digesting the memories, Neo saw something astonishing happen. Shadow. Awakening progress 1/33 2/33. Neo stared at the status screen that suddenly sprang up. The progress of shadow element awakening increased from 1 to 2 when he devoured the old man's shadow. There is no way this is true. Neo had an idea of what was happening, but it was too absurd. I can't be a seraph. They know they are reincarnators, but I'm not the same. Despite his confusion, the truth remained before his eyes. Devouring old man's shadow increased his shadow element awakening progress. Only devouring one's own shadow did that. This could mean only one thing. The old man was Neo's shadow. Another door materialized before Neo. He stepped through it and he appeared in a similar area. The floor and the sky were like a chessboard. A shadow of a middle-aged man with unkempt beard pounced on him. Neo made quick work of it before devouring it. More memories appeared inside his head. They belonged to a middle-aged father juggling a demanding physical job while taking care of his 3 kids. Shadow. Awakening progress. 2/33, 3/33. Another door appeared before Neo. The same things repeated. Neo devoured the shadow of a child and gained its memories. It was a young boy living in a crowded orphanage, dreaming of being adopted into a loving family. Shadow. Awakening progress. 3/33, 4/33. The same things repeated. Every door he crossed showed a new shadow and he gained new memories. A wanderer in his late 30s, who traveled from town to town, embracing a life without attachments. A 12-year-old genius who excelled in science, only for him to grow old and find out he was mediocre. An old soldier who has traded his sword for a plow and longed for peace. A young man in his early 20s working multiple jobs to support his ailing parents and younger siblings. A poor child who wanted to become theatrics after watching a play of a king assassinated by his trusted friend. A trusted aide of a ruler. A 40-year-old man who works quietly in a library made by a republic nation. He spent his nights reading and contemplating life. A foolish teenage boy fighting against oppressive rulers. An elderly farmer who woke up before dawn every day, tending to his crops with devotion. A struggling artist in his late 20s, performing on street corners while waiting for his big break. Shadow. Awakening progress. 13/33, 14/33. Neo continued to gain new memories. None of the lives had connection to each other. He thought it would remain that way. However, when he devoured the 14th shadow, something else happened. The 14th shadow belonged to a middle-aged man obsessed with creating life-changing technology. Until his late 20s, he had been a lazy man with no ambition. But on his 23rd birthday, he suddenly dreamt of his past lives. They were memories of the 13 shadows Neo had devoured. The dreams enlarged the middle-aged man's world and fascinated him. They fueled his ambition and caused him to become obsessed with science. The man wanted to see those dreams again. He wanted to see his previous lives in details. Unfortunately, he died before he could realize his ambition. Shadow. Awakening progress. 14/33, 15/33. Neo stepped through the 15th gate. He devoured the shadow of the monk in his 50s. The monk had awakened the memories of his previous lives, which led him to understand the futility of life. He took a vow of silence and lived in a serene monastery, seeking enlightenment. Chapter 265, Memories of Forgotten Lives. Neo devoured another shadow inside the 15th door. It belonged to a 30-year-old adventurer charting unexplored jungles and documenting ancient ruins. The adventurer awakened the memories of his previous 14 lives long ago when he was a child. Being a naturally curious person, he set out to travel the world, and he tried to visit the places in his memories. Shadow. Awakening progress. 15/33, 16/33. The next shadows of Neo always gained the memories of their previous lives. The 16th shadow had the memories of the previous 15 lives. The 20th shadow had the memories of the previous 19 lives. In the beginning, those reincarnations of Neo lived peaceful lives. Memories of past lives brought immense knowledge, experience, and wisdom. It was good until the 23rd life. The 23rd reincarnation couldn't handle the burden of memories of 23 lives. It was breaking him apart. He told his family about his memories, expecting comfort from them. But he ended up being burned at the stake after being labeled as a witch. The 24th reincarnation met a similar fate. The 25th reincarnation decided to not trust anyone anymore. He closed his heart and lived alone until the day of his death. In the 26th life, he lived alone and died alone again. The same thing repeated in the 27th life, 28th life, and 29th life. The loneliness was gnawing at his heart. Centuries of loneliness made him thirst for the warmth of others. He wanted friends, he wanted family, he wanted love. But The betrayal and brutal deaths of his previous reincarnations wouldn't let him trust anyone. Alone. He would live in loneliness and die in loneliness. Again, and again, and again. That was his fate. The reincarnations wouldn't end. He thought nothing would change. But he was wrong again. In his 30th life, he was a chef in the royal palace under King Arthur. The royal kitchen bustled with servants shouting orders, the clang of copper pots echoing across stone walls. The aroma of roasted meat and freshly baked bread filled the air. He would be daily visited by the young Princess Morgan. To him, it was nothing unusual. She liked his cooking. Nothing more, nothing less. But it caused the rumors about him eyeing the young Princess Morgan to spread. A meager servant looking at the princess with ulterior motives was nothing to think twice about. He would be executed. No one saw anything wrong with it, and since he had held off from making friends, no one came forward to appeal for him and protect him. A meaningless life and a meaningless death. He didn't try to escape the execution or prove his innocence. To him, it was how life was, sometimes unfair, sometimes unreasonable. Surprisingly, or maybe unsurprisingly, Princess Morgan tried to stop the execution. He never thought someone would want to protect him. When King Arthur refused Princess Morgan, she led a revolt and beheaded King Arthur. The 30th reincarnation was stunned. The throne room had been turned into a scene of chaos. Red carpets stained crimson, sunlight gleaming off the fallen king's golden crown, which now lay discarded on the floor. Princess Morgan stood with a blade in hand, her expression both determined and sorrowful. "Why did you save me?" There were 1,000 different answers he had expected to hear from her. But the words she spoke stunned him. "Because you cook good food, O reincarnator of 30 samsaras." What? Is it perhaps because you have gained experience from 30 lives? The taste of your food is unmatched in these lands. It would be foolish to let someone like you die because of some stupid ingrates. Why you killed King Arthur because of that? No. How did you even know I lived 30 lives? She never told him how she knew about his past reincarnations. The time he spent with her made him understand one thing. King Morgan was special. In times where only male rulers existed, she took control over the kingdom as easily as flipping a hand. Stone halls that once echoed with Arthur's authority now buzzed with the murmurs of an uncertain court. Yet none dared challenge her. He continued to demand answers from her. But she always ignored him. "Do you really like my food that much? Eating is one of the joys of my life." As they continued to spend time with each other, the two became far closer than friends. Perhaps they could have been something more. But he never crossed the line of friendship any closer, and the sweetness of his time with her would haunt him when he reincarnated again. King Morgan was an eccentric person. Her strength was unrivaled, and her knowledge was deeper than oceans. Yet she held no interest in conquest. If he had not seen her in battles, he would have thought she was a lazy cat who only knew how to ask for food. Her royal chambers reflected her personality. Half luxurious, half chaotic, with maps, tomes, and half-eaten dishes scattered about the room. His time with her was happy, but even someone as mighty as King Morgan couldn't beat death. She was poisoned. That day, the castle corridors had been heavy with silence and despair. Candles flickered, their light dimming as though mourning the inevitable. At her death's door, she allowed only him at her bedside. "Ennio!" Her trembling voice made his heart ache. The once invincible figure before him now looked frail. Her face pale was painful to look at. "You've served me faithfully. Ask me anything, and I shall grant your wish." His tears wouldn't stop. The pain of loving someone after centuries of loneliness was tearing him apart. He didn't want to lose her. Was that why he made a stupid decision? "Please seal my memories. I don't want to remember these lives anymore." "Why, you think I can do something like that?" "I hope you can." King Morgan chuckled at his blind trust in her. The faint sound of her laughter, brittle and soft, made his chest tighten. Chapter 266. Sealed Memories. "I can seal your memories, but I don't know when the seal will break." And sealing memories was like putting the memory of each life in a different container. She didn't know when the container seal would break. There was a high chance that if containers broke in the wrong order, his memories would become blended. As an example, if his memories of the 10th life and 30th life mixed, the resulting memories would make no sense. He was Benjamin Clinton in his 10th life and Neo Thompson in his 29th life. If those memories mixed, he might think he lived only one life instead of two, and that life was named Neo Clinton. This was just one of the dangers of sealing memories. Are you sure you want me to seal your memories? Yes. He was escaping his problems. He thought King Morgan would call him a coward. But she looked at him with a kind smile. Huff, huff. Neo was left gasping when the memories ended. His chest rose and fell heavily. What the hell are these memories? Seraphs were created in the age of gods. They started to reincarnate after the apocalypse arrived. But Neo had been reincarnating since hundreds of thousands of years before the apocalypse. He has been there when the first civilizations were budding. He had seen civilizations grow and merge and develop and finally come to an end due to the apocalypse. Neo had lived in each era. Why? He couldn't think of a cause for his reincarnations. Mystical quantities appeared on Earth only after the apocalypse. Reincarnation before that shouldn't be possible. No, I'm thinking wrongly. The cube from which the apocalypse started had been on Earth since long ago. Mystical quantities were always present on Earth. They were just hidden. I need to look into them if I want answers about me and my reincarnation. There were a lot of things Neo did not understand. He tried asking his blessing why he had been reincarnating, but he received only silence in return. Clicking his tongue, he stepped into the next door. The new shadow was a familiar face. It's you. The only life Neo originally remembered. He had been Kronos and Klein's brother. An orphan. A boy who dreamed of achieving success. The shadow bolted toward Neo with sharp movements. Neo killed the shadow without any hesitation. His red lightning crackled and split the darkness, shattering the familiar figure into nothingness. Even if the shadow belonged to the Neo he knew, the one before him was nothing but a monster. And so this was how I used to look. Neo barely remembered anything from his original life. Devouring the shadows refreshed his memories. Shadow. Awakening progress. 31/33, 32 of 33. Now that I think about it, why was the awakening progress 1/33 in the beginning? The question echoed in his mind. I don't remember devouring any shadow. It irritated Neo how he had no answers to his countless questions. Knowing thinking about it was wasting time, he stepped into the shadow door that appeared before him. Only one more shadow, and he would awaken the shadow element. The shadow element could mimic other elements. Neo was looking forward to using it, but, of course, it was not going to be easy. The shadow of Neo Hargraves stood before him. The oppressive silence in the room tightened around Neo's chest. The shadow exuded a suffocating aura. Its form mirrored his current appearance. A humanoid mass of red lightning, crackling and hissing like a storm incarnate. Since Neo's awakening progress had been 1/33, it meant he had already devoured one shadow. He had hoped it was the shadow of Neo Hargraves. Unfortunately, his hopes were not answered. The shadow's red lightning surged, illuminating the darkness. It mirrored his every movement perfectly, every spark of power a reflection of his own. So you're the final trial. Neo's fists clenched as arcs of lightning rippled through his body. He stood face to face to his own shadow. Knowing the shadow could use all abilities he could, he remained vigilant. Neither of them moved, their eyes locked, as if sizing each other up. Then, without warning, both figures surged forward at the same time. Their swords clashed together with a deafening explosion, sending shockwaves through the air and scattering arcs of energy across the floor. Neo gritted his teeth as the force of the impact sent him skidding backward, but he quickly regained his balance. Divine swordsmanship, semi-fourth stance. Ryu no Mai. In the blink of an eye, the shadow vanished, reappearing behind Neo with a brutal spinning kick aimed at his ribs. The fourth stance consisted of two techniques. A rapid footwork that allowed near instantaneous movement and a volley of quick rapid slashes. Combining both made the user look as if they were dancing. The shadow used the movement technique part of the stance to catch Neo by surprise. Neo barely managed to raise his arm to block the blow. The shadow grinned, the red lightning making its face stretched, giving it an eerie appearance. Without warning, it launched another flurry of attacks, each strike moving with inhuman speed. Neo blocked and dodged, barely keeping up as the two exchanged rapid blows that sounded like thunder with every impact. Neo's sword cut through the shadow's midsection, but the shadow showing no sign of slowing. It was as if his attack did zero damage. The shadow immediately retaliated by launching a devastating wave of red lightning from its outstretched hands. The electric surge shot through the air, aiming straight for Neo's chest. He raised his sword and summoned darkness to block it. The two waves of energy collided in a burst of light, sending a shockwave that cracked the floor beneath them. The shadow tilted its head. A mocking smile played on its face. Divine swordsmanship, semi-fourth stance. Ryu no Mai. With a sudden shift, it vanished again. Divine swordsmanship, seventh stance. Tenraisen. It reappeared above him with a devastating downward slash. Neo twisted, narrowly dodging the attack. Chapter 267. Learning Flow of Battle. Neo rolled away to dodge the attack. The shadow dashed forward with a burst of speed. Before Neo could stand up, it closed the distance in an instant and swung its blade in a wide arc aimed at Neo's throat. Neo raised his sword just in time. Their weapons clashed with a deafening crack, the sound reverberating through the empty space. Sparks erupted from the collision and briefly illuminated their identical faces. Neo pushed back, forcing the shadow to stumble a step, and used the moment to regain his stance. He retaliated with a downward slash, aiming to split the shadow in two. But the shadow twisted to the side, avoiding the strike, and countered with a thrust aimed at Neo's chest. Neo spun his blade in a circular motion, deflecting the thrust, and countered with a sharp kick to the shadow's midsection. The shadow staggered but quickly recovered, slashing horizontally at Neo's waist. The clash of steel echoed like thunder in the vast emptiness around them. The two of them were locked in an intense battle. Neither of them was giving the other an inch. However, slowly but surely, the shadow was gaining the advantage. It began to laugh as it pushed Neo. Give up. You should know nobody can defeat their shadow. I'm the shadow that is the same as the you before you started this shadow element awakening process. I can use all of your techniques. I know you more than yourself. You can never win. Neo leapt backward, his feet skidding against the stone floor. The shadow pressed forward with a twisted grin. It was assured of its victory. Each of its attacks was aimed to kill. In its eyes, Neos was barely keeping up thanks to his sharp reflexes. He parried and dodged, their blades dancing in a deadly rhythm that echoed through the empty space. The shadow feinted a high strike, then swept low, aiming for Neo's legs. Neo jumped, arcs of lightning trailing around his sword as he brought it down in a vertical slash. The shadow raised its blade to block, and the resulting clash sent both of them sliding back from the force. The shadow's shoulders shook as it struggled to hold back its laughter. Why aren't you talking? Did you lose your bravado after fighting someone who is the same as you? A wide grin was etched on its face. Neo remained expressionless. His grip on his sword tightened, the crackling lightning dancing along its edge. Fight, Neo. Fight or you will die. You can't save your world if you die. The shadow dashed forward again, faster this time. Neo braced himself as the shadow unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. The air shuddered with every clash of their swords. Neo, you are going to die. After I kill you, I will kill your friends too. It was enjoying overpowering Neo. The shadow thrust its blade forward, but Neo sidestepped and swung upward, slicing through the air. The shadow ducked, then retaliated with a spinning slash that Neo barely managed to block. The force of the attack broke his stance. The shadow dove in to attack and used the opportunity, but it had been a trap. Neo swung his blade in a wide arc. The shadow barely parried, sparks flying as their swords locked once again. Neo gritted his teeth and pressed forward, forcing the shadow to retreat step by step. Suddenly, the shadow shifted its stance. It feinted left, then struck right, its blade grazing Neo's arm. Ha 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 ha. Got you. Can you stop talking like that? Neo cut off the shadow mid-sentence. It's sickening to hear you talk like a stupid hooligan when you have the same appearance and voice as me. His words ticked off the shadow. The creature's expression darkened and its eyes narrowed as it closed the gap in an instant. Just when Neo thought it would attack, it spun on its heel, swinging its sword in a full circle. The abrupt change in attack caught Neo by surprise. He raised his sword to block the attack. But the shadow didn't let up, following with a series of rapid strikes that forced Neo onto the defensive. The space itself seemed to collapse around the two as the intensity of the fight grew. Red lightning crackled erratically as their blades clashed again and again, illuminating lightless shadows. The shadow suddenly saw an opening. Neo overextended on a strike, leaving his side exposed. The monster slashed forward. Its attack sliced through the air and almost landed a clean hit across Neo's torso when, Neo sidestepped the attack as if he had predicted it. The shadow blinked, confused. However, Neo ignored its confusion and stared at his arms, noticing the faint lines connecting him and the shadow. So that's how flow is used. The shadow attacked him while he wasn't paying attention. Neo shifted only a few inches to dodge the attack. The shadow smiled, thinking his careless dodging would get him killed. But against all expectations, he dodged successfully without even looking at the attack. His weird actions surprised the shadow. It attacked Neo again, but the same thing happened. Neo would dodge its strikes as if he had seen the future. What is that? How are you dodging the attacks? Flow of battle. He could finally use the technique after months of training. You learned that technique now? Yes, I learned it right now thanks to you. The shadow grew tense. Knowing how powerful flow of battle was, it didn't dare to attack Neo without fully understanding his current capabilities. I thought you were too talentless to learn flow? To the shadow's question, Neo shook his head and spoke. Haven't you realized it? We can talk even though we have no mouth and body. The shadow flinched. Neo continued, his voice calm yet piercing. I was thinking about it when I fought Zeus too. I could hear him use his technique names even though he was using chantless incantations, Neo said. Are you sure you weren't hallucinating? The shadow asked. I'm sure I heard him say partial divine transformation and complete divine transformation, Neo answered. Even you. I could hear you say the names of the sword techniques. But I never said the techniques' names, the shadow said. I know. That's why it helped me learn the flow. The shadow instantly understood what Neo was talking about. Could do it because it was the Neo's shadow and almost an exact copy of him. Shadows were copies of their original. The higher synchronization they had with the original, the more accurate a copy they were. Even though Neo's shadow hadn't reached 100% synchronization, because it needed to devour Neo for it, the shadow had a very high synchronization. So that's what flow is, the shadow said. And here I thought it would be something very amazing. It was just the intent that everyone leaks unconsciously. Intent were one's thoughts that were created from their will. Depending on one's strength of will, aka willpower, they could manifest their intent. In other words, intent were one's thoughts that were given a form due to one's willpower. Neo, having overwhelmingly strong intent, could talk by projecting his thoughts outward. He didn't have a mouth, but he was emitting his thoughts, intent, and others absorbed that intent and understood what he was saying. It was a primitive form of telepathy. The shadow felt absurd. Neo learned flow as soon as he understood that he was talking with intent. Aren't you worried I'll unlock flow too, now that I know how it works? The shadow questioned. His tone was sharp and laced with mockery. Neo's glowing form remained unshaken. You can't use flow, he replied evenly. Even I could barely unlock it, and you aren't a 100% copy of mine. Your talent is worse than mine. There is no way you can learn it as quickly as I did. The shadow's face twisted at the blatant insult. His crimson eyes glowed faintly. No one could stop their thoughts. In other words, everyone is projecting their intent outward at all times. Since it was an unconscious action, the intent projected outward was very weak. That's why others could not read that intent. Because it was weak. However, this was how flow worked. One needed to read the intent of their opponents. The Shadow's thought aimed at Neo created intent about Neo. Even if Neo couldn't read all of its intent, he could read the intent directed at himself. This allowed him to read the Shadow's thoughts and know how it was going to attack. To be honest, I don't think I would have been able to read others' intent so easily, Neo said. He added, but since you are my copy, the intent you create is quite similar to mine. That's why I could read your intent easily, and it helped me understand how flow of battle works. Don't joke with me. The Shadow glared at him. You learned just one technique. So what if you can predict my attacks? You still can't defeat me. Neo ignored the Shadow's actions and tightened his grip on the hilt. I don't need to waste my time anymore since I learned what I had been trying to learn by fighting with you. I'll end this fight now. The Shadow pounced on him. In response, Neo raised his sword. Divine Swordsmanship 8 Form. Chapter 268. How Flow of Battle Works 101. 5 minutes earlier, Neo and his Shadow were locked in high-speed combat. While the Shadow continued to press its advantage, Neo's mind was focused on something else. I still can't understand it. Why can we talk without having a mouth or a body? He tried to think hard for a solution. Eventually, he noticed something. The Shadow's voice is the same as mine. How am I hearing it without having ears? How can I see without having eyes? His bloodline and elemental affinities were bonded to his soul. It made sense how he could use them without a body. But his physical senses were different. The answer was obvious when he thought about it. I can't see or hear or talk. Then what is this right now? How am I perceiving my surroundings? Neo hadn't realized it, but he was entering a state of enlightenment. It was true Neo had mediocre talent. For someone like him, enlightenment was something he could never hope to achieve even once. But Neo had a unique advantage. He had lived long, far longer than one could imagine. The experience he gained from having thousands of years' worth of memory taught him a lot. His enlightenment wasn't born out of overflowing talent. It was the fruit of his wisdom and efforts. Let's think of it step by step. How do I talk without a mouth? His thoughts continued to churn. Despite being locked in a death battle, Neo was focused entirely on his enlightenment. The answer came to him in a flash. Intent. Intent was the only field where he had talent. After all, he had overwhelmingly strong willpower. I can talk to elementals with intent. I don't need to use my mouth for it. People spoke incantations to talk with elementals, but it was to strengthen their intents. Those with strong intent, like Neo or Zeus, could use incantations without saying them out loud. This technique was called chantless incantations. It involved projecting one's intent outward and communicating with elementals. So my Shadow and I've been talking with intent. But what about my other senses? Why can I hear the clashes of our swords and see the Shadow take a stance? Is it because of intent too? It was as if Neo's body was on autopilot. Neo continued to fight the Shadow while analyzing intent. He tried to delve deeper and focused on his surroundings. And, what is this? The moment he understood he was talking thanks to intent, he realized another fact. All of his senses were working by perceiving intent of his surroundings. To Neo, it was as if a new world had opened up. Everything has intent. The sword, the ground, even sounds. They all have intent. He had been short-sighted, thinking only living beings could have intent. I thought the abilities born out of intent manipulation were limited because I had a powerful intent and there wasn't much I could do with it. He had wrong. Very wrong. There is more to intent. A smile played on Neo's lips. Finding the answers he had been searching for months made him happy. Neo finally focused on the Shadow. He could see countless intents the Shadow was emitting. His desperation, fear, anger. All of its emotions were clear to Neo. This is what intent can do. He tuned out the unnecessary intent he was absorbing from the Shadow and focused on the intent that contained the Shadow's thoughts about Neo. Instantly, he saw countless lines originating from the Shadow and landing on different parts of his body. These are the attack paths the Shadow is thinking of using to attack me. Intent allowed Neo to read the Shadow's thoughts. He dodged the Shadow's attack and murmured, "So this is flow of battle." Neo realized one thing. Flow of battle was a small part of what Intent could do. According to Cain, flow of battle allowed one to predict their opponent's attacks. But Neo could also see his opponent's thoughts and emotions. Unlike others who gained enlightenment due to their talent and didn't understand how their abilities worked, Neo's enlightenment came from his experience. He understood everything about the flow of battle technique because he had learned it from the scratch. After talking a bit with the Shadow, Neo decided to end things. Divine swordsmanship, 8 form. Suddenly, Neo stopped. He lowered his sword. "Never mind. It's a waste to make you the first person who would experience Cain's 8th technique," Neo said. "I want it to be someone who deserves this technique, not low-level monsters I can defeat easily." His words gave the Shadow a pause. The monster's face contorted. "How dare you? How dare you call me a low-level monster?" The Shadow pounced on Neo, but he dodged the monster easily. The ease with which Neo dodged the attacks made it seem as if he was predicting the Shadow's attack. "I am you. A Shadow knows the original better than themselves. If you can use that technique, then I can too." The Shadow dug into its memories. Due to having a high synchronization with Neo, it had a lot of Neo's experiences and memories. "I can gain enlightenment if I use his memories and experiences," the Shadow thought. "I wouldn't recommend looking into my memories." "Ha ha ha, you are trying to stop me from gaining enlightenment. Don't try to hide the good stuff, Neo." The Shadow stopped speaking, and it froze. Silence. A few seconds later, the Shadow started to laugh. Then it cried. "Watery thessa memories we are etheriso many memrois I cannot bear so much." The Shadow hit its head on the floor repeatedly, laughing, crying, and shouting. It threw the sword away and started to claw at its throat. "That's why I told you to not peek into my memories," Neo said. "Your synchronization with me isn't 100%. That means your willpower isn't as strong as mine. There is no way you can stay sane after seeing all of my memories with weak willpower." Chapter 269. The Life of Neo Hargraves. Neo had huge amount of memories, the hundreds of years of his own lives, the thousands of people whom he purified with his blessing and gained their memories, and lastly, the 4th vision of Sphinx where he spent eternity. The memories of eternity were sealed by his mother, but the emotions he felt during those countless years were not sealed. Despair, hollowness, fear, grudges, insanity, love, ambition. Everything Neo gained during the eternity was still with him. The Shadow saw everything at once when it looked into Neo's memories. Its foolish actions tore apart its sanity. "Identwn talaviha teliving sami on kilema plisa please spilia seplia skillem." The Shadow screamed. Before Neo could do anything, the Shadow exploded, having killed itself. Neo stared at the remains of the Shadow. Shaking his head, he devoured it. The memories of Neo Hargraves poured into Neo. He was born to 2 humans who didn't awaken their demigod lineage, and he had an older brother. Unlike Neo Hargraves, who had a healthy physique like his mother, Henry Hargraves had a very weak body. It led him to develop an inferiority complex against Neo. The relationship between the brothers had been strained since childhood. Neo Hargraves didn't pay much attention to it. He was content with his life. The Hargraves family was a subclan of the Hephaestus clan. The High God clan treated his family nicely even though they didn't have any demigods in their lineage. Neo Hargraves had been happy, but everything changed during the Centennial Tournament. As an event that happened once in a century, it was highly celebrated, and almost every member of the Hephaestus clan participated in it. The day, which should have been one of the happiest of Neo's life, was torn apart when the sky shattered and thousands of eyes poured out of broken sky. A storm brewed in the skies above the arena, turning daylight into an ominous twilight. The crowd's cheers turned to screams as grotesque monsters descended. They were a mass of writhing eyes that seemed to pierce through souls. Just looking at the grotesque monster made Neo Hargraves' eyes burst, and he was turned into a cripple. Neo Hargraves thought he would die. The only thing he remembered was his mother's voice telling him everything would be okay. His parents left saying they would do something about the monster. They never returned. Only Neo Hargraves and his older brother Henry Hargraves were left. Brother. Mom and Dad. Hick. Where are they? Neo Hargraves remembered crying in his brother's embrace. Both of them hid under the wreckage, praying the Thousand-Eye Abomination wouldn't find them. I'll go and look for Mom and Dad. It has been hours since they went out and didn't return. The little Henry had said to Neo, "Don't go. I'm afraid." Neo kept the words he wanted to say in his heart. He understood it. His brother hated him, and now Neo was a cripple who could die at any moment. He was a burden. Instead of sticking with Neo, it was better for Henry to escape alone. "Hey, what are you thinking?" Henry had flicked Neo's forehead. "There is no way I will leave my little brother alone and escape myself." Henry understood Neo was afraid, and he decided to stay with Neo instead of searching for their parents. The last thing Neo Hargraves remembered was his weak-willed big brother saying he would protect Neo. When Neo woke up, a week had passed since the incident. They called it the Void Window Number 8477 incident. The complete Hephaestus clan was annihilated. The only survivors were Neo and Henry Hargraves. The change hit Neo hard. The little child couldn't even cry. He would have killed himself to escape the nightmares of the Thousand-Eye Monster if not for Henry, who had matured from the incident, being with him. Fortunately, there was a blessing in disguise. The inheritance of the Hephaestus clan was divided between Neo, Henry, and a few remaining members of the Hephaestus clan who didn't attend the tournament and thus managed to survive. Henry used the settlement money to start a new business, and he made it into one of the biggest business empires within one generation. There were a lot of hurdles Henry had to face. During those times, Neo was assassinated without Henry's knowledge. But a new Neo replaced him. The assassination happened again. Another new Neo replaced him. It repeated several times until the Neo who died to a zombie transmigrated into the body of Neo Hargraves. Shadow. Awakening progress. 32/33, 33 of 33. So this is what everything was about. Neo massaged his head. Gaining the memories allowed him to understand a lot of things. Every time he was assassinated, the seal on one of his previous life's memories would break. The broken seal would dissolve into raw energy and revitalize Neo's damaged body and soul. The breaking of seals healing my injuries is too good to be a coincidence. The only reason I can think of is King Morgan making the seals this way. The more Neo thought about it, the more ridiculous it became. There were never different people transmigrating into Neo Hargrave's body. All of them were my previous lives selves whose memories got mixed up with other lives, and they started to think they were different people. Neo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was really ridiculous. And here I was thinking I needed to make sure Henry didn't realize I had hijacked his brother's body when I first transmigrated. Though there is still something I don't understand. How can someone assassinate me multiple times in my own house? There is no way a normal assassin can fool Henry's senses multiple times and assassinate me without getting caught. Neo thought of a culprit candidate but immediately shook his head. There is no way he can be the assassin. Just as he finished his contemplation, a new power exploded from within his core. He could feel his shadow affinity successfully awakening. It allowed Neo to sense the giant presence that was looking down at his trial. Looked enough? He stared at the sky. The entity smiled and snapped, creating a door for Neo to leave the trial. "Before I go, there is something I want to ask you," Neo said to the entity. "Why didn't my shadows appear inside shadow windows?" Neo would have never needed to enter the shadow world if his shadows manifested in windows. Chapter 270. Failed Gamble. Neo felt as if the entity in the sky was chuckling. The sky seemed to ripple like waves in a midnight sea. The entity above snapped its fingers, and a doll appeared before Neo. She bowed. Her porcelain face was devoid of emotion, and her movements were unnaturally smooth. "I'm number 23, one of the gatekeepers of the shadow world," the doll said, her voice soft but carrying an unsettling echo. "I will be answering you on behalf of the Supreme." I thought the Shadow Supreme wouldn't bother answering me. The Shadow Supreme is a generous ruler. He is happy to answer the warriors who show a worthy performance to him, she said. Neo clicked his tongue in irritation. In the end, he was just an entertainer to the Shadow Supreme. So what's the reason? Why didn't my shadow appear inside shadow windows? Because the Supreme stopped your shadows from appearing inside the shadow window. Her words made Neo freeze. The doll continued speaking. Her unblinking were eyes fixed on him. The Supreme wanted to know what had become of the cursed bloodline. That's why he stopped your shadows from leaving. He knew you would come to this world to find your shadows, and it would allow the Shadow Supreme to meet you. What? Neo's mind spun. He didn't understand why a Supreme would bother with a human from a non-elemental world. Supremes ruled over elemental worlds. They were existences beyond gods. Your bloodline is unique, the doll said. Of course, the Shadow Supreme could meet your shadow to see what was happening with your bloodline. But he wanted to meet the original Neo Hargraves, not a shadow. Neo frowned. I need to think calmly. She said a lot of things I don't understand. His thoughts churned. Cursed bloodline? Does this mean something is wrong with my bloodline? Before Neo could say anything, the doll opened her mouth, her voice final. We've answered everything. You can leave now. She snapped her fingers, and the world around him twisted. Neo felt a shift, and suddenly he was standing next to a giant tree, the Typhaeon's core. They teleported me out of the Shadow Awakening trial without answering all of my questions. Frustration burned in his chest. Shaking his head, he focused inwards. The chaotic energy around him pulsed, responding to his intent. I've awakened Shadow Affinity. Let's try it. The Shadow element allowed the user to mimic other elements. The level of mimicry depended on the user's understanding of the mimicked element. I should try to mimic an element that I don't have an affinity with but have a high understanding of it. It would be. Black light surged from Neo's palm. It was faint but stable. Mimicked holy element. I can use it. Being attacked by holy element too many times had allowed him to gain a little understanding about it. Needless to say, Neo's mimicked holy element was weak. He had only a little understanding of the holy element, but it would change after he practiced more. This confirms the Shadow Element Awakening has completed. A smile spread on his face. He stopped using the mimicked holy element and activated the Essence Breath spell. The mimicked divine energy in the surroundings, previously poisonous, now flowed into Neo's core. Thanks to his awakening, the mimicked divine energy was no longer harmful to him. His core was filling at a swift pace. Suddenly, Neo felt something change inside him. Essence Breath spell. Rank, Tremor. Mastery. Apprentice, Adept. A vortex formed around him, swirling violently as mimicked divine energy poured into his body without pause. The air hummed and the ground beneath him cracked under the sheer force of the pull. Neo's ability to drain the divine energy from the surroundings had grown multiple times as soon as the spell's mastery ranked up. When his divine energy reserves reached a sufficient level, he activated the third stage of his blessing. Regeneration. Bones began to materialize within the humanoid figure of lightning that was his body. The structure formed rapidly, joints snapping into place, ribs aligning perfectly. Organs followed, glowing faintly as they took shape. Then muscles wrapped around the bones like woven cords. Nerves branched out like veins of light, connecting everything, and finally, skin enveloped it all, restoring Neo's appearance. Neo gasped, his chest rising and falling as he took his first breath with a fully regenerated body. Holy fuck, that felt terrible, he muttered. He moved his limbs experimentally, flexing his fingers and rotating his shoulders. A frown formed on his face. Damn it, it seems like this isn't counted as a proper resurrection. I'm still dead. His heart was beating, and blood flowed through his veins, but it was all sustained by the third stage of his blessing. Neo could feel that his bodily functions would stop if he were to cut the supply of his blessing. Body and soul are usually fused into each other, he muttered. But right now, I'm forcing my soul to stay inside my body. They are not fused. Maybe I need to awaken the third stage fully for it. Neo clicked his tongue. He had gambled everything on this attempt and lost. Fuck. Looks like I'm going into the underworld. The pull of death grew stronger, like an invisible chain tightening around his soul. He had been forcing himself to stay alive for almost an hour, but his limits were rapidly approaching. Then the world shifted, the energy vortex collapsed, and his surroundings changed abruptly. Neo found himself beneath a dark sky, where 3 giant eyes loomed overhead, each radiating a cold and oppressive gaze. The air was thick with dark energy, heavy and suffocating. This is... Neo frowned, scanning his surroundings. Blackened ground stretched endlessly, broken by jagged spires of obsidian that glowed faintly with crimson cracks. I'm in the underworld. It was the underworld he knew, yet it was somehow different. A nagging feeling told him he wasn't in his underworld he knew. But the truth before his eyes was different. Where am I? He muttered. He should have appeared inside the deep hole filled with life energy, the one that had trapped him during his last visit. As he prepared to move, he felt something shift within his clothes. How did these flags get into my pocket? The clothes he wore were given to him by the underworld, starkly different from the ones he had worn in the world of the living. Yet the flags were unmistakably familiar. Barbados had given them to him, and Neo had. These flags should have been destroyed when Zeus pulverized my body. He paused, and the realization dawned on him. I guess they're bonded to my soul. That's why they always appear next to me. Neo's hand tightened around the 4th flag. His heart pounded, and a mix of anxiety and anticipation coursed through him. He had been planning to ask Barbados to give him new flag and flag posts, but this was better. I hope this works. The reason he had been enduring hell and worse was to complete the 4th trial of Barbados. Surpass yourself. That was the 4th trial. I'll be fucking pissed if Awakening Shadow Element wasn't the 4th trial, Neo thought grimly. He prepared to insert the flag into the post. Chapter 271. SSS Rank. Faryab, Afghanistan, Shadow World. Perses, the Titan of Destruction, lay sprawled at the bottom of a massive crater. The jagged walls towered above him. His bruised and battered body glistened faintly under the dim sky. Thick, dark clouds churned above, crackling occasionally with streaks of violent lightning, casting eerie shadows across the barren wasteland. He stared upward, his vision unfocused, lost in a daze. A faint buzzing broke the silence. His device was ringing. With a groan, he picked it up and held it to his ear. Perses? Seeing as how you picked up the call, I guess your fight with Gaia ended. Kronos' voice came through. Perses said nothing. Don't think about it too much. It was obvious you would lose. Why? Gaia is SSS rank. I'm not asking about her rank. Perses interrupted. I'm asking why did this happen? The question hung in the air for a moment before Perses continued in a bitter voice. Gaia is always in a semi-synchronized state with the world core. She does that to stop the world from causing natural disasters and wiping out humanity. His words carried an edge of frustration. She can't exert strength beyond that of an S-rank awakener due to it. That's why I came to fight her. I knew I could defeat her. But why the hell did she suddenly go all out? It's not like I was trying to kill her. There was a pause before Kronos spoke. Sunshine has disappeared. The sentence snapped Perses out of his daze like a bucket of ice water. His eyes widened, and his grip on the device tightened. Sunshine disappeared? Yes, Kronos confirmed. Doesn't that mean? Neo Hargraves killed Sunshine, and probably Apollo too. Crazy guy, Perses muttered, rubbing a hand over his bruised forehead. The Awakener Association treated their members like family, and Apollo, the youngest among them, was doted on excessively. The thought of Gaia snapping because she believed Neo had killed Apollo suddenly made sense. She hadn't gone all out because she thought Zeus would protect Apollo, Kronos continued. But now that she has done it, we need to move too. Perses gritted his teeth, understanding Kronos's implications. With Gaia stopping her continuous synchronization with the world core, the balance she maintained would shatter. The world core would soon begin its rampage, unleashing thunderstorms, tsunamis, and earthquakes across Earth. Use the space-time cube to teleport awakeners to. Kronos began listing the locations of major cities that would be hit by disasters. Perses needed to send awakeners there and start rescue operations. After delivering his instructions, Kronos hung up. Perses stared at the device. It wasn't hard to guess how Kronos knew the locations of the impending disasters. He must have regressed, Perses muttered bitterly. Damned monsters. Does it make sense that he can time travel so easily? He clenched his fists with a frustrated expression. That Gaia too. It's too absurd to think she's the one responsible for stopping natural disasters from destroying humanity. The understanding of it all made him sigh heavily. SSS rankers were on an entirely different level. They were gods in the skin of humans. Gap of dimensions between Shadow World and Earth Dimension. We don't have much time to waste on you, said a number 22, her voice cold and mechanical. The doll's polished porcelain face was eerily expressionless as she addressed Jack. Tell us what reward you want, and the Shadow Supreme shall grant it. Then you shall leave. Jack clenched his fists, trembling with barely contained rage. His brindled anger blazed behind his sharp glare as he stared at the gatekeeper. He attempted to summon his legion, but no matter how hard he tried, his abilities refused to activate. It is useless, the doll stated, her tone devoid of empathy. Now tell us your wish. Fine. Jack ground his teeth. His jaw tightened as he spat his demand. Send me back to the same Shadow World and allow me and Neo to leave that world whenever we want. That's my wish. Silence. The doll was surprised by his demand. She spoke a few seconds later. Are you sure you want to waste your wish on such a meager reward? Her tone was devoid of warmth, yet her words carried a faint echo of curiosity. We know your world is destroyed, but you don't need to worry about your life. As we've said, the Shadow Supreme is a generous ruler. He won't send you to a destroyed world, but instead to a different one, where life still remains. You should ask for a different reward. I've said what kind of reward I want. Jack's voice was sharp, cutting through the doll's offer. Neo could have asked for the same reward, but Jack knew he wouldn't. Neo decided to stay behind, he thought bitterly. He would definitely ask for his shadow element to awaken, so he can survive by using mimicked divine energy. Are you sure? The doll pressed. The Shadow Supreme has been generous in giving you a passing grade on the disastrous result you've shown in the Shadow Trial. If you think we would be generous again and allow you to ask for a second wish, then you are sorely mistaken. Yes, I've decided on my wish, Jack said firmly with clenched fists. Very well. Your wish shall be granted. The doll raised her porcelain hand and snapped her fingers. A dark doorway formed from the surrounding shadows, its edges crackling with faint tendrils of dark energy. Jack stared at it for a moment before stepping through. The oppressive atmosphere of the gap of dimensions vanished, replaced by the thick, stifling air of the shadow world. Jack's surroundings materialized, and he found himself standing next to Typhaon's core, the spot where he had initially left the shadow world. A long sigh escaped Jack's lips. His tense shoulders relaxed slightly. That was scary, he muttered, running a hand through his hair. I was worried the Shadow Supreme might kill me for shouting at him. He smiled bitterly and scanned the area. Where is that damn team leader of mine? He grumbled. His irritation was evident as his eyes darted around. I'm going to give him an earful this time. Why the hell did he stay here without telling me what was happening? Jack's complaints were cut short as he sensed a terrifying presence rapidly approaching. The air grew colder, and an oppressive force bore down on him, making it hard to breathe. A figure landed in front of him with a thunderous impact, shaking the ground beneath his feet. The sheer force of her arrival sent cracks spidering through the earth. You must be Jack Hanma, the woman said coldly. Her emerald-green eyes burned with intensity as she stared him down. Her movements were precise, almost too smooth to be natural. Jack's breath hitched as he realized who she was. She was Gaia. Her mere presence exuded overwhelming power, her aura pressing down on him like an unrelenting tidal wave. You have 3 seconds to tell me the location of Neo Hargraves, Gaia muttered coldly. Jack's instincts screamed at him to fight or flee, but his body refused to move. Her terrifying pressure had frozen him in place, rendering him helpless against her. Chapter 272. Double breakthrough to next rank. Jack felt his body freeze. The air around him was heavy and suffocating, as though an unseen force pressed down on everything. The faint rustle of leaves in the distance was drowned out by the pounding of his own heart. There is no way she is only S-rank. Emma and Apollo had told him Gaia was an S-rank awakener, but the terror he was feeling told him she was far stronger than that. I asked you a question. Gaia's voice cut through the oppressive silence. She stopped speaking and frowned, turning towards Typhaon's core. The towering tree pulsated faintly with an eerie green glow. Typhaon is asleep? She placed her hand on the tree's trunk. What did you and Neo Hargraves do to Typhaon? Neo handled it just as he said he would. Jack's voice quivered. He struggled to speak due to the overwhelming pressure of Gaia. She reined in her pressure, and the oppressive atmosphere lightened, allowing Jack a breather. The breeze returned, carrying with it the faint scent of charred wood and damp earth. A few moments later, Zeus arrived, carrying Apollo in his arms. Both of them had been healed by Gaia before she met Jack. The air grew tense once again as Zeus stared at Jack with a stern gaze, while Apollo remained unconscious. Gaia closed her eyes, her focus entirely on analyzing Typhaon's condition. Her presence, even subdued, felt like a tempest barely contained. Jack, on the other hand, had different worries. Where did Neo disappear to? Don't tell me he had a different way of leaving the shadow world and he left using it? Ha ha ha. I didn't waste my reward, right? Underworld, shadow world. Neo inserted the flag into the flag post with a soft click. I guess this counts as the trial being completed. Yes, it does. O great child of Monarch. Neo turned around when he heard the familiar voice. Barbados stood there, his form hidden by the robe that danced like black flames. The Grim Reaper's familiar appearance brought a smile to Neo's face, but it quickly vanished as Neo sensed something. He frowned. You are just a projection, not the real Barbados. Indeed, it is something akin to a hologram, Barbados said. He was surprised Neo noticed it so quickly. It seems you have progressed quite a bit on the path of intent, Barbados said. The hologram in front of Neo's eyes was made of intent. It was supposed to manifest when he completed the 4th trial. So what was the 4th trial about? Neo asked. I've completed it, but I still don't understand what it was supposed to teach me. Barbados looked at Neo with a serious gaze. The trial was to surpass yourself. You had to gain an achievement unique to yourself. Although Barbados didn't say it, he was surprised when he looked at Neo's condition. Adept mastery in intent. A never-before-seen concept of death. And he managed to gain the memories of all his previous lives. Barbados bowed. I'm deeply honored to witness such achievements. O great child of Monarch. You've surpassed our expectations. Neo rejected his bloodline's concept of impartial death and gained a new, unique concept. To add upon it, for the first time, he had managed to sustain the memories of his previous lives completely. Just one of the two would have been enough for him to complete the 4th trial. That was the 4th trial. Neo had to achieve something that distinguished him as Neo, something that proved he was more than just the son of Hades. Barbados raised his head and looked Neo in the eye. O great child of Monarch, there is a lot we want to say. However, this intent projection cannot last for long. We will be direct. Please pardon us, Barbados said. His tone carried the sense of urgency. This is the underworld of the shadow world. Even though you are in the past, you can use the Soul Hunter badge you were given for your 5th trial. The 5th trial is to become a Grim Reaper and go through ennoblement. Please visit Grand Duchess Paimon when you have time. She will help you hide that you are from the future. Before Neo could interject, Barbados continued. Grand Duchess Paimon will be in the mansion you've met her the first time. With those final words, the hologram of Barbados flickered and disappeared, leaving Neo stunned. The oppressive quiet of the underworld pressed in around him. How the fuck did he know I'm in the past? Neo's thoughts raced. While Barbados could have guessed he had entered the shadow world, there was no plausible explanation for how he knew Neo had gone to a past world. Confused, Neo massaged the bridge of his nose. Let's just do things one by one, he muttered to himself. He began searching for a quiet place to gather his thoughts. The dense forest was filled with towering, twisted trees, their branches forming grotesque shapes that cast long, shifting shadows. After an hour of wandering, Neo found a hollow area inside one of the massive trees. The hollow was spacious, its walls glowing faintly with an unnatural green luminescence that seemed to pulse in time with his breathing. Neo entered and sat cross-legged in the center. It's time I made my breakthrough, he said. Focusing inward, Neo brought up his status screen. Mind Invasion, Grade 5 Awakened, Progress 100%. Eternal, Grade 5 Mythic, Progress 100%. The battle with Zeus had pushed his progress to its limit. It was good news. He could finally rank up. Neo closed his eyes, calming his breaths as the world around him seemed to still. The air trembled, and the mimicked divine energy of the underworld surged toward him, forming a swirling vortex. His core began to glow faintly, resonating with the rhythmic thrum of his heartbeat. Hours passed in this state, the tension in the air growing thicker with each moment. Suddenly, a crackling sound echoed within him, like glass shattering under immense pressure. Neo's aura surged, the light of his core intensifying. His blood began to glow with a faint golden hue as a fierce wind rippled outward, rustling the leaves far above. When he opened his eyes, they glowed sharp and bright, filled with immense power. I've completed the breakthrough, he said. Neo's body felt weightless, yet every fiber of his being hummed with immense strength. Status, he called out. The screen materialized before him. Chapter 273, Meeting an Old Friend. Neo Hargraves. Rank, Grade 4 Mythic. Divine Energy Purity. Grade 5 Empyrean. Stats. Strength, 226. Speed, 241. Dexterity, 236. Constitution, 220. Luck 0. Affinity, Death, Shadow, Darkness, Void, Water, Time. Magic spells, Necrotic Touch, Ocean's Embrace, Essence Breath, Rewind Enchantment, Black Dawn of Despair. Incantations, O Death, be my hands, crush my enemies. O Death, become my blade. Trait, Bloodline Trait, Monarch of Death. Fragmented Trait, Mind Invasion. Quest, Complete Barbados Training, Part 1, completed April 5th. Find a way to assimilate the Mind Invasion trait fragmented into yourself permanently. End of the world quest line. My divine energy purity jumped to Empyrean rank, Neo muttered. It must have been because both of my traits ranked up at once. Mind Invasion, Grade 4 Awakened, Progress, 0%. Eternal, Grade 4 Mythic, Progress, 0%. Neo checked the changes in his status. Death, Mastery, Expert, Lowest. Concept, Eternal Sleep. Darkness, Mastery, Adept, Peak. Concept Progress, 60%. Shadow, Mastery, Apprentice, High. Time, Mastery, Apprentice, Peak. Water, Mastery, Apprentice, High. These masteries are more or less as I expected, Neo muttered. H's understanding of shadow element had been high, especially because he was living in a 100% synchronization shadow world for past 9 months. As soon as he awakened shadow element, his mastery jumped to high apprentice instantly. Neo was analyzing his status when a sudden presence disrupted his focus. Peeking out of the hollow, his eyes widened. Familiar figures emerged from the shadows. Their movements were stiff yet menacing. You saw my face. You saw my face. I'll kill you, one of them shrieked. They followed me into the underworld? Neo muttered, unsure whether to be impressed or frustrated. The army of statue-like monsters advanced toward him, their stone forms grinding ominously. Neo sighed, raising his hand lazily. Before they could take another step, he snapped his fingers. A wave of death energy rippled outward, spreading like a dark tide. The oppressive silence of the underworld deepened as the wave consumed everything in its path. The statue monsters crumbled into dust a split second later. Their stone forms disintegrated under the wave of Neo's death energy without being able to put up any resistance. Neo exhaled slowly, glancing at the remains before walking away. After wandering for hours, Neo encountered several intelligent monsters, denizens of the underworld. These beings, unlike the mindless monsters, possessed awareness and were capable of communication. Talking with them confirmed Neo's suspicions. He was indeed in the underworld of the past. This is weird. Gods appeared after the apocalypse, and Dad hasn't shown up yet, Neo murmured to himself, his voice carrying through the still air. He frowned. Then who's managing the underworld? Eventually, Neo entered a town. A grim, shadowed place filled with spectral figures and Gothic architecture. The streets were dimly lit by flickering green torches, and whispers filled the air, blending with the mournful wails of the damned. The oppressive atmosphere was almost suffocating, but to Neo it was refreshing. His first destination was the Soul Hunter building, a tall, foreboding structure with jagged spires piercing the ever-dark sky. Inside, the place was bustling with activity. Transparent souls floated through the hall and monsters formed lines before the reception. Neo approached the reception desk, where a small, floating skull hovered behind a ledger. The skull turned to face him, its hollow eyes glowing faintly. "You are a new face," it said. "Yeah, I came from the eastern side." Neo spouted the first random bullshit that came to his mind. He took out his Soul Hunter badge and showed it to the skull. It confirmed the badge was real and opened its mouth. "You're here for information, I assume?" it rasped. After a brief exchange, Neo learned the requirements for becoming a Grim Reaper. You have to reach highest Soul Hunter rank, capture 100,000 souls, and reach expert mastery in death, darkness, shadow, holy, light, or life element. You'll also need a recommendation letter from a Grim Reaper, the skull said with an unnerving cackle. Neo froze, his expression blank. "What?" he muttered, his voice barely audible. What the fuck did he mean Neo had to capture 100,000 souls? That was 6 too many zeros. These requirements were too much. His frustration was clear as he massaged his brows. "These requirements are ridiculous," he grumbled under his breath. "The 5th trial might be easy in theory, but it's going to take forever." Before leaving, Neo asked another question. "Who is the current ruler of the underworld?" The skull paused, then tilted slightly, somehow managing to raise its non-existent brows. "Our ruler is the great Monarch Hades." "Why are you asking such an obvious question?" Neo maintained his composure. "No reason." Outside, Neo walked through the shadowy streets, his expression calm, though his thoughts were anything but. So Dad is the current ruler of the underworld. Was he a god even before the apocalypse arrived? Lost in thought, Neo didn't notice the boy blocking his path until he nearly bumped into him. "Please wait," the boy said. Neo stopped, his eyes narrowing as he took in the boy's appearance. His face was bruised, his clothes torn and dirted. Judging by his uncorrupted aura, he was likely a human who had recently arrived in the underworld. "Master is calling for you," the boy continued. "Master?" Neo asked with a sharp gaze. "Yes, she sensed your breakthrough." "Who is your master?" "Grand Duchess of the Underworld, Paimon Lunoir, the 3rd-ranked Grim Reaper and Mistress of Darkness." The boy replied with a proud smile, clearly pleased to brag about his master. Neo's thoughts immediately turned to Barbados' earlier instructions. "Barbados told me to meet Paimon. I guess I should follow this kid." "Who are you?" Neo asked in a cautious tone. "Barbados," the boy answered with the same smile. "I recently became a Grim Reaper and received this name." Neo's eyes widened slightly before he masked his reaction. "I see. Inside, Neo wanted to sigh. So this is how Barbados' intent knew I was in the past. Because the past Barbados met me here. He glanced at the boy again. Looks like paradoxes are starting to appear. Messing with time too much is always a headache. With a resigned shake of his head, Neo gestured for the boy to lead the way. Take me to your master. Chapter 274. Paradox. Association Headquarters, Turkey, Shadow World. After the battle between Neo and the Awakener Association, which resulted in a crushing defeat for the association, time passed like a blur. Neo's actions caused a lot of changes. Awakeners all over the world were in an uproar. The news spread that an Awakener had single-handedly defeated the Awakener Association and put Typhon in a deep slumber. Pissed off Emma when Jack wasn't given any credit. As for Jack himself, he couldn't care less about the news. His focus was on searching for Neo. Neo had disappeared from the face of the world. If not for a new vision of Apollo which showed Neo fighting Typhon, Jack would have thought Neo had left the Shadow World. Since the vision confirmed Neo was still somewhere around, Jack decided to stay. He joined the Awakener Association temporarily. In the next few weeks, the Awakener Association demanded a reason from the Titans for supporting Neo during the previous battle. Kronos revealed his reason at the council meeting. I helped Neo Hargraves because my intuition told me to trust him. It was a simple yet highly irresponsible reason. Unfortunately, the Awakener Association couldn't hold him accountable as Neo was right in the end, and Kronos was the leader of Titans. Kronos was an existence they couldn't judge easily. He was one of the only 2 SSS rank Awakeners. During the same council meeting, it was decided that the fact Jack and Neo were from the future would be hidden for obvious reasons. The council also demanded Jack to explain why he had stayed behind in the past after everything ended. The world is going to end because we couldn't save the child of mana on time, Jack said. Neo and I've stayed behind because of it. A lot of Awakeners were skeptical of Jack's claim. To point out an obvious reason, if the future was destroyed, how were Jack and Neo still alive? They should have been dead because the future where they were born was destroyed. Jack, being someone who rarely paid attention in classes, didn't know how to explain the situation. His confusion was visible as he rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. At that moment, Kronos helped Jack. His friendly tone cut through the skepticism. They are alive because of paradoxes, Kronos began. Think about it, Kronos continued. If someone goes into the past and kills their grandfather, what would happen? The grandfather dies. If the grandfather dies, their grandchild is never born. If the grandchild is never born, he can't go back into the past and kill his grandfather. If the grandfather isn't killed, then the grandchild is born again, and he goes back into the past to kill his grandfather again. This is a paradox, Kronos explained, pacing slowly around the hall as his gaze met the eyes of each council member. It is a constantly changing past. Such changes cause deformities in the timeline. Kronos paused. He let the weight of his words sink in before continuing. Paradoxes can cause the timeline to break. That's why time deals with paradoxes itself. How do you suppose this happens? Time orders its servants to. Shut up, Atlas. Don't disturb me when I'm doing something important, Kronos said, giving a sharp glare to Atlas, who had been about to interject. Atlas chuckled awkwardly and looked away, avoiding Kronos' glare. There are multiple ways time can deal with a paradox, Kronos continued. I'll explain it using the grandfather-grandson example I used earlier. First option is, time destroys whatever device was allowing the grandson to go back to the past. Kronos began, his voice calm yet authoritative. Secondly, time can punish the grandson by forcing him to go through unremembrance or time slipping. Due to these, the grandson won't be able to return to the past and kill his grandfather. Third option is, the grandson is killed before he kills the grandfather. Let's say a truck kills him while he's going to the grandfather's house. This death is more of a death caused by fate rather than by time. Fourth option is, it turns out the grandson was adopted, or his mother had cheated, so killing the grandfather doesn't stop the grandson from being born and a paradox is not created. Kronos paused, scanning the room. The faint sound of shuffling feet echoed in the vast chamber as the Awakeners absorbed his words. "This is what happens with small-scale paradoxes," he added. Then his tone deepened. "But what happens if it was a large-scale paradox?" The air seemed to grow tenser as Kronos continued. "Let's say the grandfather had developed a cure for cancer. His death will affect a lot of other people, and it will become the cause of a major paradox. How does time solve it?" He allowed a moment of silence to draw attention before speaking again. "It will try to use the previous options I've mentioned. But what if those options won't work?" Kronos's eyes narrowed. Then, the council chamber seemed to hold its collective breath as he continued. "Time will use forceful changes. The grandfather will be alive even if he has been killed by the grandson. Time will achieve this by merging the constantly changing pasts where the grandfather is killed and where he is still alive because the grandson was never born." Kronos observed the expressions around him. He noted the confusion that painted most faces. "Sigh, I'll explain it in simpler terms," he said. "Time will bring the grandfather from the timeline where he was alive and put him in the timeline where the grandfather is dead." The explanation he gave was both wrong and right at the same time. Only one timeline could exist at once. In other words, two different timelines could not coexist. The appearances of paradoxes created deformities in a timeline, resulting in the branching of the timeline and causing multiple timelines to be born. However, since time didn't want multiple timelines to exist, it merged the timelines into one. This merging would cause the grandfather to exist even after he was killed. Because the grandfather was brought from the timeline where he was never killed and put into the timeline where he was killed. This type of solution is the last resort when time has no other way to solve the paradox. Chapter 275, World Time Project. Kronos shook his head when he noticed that barely anyone understood his simplified explanation. A faint smile crossed his face. He understood the mechanism of timelines because he had been nearly erased by time multiple times. The ignorance of his peers only proved they had not yet suffered at the hands of time. He wished it would remain that way. "Neo and his existence are the same," Kronos said, pointing at Jack with his chin. "They should be dead, but their deaths would cause a major paradox. Thus, to solve the paradox, time allows them to exist even though they should have been erased." Jack blinked in stupefaction. Listening to Kronos refreshed his memory, and he was able to recall the lessons he was taught at the academy. Kronos's explanation had small problems, but it was mostly correct. The absurdity of it all left Jack in shock. The knowledge that the people of the future had gained after multiple generations was only marginally better than Kronos's understanding. Jack realized that Kronos's title of Father of Time wasn't just a symbolic decoration. It was well-earned. The council meeting proceeded smoothly after Kronos's explanation. Much to Jack's relief, the council took Jack's words about the world's impending end seriously. "We need to speed up the progress of the World Time Project," Ares said. "Yes, I'm already working on it," Kronos replied without hesitation. Jack furrowed his brow. He had no idea what they were talking about, but it seemed important. He decided to wait until the council meeting ended and ask Emma for more information. "One more thing," Kronos added. "Nobody will ask about the knowledge of the future from Jack." His words were firm and left no room for objections. Asking him for knowledge of future will only cause more paradoxes to appear. It would be harmful to us. There is also a high chance fate will take harsh measures to stop us from taking advantage of future knowledge. The flickering firelight cast dancing shadows across Kronos's face, emphasizing the gravity of his warning. Around the room, the council members exchanged uneasy glances. Their expressions ranged from reluctant acceptance to grim determination. As soon as the meeting ended, Zeus approached Jack, his towering presence dominating the hallway. His piercing gaze bore into Jack as he demanded answers about Neo's whereabouts. Jack, maintaining his composure, firmly told Zeus that he didn't know where Neo was. However, Zeus's expression twisted with disbelief, which made his distrust clear. The tension between them grew thick, and the charged air was almost crackling. Zeus took a step closer, his voice lowering but carrying a dangerous edge. Their confrontation might have escalated into something far worse if not for Emma's timely interference. She stepped between the two and took Jack's side, much to Zeus' annoyance. Her calm but commanding demeanor forced Zeus to reconsider his options. Zeus reluctantly backed off, though the frustration in his eyes was clear. Despite Emma's intervention, Zeus didn't stop. He continued to approach Jack over the following days, persistently asking for any information about Neo and his father. Each conversation was as strained as the last. Zeus's suspicion never wavered. It took Jack dozens of days, countless firm denials, and a great deal of patience to finally make Zeus understand the truth. Jack knew nothing about what Zeus wanted to know. Only Neo had the answers, and they had no idea where Neo had disappeared to. After the problem with Zeus was solved, Jack was absorbed into the routine of a normal awakener working under the Awakener Association. It was not a good experience for Jack. The days in the association were long and grueling, with constant missions that pushed him to the brink of exhaustion. However, the physical strain paled in comparison to the social hostility he faced. Most of the Awakeners in the association didn't like Jack. Their disdain was palpable, from the whispered gossip behind his back to outright criticism hurled in his face. The association's crushing loss against Jack and Neo had brought immense shame to its members, and many Awakeners directed their bitterness at Jack. This resentment led to outright bullying. Jack, of course, wasn't the type to tolerate bullying, especially not when his bullies were weaker than him. Any physical confrontations ended quickly and decisively in Jack's favor. Yet, the constant hostile atmosphere at the association weighed heavily on his mind. The distrustful glances, the venomous words, and the sense of isolation created a mental burden that even Jack found difficult to bear. Eventually, Jack, now known by his alias Erebus, decided he had enough. He left the Awakener Association and joined the Titans, much to Emma's dismay. She tried to stop him, but he remained firm in their decision. The Titans, always opportunistic, didn't stop with Jack. They also managed to recruit Daniel, the brother of the late child of Mana, into their ranks. From what Jack understood, the Titans had brought Daniel aboard for the World Time Project. The World Time Project was to inscribe a giant magic circle world time spell at the Earth's poles. The purpose of the spell was to allow multiple people to travel 30 to 50 years into the past. Such extreme manipulation of time was beyond even Kronos, which was why the project required the construction of a massive magic circle to accomplish it. The process of building the world time spell was filled with challenges and tragedies. Numerous trials and errors marked its development, and the experiments involved frequent attempts to travel into the past. These experiments came at a steep cost. Many time mages, already a rare and valuable resource, lost their lives in the process. Time deaths, such as unremembrance and time slipping, were not uncommon. Even Kronos himself wasn't immune to the dangers of time deaths. This was where Daniel came in. Though Daniel's control over time was poor, he possessed very high resistance to time deaths. In simpler terms, his job was to become Kronos's experimental dummy. Time seemed to pass in a blur as everyone worked tirelessly to build a functioning society and stop the looming calamity. 39 years passed in this manner. Chapter 276. Time Skip. First appearance of Thanatos. 39 years later, Savage Expanse. The barren landscape stretched endlessly, marked by jagged cliffs and scorched earth. The air shimmered with faint traces of mana, creating a disconcerting hum that resonated in Emma's ears. Ash clouds loomed overhead and casted an ominous shadow over the thousands of Awakeners gathered below. Damn it! Emma bit her nails as her gaze darted over the assembled forces. Her brows furrowed as she scanned the faces of the Awakeners geared up for battle. Their armor glinted faintly in the dull light and they had grim expressions. Today, Typhaon would wake up. Everyone had been preparing for this day for decades. The tension in the air was palpable, broken only by the occasional clang of weapons and nervous murmurs among the Awakeners. But, do they think this is a joke? Emma hissed under her breath. Typhaon's root had been burrowing deeper each day. The father of anomalies drained the energy from the earth itself. This relentless absorption allowed it to grow at a pace far faster than any awakener could ever hope to match. This growth pace was second to none. Despite the colossal threat, Emma was the only heavy hitter in today's roster. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms as a sense of frustration surged through her. However, she knew it was no one's fault. Poseidon was with the Titans, holding back the hordes of monsters pouring out from the Bermuda Triangle. Apparently, the place had a portal connection to another planet. The planet's environment was not inhabitable for humans, and only powerful bloodthirsty monsters existed there. The monsters from there had been relentlessly invading Earth. Zeus was on the moon. The damned natural satellite had gained a mind of its own due to the evolution caused by mana. Zeus had to go there and stop it before it decided to crash into Earth and end everything. Gaia was preoccupied with the world core synchronization. It had reached its final stages, and Gaia couldn't leave it unattended. Ares and Athena were locked in combat with the Five Emperors, a rebellious group of awakeners led by 5 powerful leaders. They worshipped Typhaon and sought to sabotage the Awakener Association's efforts to defeat the monster. Today it was just Emma, Apollo, and Jack against Typhaon together with a few hundred awakeners. The other awakeners were far from Emma or Jack's level, and their job was only to deal with the minions of Typhaon. The plan was simple: hold back Typhaon until reinforcements arrived. Once Ares and Athena defeated the 5 emperors and Zeus finished his task on the moon, they would rush to the savage expanse to assist in taking down the father of anomalies. Jack, now Erebus, was a reinforcement sent by the Titans. If the Awakener Association couldn't hold their ground, more reinforcements would follow. Still, it was reckless, bordering on suicidal, to leave only Emma, Apollo, and Jack to face Typhaon. But there was no other choice. Every powerful Awakener was tied up elsewhere, fighting battles just as critical. The more I think about it, the more it pisses me off. Why is Apollo still not here? Emma's voice cut through the tense silence, making several nearby Awakeners flinch. They exchanged nervous glances and whispered amongst themselves. Hey, do something, or we'll get scolded because Sir Apollo isn't here. What am I supposed to do? Guys, just remind her Sir Erebus is coming. That might improve her mood. While they deliberated on how to pacify Emma, she suddenly raised her device and began speaking into it. Her voice was sharp and edged with irritation. Apollo, where are you? It seemed Apollo had finally picked her call. She cocked her head, her expression shifting from anger to confusion as she listened to Apollo's reply. You aren't coming? Her voice faltered, and disbelief flashed across her eyes. Neo will handle Typhaon? That guy has been missing for 4 decades. What do you mean, hey? Don't hang up. Emma's voice rose in exasperation, but the line went dead before she could say more. Her hands trembled as she lowered the device, her face contorted in fury. The other Awakeners took a cautious step back. It's all that bastard's fault, she muttered through clenched teeth, her tone laced with venom. Apollo had changed after his defeat by Neo 39 years ago. Emma had no idea what Neo had told Apollo, but it changed Apollo. From a disciplined warrior who did what was necessary, he had turned into a deadbeat who did only what he wanted to do. And now, of all times, he had chosen to be unreliable. He was busy partying at this moment? I don't understand. Why is everyone always Neo this, Neo that? Even Jack pays more attention to him than me. Emma's words came to an abrupt halt as a violent tremor shook the ground beneath her. The barren expanse quaked. Dust rose in chaotic swirls as cracks spiderwebbed across the terrain. The Awakeners began shouting in alarm. Typhaon is waking up. Shit. It's earlier than the estimated time. Our guys are still not fully geared up. Emma's expression darkened and her lips were pressed into a thin line. The ground beneath her boots vibrated with ominous intent, and a deep sense of foreboding settled in her chest. She reached out to summon her darkness powers, but a sudden, crushing pressure crashed down upon her like a tidal wave. Her knees buckled. A ripple of agony spread through the ranks of Awakeners. Most collapsed and became unconscious. The few who managed to remain standing retched violently. Their faces were pale and drenched with sweat. The forest around them groaned as if alive. Trees twisted grotesquely. Their bark split to reveal monstrous faces and limbs. The ground cracked open, releasing swarms of hideous creatures that clawed their way to the surface. Shit! Emma's mind raced as adrenaline surged through her. This feeling. Typhaon's strength is far higher than the predictions. She recalled Gaia's briefing. Typhaon's root system absorbed energy from the earth, allowing it to grow at a terrifying pace unmatched by any awakener. Call for reinforcements. Emma barked the orders. Her voice rose above the chaos. This isn't something we can handle with our current numbers. Go. I'll buy time for you guys. There is no need for that. The calm voice cut through her shout like a blade through the haze of panic. A figure wearing tattered black robes stepped forward. His appearance was detached and almost surreal amidst the chaos. Unlike everyone else on the battlefield, he seemed entirely unaffected by Typhaon's overwhelming presence. Emma turned to him. Her eyes narrowed. Who are you? The figure tilted his head slightly. His face was obscured by the shadows of his hood. It was as if darkness itself masked his features, making them impossible to discern. Yet his voice was strangely familiar. Gaia sent me, he replied evenly. My code name is. He hesitated, his posture stiffening slightly as if embarrassed. Then, through gritted teeth, he added, Thanatos. Emma's eyes widened in shock. She wasn't aware the Awakener Association had someone like him in their ranks. But she kept her doubts to herself. Rumors about Gaia's so-called knight had circulated within the association for years. They went like this. A knight protected Gaia from the shadows, and he killed without fail whenever Gaia commanded it. Gaia never confirmed or denied these rumors and allowed them to fester in ambiguity. Chapter 277. Time skip. First appearance of Thanatos. 2. Gaia must have told him to intervene if Typhaon proved too much to handle. Okay, Emma said cautiously. The two of us should be able to hold back Typhaon until reinforcements arrive. I don't need reinforcements. Thanatos interrupted her, unsheathing a black blade that radiated an eerie, consuming aura. The moment he slashed, a wave of destruction rippled outward. Typhaon's minions, who had almost reached the Awakener's position, were bisected in a single strike. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the battlefield. Everyone, retreat, Thanatos commanded. His voice was as cold and sharp as his blade. Gaia has sent me to deal with Typhaon. Before anyone could react, he raised his sword again and swung downward. The sheer force of the strike obliterated everything in its path, carving a direct route to Typhaon's core. As he walked forward, one of the Awakeners whispered shakily, That black sword. Isn't it the one Sir Apollo told us to watch out for? Emma's heart skipped a beat. Her gaze snapped to the weapon in Thanatos' grip, but before she could study it further, he was gone, disappearing into the haze of the battlefield. Damn it! How could I be so stupid? If his name is Thanatos, then of course it's him, Emma muttered under her breath. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet rumbled violently. All heads turned toward the source of the tremors, and they saw Thanatos thrown high into the air. Dust and debris scattered around, creating a smoky haze. Before Thanatos could retaliate, a burning tornado enveloped him. It spiraled upward like a pillar of fire and scorched the air around it. You're finally here, a booming voice roared. Standing at the source of the flames was Oni, the sovereign of flames, one of Typhaon's direct servants. His molten eyes glowed with malicious delight as he pointed a clawed hand at Thanatos. Master has told us to kill you with special attention. It's always amusing to hear a monster call another monster master. Thanatos' voice rang out from within the burning vortex, calm yet dripping with disdain. A beat later, the fiery tornado fractured. Uniform cracks appeared on the burning flames. They split into countless pieces as if cleaved by an unseen blade. The scattered flames dissipated into dying embers, revealing Thanatos standing atop a massive shadow summon in the shape of a bird. Its wings spread wide as it hovered in the ash-choked sky. Don't speak in human language, he said coldly. His gaze locked on Oni. It's disgusting. Oni flinched. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple as he processed what had just happened. His flames that no ordinary awakener could withstand, had been effortlessly cut apart. Thanatos' piercing eyes briefly flicked to the two other sovereigns lurking in the shadows. They were biding their time for the perfect moment to strike. It's not me you should be fearing, he said, his voice cutting through the air like a razor. The ground shuddered again, more violently this time, as though responding to his words. The sovereigns tensed. The tremors, which they had dismissed as the aftereffects of Typhaon's overwhelming aura, now felt different. They weren't caused by Typhaon. It was something else, something dangerous. It's him. The northern region of the savage expanse collapsed in on itself. The earth caved in as though devoured by an unseen force. A shrill, bone-chilling cry reverberated through the battlefield. And then it emerged. A monstrous worm, larger than a 15-story building and 10 times as wide, burst forth from the collapsing ground. Its segmented body gleamed with an unnatural sheen, and its circular maw was lined with thousands of razor-sharp teeth that glinted like bloodied knives. The air grew thick with the worm's bloodthirsty aura, suffocating everyone nearby. The creature let out another deafening shriek before lunging at the nearest cluster of monsters. Its colossal movements crushed the forest and the beasts beneath it, leaving a path of absolute destruction in its wake. Trees snapped like twigs, and the earth groaned under the sheer weight of its body. Emma's jaw tightened as she watched the carnage unfold. What is that thing?" one of the awakeners stammered, his voice trembling with terror. Thanatos didn't answer. His gaze remained locked on the sovereigns, his expression as cold and unyielding as the blade in his hand. "Devour them," Thanatos commanded. The worm opened its gaping maw, revealing in thousands of razor-sharp teeth. A low, guttural sound reverberated from its depths as it began to inhale. The force of its suction moved the air. The trees closest to it were the first to go. Their trunks groaned and splintered as they were uprooted and pulled into the giant worm's mouth. The soil followed next. Great chunks of earth crumbled and vanished into the worm's maw. But it didn't stop there. The very essence of the savage expanse seemed to be consumed. The worm started to devour time. Monsters and the sovereigns froze, unable to move, as the worm was eating their time. Then something astonishing happened. The monsters and the forest began to age backwards. They grew younger, and younger, and younger. Monsters howled in agony as their forms distorted and disappeared. The proud sovereigns of Typhaon could do nothing. They realized, too late, the true nature of the worm's power. It wasn't merely consuming matter. It was devouring their time. Their bodies shuddered as the horrifying process continued. The sovereigns' forms grew younger. Their features regressed with each passing second. Their mighty auras diminished. Their strength faded as they were forced backward through the sands of time. Panic flickered in their eyes, but they couldn't move. The worm's suction had them utterly paralyzed. And then they vanished. First, their physical forms dissolved into the void. Then, their very existence was erased, as if they had never been. The suction intensified, and the surrounding forest began to disappear too. Leaves grew into buds, trees shrank into saplings, and finally, the ground itself aged backward into barren wasteland. Emma and the Awakeners, standing far enough to avoid the worm's immediate attack, watched in stunned silence. The air around them felt heavy, suffused with an unnatural stillness. "What just happened?" one of the Awakeners whispered in a barely audible voice. Emma's fists clenched as she surveyed the devastation. In mere moments, the lush expanse of the savage expanse had been reduced to a desolate wasteland. The vibrant greenery, the sprawling trees, the teeming life, all of it had been devoured, leaving behind only a barren desert. At its center lay Typhaon's core. The giant tree pulsed like a beating heart, the only remnant of the once vast forest. The worm let out a final, ear-splitting cry before coiling into itself. Its body disappeared into the sands as quickly as it had emerged. Emma swallowed hard. What she had just witnessed shook her to the core. "That thing," she whispered. Her voice trembled with a mix of fear and awe. "It's beyond anything we've ever faced." The barren wasteland stretched out before them. It was a reminder of the worm's terrifying power, of Thanatos' terrifying power. Thanatos ignored the commotion of the Awakeners and commanded his shadow summon to take him to the Typhaon's core. Chapter 278. 20 hours left for the world's end. Thanatos' shadow summon landed gracefully before Typhaon's core. The bird, a massive creature formed of shifting, liquid-like shadows, dissolved seamlessly into his shadow as he stepped onto the barren ground. The air itself began to tremble. Waves of invisible energy rippled outward as Typhaon stirred. Its aura caused the space around it to distort. The giant tree at the center of the wasteland groaned and creaked, and its massive roots pulsated with pale light as it prepared to strike. Space twisted unnaturally, stretching the distance between Thanatos and Typhaon's core to near infinite. "But it's useless," Thanatos said. He killed the warped space with a casual snap of his fingers. It snapped back to normal and the distortion vanished as if the had never existed. "Stretching space is like stretching a ribbon," he muttered. "It only makes it easier to tear." The giant tree shuddered violently. The tremors caused cracks to form in the dry, brittle ground. "Why are you even trying to fight? You, of all beings, should know it's impossible for you to defeat me," Thanatos said. The immense tree seemed to recoil. Its branches curled inward as if the words had struck a nerve and made it recall unpleasant memories. For decades, Typhaon had focused on a singular goal: defeating Neo. After Neo's concept of eternal sleep had forced it into prolonged slumber, Typhaon had dedicated all its strength to breaking free. Its roots had burrowed deep into the earth, absorbing the planet's energy to accelerate its growth. With this newfound power, it had reduced its forced slumber from 30 years to just 8, a feat that once filled it with hope and pride. Yet, each time it awoke, Neo returned to force it back into slumber. The cycle had repeated for decades. The air trembled again, but this time, it carried Typhaon's intent, a raw, furious energy that lashed out like a storm. "You dare come here again." The voice was not heard, but it resonated in the minds of all present. His tone was dripped with murderous rage. "Have you not done enough by humiliating me again and again? Why do you persist? It's not as if you can kill me. It's not like I can't kill you?" Thanatos tilted his head. The corner of his mouth twitched. "Wait. I think there's been some confusion." Typhaon's branches quivered violently, its rage boiling over. "What are you trying to say, spawn of death? I haven't killed you because I wasn't sure if your death wouldn't cause irreversible damage to the earth, not because I couldn't." Typhaon froze. For the first time, it had no words. Its roots had not only been its lifeline but also the source of its power. They had formed a parasitic link with the world's core, allowing Typhaon to draw energy directly from the planet. The reason Gaia had been increasing the synchronization with the world core hastily was to cut Typhaon's link with it. What? Thanatos ignored Typhaon's confusion and glanced at the device strapped to his wrist. "It's a message from Gaia. Looks like she has cut your link with the world's core." Panic surged through Typhaon's branches. "No," Typhaon roared. "I've gained resistance to death itself after decades of your relentless tyranny. You cannot." Thanatos placed his palm the tree's trunk. Darkness. The true darkness hidden with Thanatos' shadow bloomed. "Devour." Black ink-like tendrils erupted and crawled up Typhaon's trunk with terrifying speed. Typhaon's desperate attempts to resist were useless. Monstrous creatures spawned from its bark. They tried to attack Thanatos, but the darkness swallowed them all like a tsunami. As the inky tendrils climbed higher, Typhaon let out a hysterical, grating laugh. "It's all according to the memories," it screeched in a voice filled with manic glee. "I saw it in the child of Mana's mind. I knew I would lose. It didn't matter if you were here or not. I could never win. The memories showed me my future." Typhaon's voice, filled with a mix of anguish and triumph, echoed. "But You won't win either. I've made sure you can't win. The father laughed. Its intent was filled with unshakable confidence. I did it long ago. Now, there is no way you can win. You will die. Thanatos' expression hardened. The darkness finished devouring the tree, letting out a deep, almost human-like burp before retreating into Thanatos' shadow. A series of notifications flashed. Agility +1. Strength +1. Mental resistance +1. Right-hand magic circuit +1. Partial memories acquired. I gained a whole lot of nothing. Thanatos shook his head in disappointment. Despite Typhaon's overwhelming strength, the disparity between them had been immense. Well, let's check the memories. A sharp pain tore through Thanatos' head as he attempted to access the fragments of Typhaon's mind and was rejected. A spiritual barrier, thick and impenetrable, blocked him. He gritted his teeth, forcing his will against it. His expression grew strained. Finally, he shattered the seal. "Damn it!" he muttered as he saw the memories. The seal was there to buy time. The memories were gone, destroyed. Typhaon had left behind a spiritual parasite that consumed the memories the moment Neo killed him. Worse, the parasite turned its focus on Thanatos, attempting to invade his mind after eating Typhaon's memories. Don't overestimate yourself. Thanatos obliterated the parasite with a single thought. After ensuring it was truly dead, he opened his quest window. Time remaining until world's end. 19 hours, 37 minutes, 46 seconds. His jaw tightened. The world would end in 20 hours. Despite all their efforts, the countdown hadn't slowed. Thanatos had meticulously covered every possible threat. Zeus was convincing the moon to remain in orbit. Thanatos had dealt with Typhaon. Gaia was calming the world core. The Titans were sealing the Bermuda Triangle. Ares and Athena were purging the 5 emperors. No matter what we do, the countdown still goes on. Thanatos muttered, frustration evident in his voice. Suddenly, he froze. A ripple of distortion in the air caught his attention. His eyes darted upward. "Thanatos, get back!" Emma's voice rang out. She was sprinting toward him with a panicked expression. The air above them shattered like glass, revealing a massive sphere of compressed energy. The sheer density of it made the space around it shimmer unnaturally. Thanatos' face twisted. That thing looks like it could put a hole in Ireland's map. The sphere had been hidden within a subspace maintained by Typhaon. With Typhaon's death, the subspace collapsed, and the deadly energy ball was unleashed. As if on cue, the sphere detonated, releasing an explosion of catastrophic magnitude. Thanatos, standing closest, had no time to dodge. Even if he'd been farther away, escape from its massive range would have been impossible. "Damn it!" he muttered as the searing heat began to melt his body. "I should have given some defensive intent to this body." B6, Basement, Awakener Association Headquarters, New, Turkey. Neo was in deep meditation. Suddenly, his brows twitched. His eyes snapped open and a spark of irritation flashed within them. "That bastard Typhaon left behind a nasty gift," he said. A cold metal of a coffee can touched his neck and he heard a familiar voice. "Here, take this," Gaia said casually, placing the coffee can next to him before sitting across from him. Neo glanced at her. He frowned as his eyes swept over Gaia, who was lounging comfortably in a baggy shirt that barely reached her thighs and wore nothing else. "You can wear something proper when I come here," he said. "I'll wear whatever I want in my house." Gaia scratched her belly with a yawn. Neo shook his head. The esteemed Gaia, the paragon of elegance and composure to the outside world, was a completely different person in the privacy of her home. "Anyway," Gaia said, flopping down onto the couch with a slight bounce. "What happened with Typhaon?" "My intent defeated him," Neo replied. "But the monster had left behind a powerful bomb." "Were there casualties?" she asked with slight furrowed brows. "No," Neo assured her. "I sacrificed my intent to absorb the explosion." He had used Thanatos, his intent clone, to devour the explosion with its darkness. However, the intent had overexerted itself and perished as a result. I still don't understand how that technique works. How can you create physical, tangible bodies with intent? Only Zeus and Athena can use intent, and even they can use it just for telepathy. It was a huge praise coming from Gaia, who was responsible for creating almost all techniques used by association. Even she was not able to comprehend the mechanism behind intent. Neo's eyes lit up as if he'd been waiting for this question. Gaia froze mid-sip of her coffee, realizing her mistake. "Oh no," she muttered, already regretting her curiosity. Neo leaned forward. The air demeanor shifted into that of an enthusiastic teacher. "It's normal. After all, I've created this technique myself. You see, Gaia, it's all about intent compression and manipulation. Normally, we funnel pure willpower into a specific form which creates intent and fill them with thoughts. But if you fill the intent with techniques instead of normal thoughts..." "Stop. Stop right there." Gaia held up a hand in a borderline pleading tone. "I'm too tired for one of your lectures right now." "But..." "No buts." She cut him off, sinking deeper into the couch. "Just tell me, have you managed to break the barrier separating our world and underworld?" "Not yet." He clicked his tongue when her words reminded of his current predicament. "No matter what I do, I can't go to the underworld anymore." He looked around, noticing dead souls only he could see. "It's not just me. No one can enter underworld. Dead souls, spiritual monsters, and Grim Reapers too," he muttered while holding the black badge in his hands. Chapter 279. True Despair. When even Grim Reapers can't? Gaia asked. "No." Neo looked at the black badge in his hand with complicated gaze. The badge had a scythe emblem on the front, while his name, Thanatos, was etched on the back in an ancient language. Since he had decided to hide the fact that he was from the future, following Barbado's warning, Neo needed an alias. Back then, Gaia had suggested the name Thanatos. Though he had initially found the name exaggerated, he still did. Circumstances forced him to adopt it, and it stuck. Neo shook his head again, recalling the embarrassment he felt when choosing Thanatos as his pseudonym. "This badge is given to all Grim Reapers," Neo explained to Gaia. "I got it when I became a Grim Reaper a few months ago. With this, any Grim Reaper can travel freely between the world of the living and the underworld, provided they have a valid reason." The reasons typically included hunting down spiritual monsters that had escaped from the underworld or capturing ghosts that lingered in the world of living. Unlike most Grim Reapers, Neo had the privilege of unrestricted travel between the two realms. He didn't need to submit explanations to the higher-ups to use the teleportation arrays. For a time, it had been amazing. Neo could finally leave the forest of all beginnings, cross the Blood Sea, and meet others, especially his father. But then, everything changed. Suddenly, Neo could no longer enter the underworld. His badge had stopped working. Even killing himself to access the underworld failed. And it wasn't just him. Anyone who died now wandered the earth as ghosts. For reasons unknown to him, the underworld had closed its gate to all. "It's okay. Everything will be fine," Gaia said softly. While Neo was lost in his thoughts, Gaia came closer and hugged him, gently patting his head. "Can you stop treating me like a kid?" Neo asked, exasperated. "I will when you grow a bit older." "I am old. I just don't look like it." Gaia chuckled as she saw Neo frown. She had the urge to pinch his cheek but knew it would only irritate him further. "When will Beelzebub return?" Gaia asked, changing the topic. "I've received messages about a giant worm appearing at the Savage Expanse. Looks like he performed spectacularly today." "I don't know." "What?" "I don't know where that damned bastard is," Neo admitted with a sigh. Beelzebub, another grand name bestowed by Gaia, gained the ability to transform into a massive worm after Neo achieved adept mastery in time. Over the years, Beelzebub had grown larger and larger, and older. Puberty hit him hard, and eventually he rebelled. The last time Neo saw Beelzebub was 23 years ago. Before leaving, Beelzebub had called Neo an asshole, because his ability to eat had been limited to mimicked shadow elementals, thanks to Neo's stay in the shadow world. He left, declaring he wouldn't return until Neo offered him something better to consume. "I think you're misunderstanding something," Neo told Gaia. "I didn't call Beelzebub to help me. He came on his own and did it just to steal my glory for defeating Typhaon." Beelzebub had left immediately after devouring the savage expanse. Consuming such a vast amount of shadow elementals had disgusted him. Otherwise, Neo was certain Beelzebub would have devoured Typhaon's core as well. Gaia was left speechless. Finally, she chuckled and said, "You two are like a father and son. Stick to one thing. Call me a kid or a father," Neo said, rolling his eyes. "Anyway, did you get what I asked for?" he asked. "Yes, it should be delivered any moment now." As if on cue, the door opened, and a robot carrying a large parcel entered. He placed the parcel on the table and left. "Perfect timing," Gaia said, opening the parcel. Inside was a cube made of glass. Suspended within the cube was a golden stone, rhythmically pulsing like a heartbeat. Powerful lightning sparks crackled around it. "The lightning Chelan's heart," Neo remarked. "I didn't think you could get it so quickly." "I told you I have quite a few connections," Gaia replied. Lightning Chelan's were elemental beasts originating from the elemental world of lightning. They rarely appeared on Earth. Although Neo would have been fine with the heart of any elemental beast, not just lightning-based ones, he still felt a sense of gratitude. Gaia had gone out of her way to capture a Chelan just because it was his original request. She carefully opened the glass cube. Lightning shot out of the heart, wild and untamed. Gaia suppressed the energy with her mana and handed the heart to Neo. "Are you sure you can handle this?" she asked. "I should be able to," Neo muttered, only half confident. "My concept of darkness is true darkness. It should let me gain the affinity of lightning from this, but luck still plays a part." For the past 4 decades, Neo had focused on deepening his elemental masteries rather than increasing his rank. He was proud to say that all his concepts were unique and powerful. The concept of true darkness allowed him to devour anything, unlike ordinary darkness, and make it his own. Talent, element mastery, affinity, traits. Neo could devour everything. Just like how darkness absorbed every color without discrimination and painted them as its own, Neo could now do the same. The only problem was luck. Using darkness is like pulling from a gacha system, Neo thought. I can now roll for premium summons thanks to my concept, and the drop rate has increased by 20%. But the total chance is still only 21%. Neo wanted to cry but had no tears. Taking a deep breath, he devoured the lightning Chelan's heart. Darkness bloomed from his shadow, enveloping and consuming the golden stone. A notification appeared. Mimicked lightning mastery plus 33. Neo sighed deeply. Since this was a shadow world, even the lightning Chelan had been made of mimicked shadow elemental energy. Even though Neo had been lucky enough to acquire the lightning affinity, he couldn't gain it from this heart. Damn it! He had suspected this would happen, but it still made his heart heavy. Savage expanse. Destroyed. Emma stood frozen in shock. One moment, the explosion was about to annihilate everything. The next, Thanatos absorbed it with his darkness and disappeared. "He devoured pure energy?" she mumbled. "How?" Shaking off her shock, she regrouped with the other awakeners and helped them calm down. A few minutes later, the sky darkened for a split second. Emma tensed, sensing a presence behind her. Turning around, she saw Jack standing there, silent and unreadable. "Sorry for being late," Jack said, surveying the barren wasteland. "I rushed as soon as I sensed Typhaon waking up, but I was still too far away." "It's fine. Typhaon was defeated by Thanatos." "Thanatos who?" Jack asked. "It's the name of the Gaia's knight," Emma replied. "Oh, him." Jack nodded with a calm expression. He had heard rumors about an awakener who protected Gaia from the shadows. Emma chewed her lip. Hesitation was clear on her face. After a few seconds of struggle, she finally spoke. I think Thanatos is Neo. Their abilities were similar. I see. Much to Emma's surprise, Jack remained composed. She had expected a more intense reaction. Noticing her confusion, he offered her a faint smile. I've suspected for a while now that Neo was the Awakener working with Gaia. Emma blinked. I'm pretty sure quite a few Awakeners have thought the same, Jack added with a knowing look. Emma's cheeks turned red as the implication hit her. Jack's subtle hint was clear. She had been oblivious to something that was practically common knowledge. I'm not stupid, she wanted to yell. Before she could defend herself, the other Awakeners nearby began snickering. Boss, looks like you're happy since Sir Erebus is here, one of them teased. You should just propose to him already, boss, another chimed in. Jack chuckled softly. I guess everyone's feeling relieved now that Typhaon's been stopped, he remarked. It was D-Day, the day of judgment. Gaia had warned them that the world would end on D-Day today. The Awakeners had been tense, believing Typhaon to be the harbinger of doom. Now that he was defeated, the tension melted away, leaving them relaxed enough to tease their superior. We should regroup at headquarters, Jack suggested. We might have defeated Typhaon, but there's still the Moon, the Bermuda Triangle, and the 5 Emperors. The others might need our help. Jack turned, ready to leave. Before he could take another step, darkness stretched beneath Emma's feet, swallowing both her and Jack into a dome of shadow. What are you doing? Jack asked. His voice was calm, but it had an uncertain edge. Something I should have done a long time ago, Emma replied with a firm tone. You know the world is going to end today? She asked. Yes, I do. That's why we are working hard to stop it. To make sure the world doesn't get destroyed, he said with an uneasy expression while backing away. So can you take down these walls? We need to go and help others. You don't need to worry about them. They can handle their tasks. Besides, we are too far to reach their locations on time. While she talked, tendrils of darkness sprang from ground and wrapped around Jack's limb. Miss Emma? What are you doing? Making sure you don't run away like you always do. She stood close to Jack. Year after year, I've been trying to give you space. But you never gave me a proper answer, she said while fiddling with his tie. Even my patience has limits. Yes or no, she said. I won't take an ambiguous answer today. After all, today might be our last day. So I need to know. Chapter 280. True Despair, 2. Jack had a terrible expression on his face. Confronted like this, even he could not keep smiling. Look, I'm not from this timeline. I'll have to leave one day, so yes or no? He gritted his teeth, and his jaw tightened visibly. Seeing his struggling expression made Emma's heart flutter strangely. She felt something weird awakening inside her, but she suppressed it. This wasn't the time or place for it. You are my ancestor. Jack finally admitted the truth he had been hiding for decades. The closeness you felt when you saw me was because of our bloodline resonance. You asked why I could use multiple phylacteries like you, right? It's because it's the ability I inherited from. Yes or no? Her voice cut through his confusion like a blade. Emma wasn't stupid enough not to understand Jack had her bloodline after seeing how similar his abilities were to hers. The emotions she felt at first might have been due to bloodline resonance, but everything after was not. She stared into his eyes, seeing the turmoil within, and she decided to push ahead. You know, Jack, she whispered, there are mostly 2 types of darkness users. The first ones are like me who have their emotions suppressed. The others are like you. They have chaotic emotions, and they give in to their desires easily. It's the second type who are common, and they are the reason why darkness users are seen as evil. Jack struggled to break free from the chains of darkness. His expression faltered when he heard Emma's voice, which sounded like the temptation of a devil. Is she using some kind of spell? He thought, his mind muddled by an unseen force. What are you doing? He asked as his breathing started to turn heavy. Don't worry. It's a spell that lowers others' guards and makes them more honest, she replied. She continued, stepping closer. As I was saying, it's common for darkness users like you to lose control of your emotions, she said. The world is already ending. No one will blame you if you let go of your duties now and indulge in your fantasies. Her voice was alluring, like honey dripping with venom. The same Emma who had been angry at Apollo for skipping his duties was now telling Jack to do the same. However, she couldn't be blamed for it. 40 years. She had been trying to court Jack for 40 years. The damned bastard had not given her a straight answer even once. He neither agreed nor denied her. It was clear he liked her but couldn't say yes. That's why Emma, knowing today might be the last day of the world, decided to become a hypocrite and force an answer out of Jack. Wait, Emma. This isn't the time for these things. He spoke in between ragged breaths, his eyes darting nervously. Whatever spell Emma was using made it hard for him to think straight. Her beautiful eyes and red lips were starting to look enticing. He gulped. Jack, isn't it weird? My family name is Cater, but yours is Hanma even though you are my descendant. Why yeah. Jack nodded with a muddled gaze. But if we get together, my family name would become Hanma too. Doesn't that answer the problem? It does? He answered, confused. It does? She nodded, as a soft smirk tugged at her lips. Jack held her shoulders, using her as support, and opened his mouth. You sound right, he spoke slowly. Maybe it should be okay. Knowing what Jack would say, Emma didn't wait any longer. She pulled him down by his tie and locked lips with him. B6, Basement, Awakener Association Headquarters, New, Turkey. Neo felt a chill crawl up his spine. He looked around with furrowed brows. What's wrong? Gaia asked. Nothing. I just felt disgusted. For a second. Oh. While the two were talking, the metallic door hissed open, and Kronos entered. He moved with a deliberate slowness. Exhaustion was clear on his face. Without a word, he sat next to Neo and massaged his brows. The tension was visible in the lines of his face. Since you're here, I guess the Titans were successful in closing the portals in the Bermuda Triangle? Gaia asked, her tone clipped and professional. Before Neo knew, she was wearing a formal attire. Yes, we were successful. Only barely though, Kronos replied, his voice heavy with fatigue. How are the preparations for the world time spell? She questioned. I've run the final check. It should work as intended. The world time spell had to be upgraded 20 years ago due to foundational complications. Other than the two giant magic circles on the north and south poles, a new magic circle had been drawn in the space of a line running over the equator. If today they failed to save the world, they would activate the World Time Project and send all the top-ranked Awakeners into the past. It was a desperate and risky project that could earn them the wrath of time and fate. But they had no other choice. Only 18 hours are left, Neo muttered. He stood up and left the room. I'll meditate a bit. You two should get your battle gears ready too. We might have to join battles suddenly. Currently, they had no idea how the world would be destroyed. Neo knew the Angel of the Outers would attack. But from where would it strike? Nothing had entered the solar system yet. It didn't seem like they would come from space. Spatial gates? There was no wormhole about to be formed on Earth. No matter how much they searched, they couldn't find an answer. Damn it! Neo clicked his tongue and entered the first basement floor. He stepped into the third door to the stairs. His surroundings changed instantly, replaced by an ethereal realm filled with clouds that glowed faintly in the dim light. A soft, dreamlike haze enveloped the area. Countless people were sleeping inside those clouds. Their expressions were peaceful yet hauntingly still. They were dreaming. I guess you're still alive, Neo said with a smirk as he stood beside the sleeping Kane. And here you were thinking you would die soon. Anomaly number 79 had been a headache. Still was. For the first 9 months, it kept appearing daily, and every time it did, its strength and numbers increased sharply. From the 10th month to the 12th month, it appeared once a week, and its numbers and strength increased tremendously each time. After the 12th month, it appeared once a month. After the 5th year, it appeared once a year. After the 20th year, it appeared once a decade. Each time it came back, its strength and numbers had a significant increase. According to Gaia's analysis, the delay in appearance was due to the preparation time the anomaly number 79 needed. It couldn't gather minions endlessly and make them stronger without limits. Isn't it surprising, Cain? Neo muttered. Back when we first encountered anomaly number 79, everyone feared it. But now, no one even bats an eye. He paced slowly around the sleeping figure. His steps made no sound on the ethereal floor. These days, the association provides complete protection against anomaly number 79. It's become one of the easiest anomalies to deal with. They're even considering removing its name from the official list of anomalies. Chapter 281. True Despair 3. Cain, trapped within eternal dreams, showed no reaction to Neo's words. His peaceful expression was a painful reminder of Neo's past mistakes. Neo clenched his fists. His jaw tightened as he stared down at Cain's still form. If only I had created my concept faster, I could have placed you into a deep sleep. Not this dream from which you can never wake up. The regret in his voice lingered in the air. After a few more words to the silent Cain, Neo felt his heart lighten slightly. He turned and left the room. The soft mist swirled behind him as the door closed. Neo stepped into the shadows and disappeared, hiding his presence. Shadow movement spell allowed him to roam the association headquarters uninhibited. The scale of the headquarters had grown tremendously over the years. Towering spires stretched high above, connected by shimmering bridges. Inside, countless people moved with purpose, their voices blending into a constant hum of urgency. Time remaining until the world's end. 8 hours, 17 minutes, 59 seconds. Ares and Athena returned with their team. Their arrival was marked by triumphant cheers. They had been successful in defeating the 5 emperors. A festive atmosphere swept through the association as news spread that 3 of the 4 calamities had been successfully diverted. Typhaon, Bermuda Triangle, the 5 emperors, and the moon. They were the 4 calamities that could bring about the world's end, or worse, summon the angel of the outers to earth. Neo watched from the shadows with an unreadable expression before he turned around and left. Time remaining until the world's end. 2 hours, 38 minutes, 19 seconds. Neo stood alone on the rooftop, the night sky stretching endlessly above him. Stars shimmered like distant memories, and a cold breeze carried the faint sounds of revelry from below. The door creaked open, and Gaia entered, her steps unsteady. She carried a half-empty bottle of alcohol and leaned heavily against Neo's shoulder. Her cheeks flushed from the effects of the drink. "There's good news," she said with a lopsided grin. Zeus was successful in his negotiations with the moon. Neo raised an eyebrow but didn't reply. Gaia slouched further, almost collapsing against him. Her drunken state made her words slur and her usual sharpness was dulled. "We did it," she mumbled, a soft hiccup escaping her lips. "We stopped all 4 calamities." She tried to raise her bottle in a mock toast, but Neo sighed and summoned shadow monsters to act as a chair for her. The dark forms coalesced beneath her, gently holding her up. "What are you doing? Come, drink with me," she teased, waving the bottle in his direction. Neo ignored her and took the documents she clutched in her other hand. His eyes scanned the pages, which detailed Zeus's deal with the moon. The moon had demanded human settlers, 80% of them female, to populate its surface. The request was bizarre, almost laughable, but it was part of the agreement. Neo. Gaia tugged at his shirt, trying to frown but failing to hide the giggle bubbling up. "Let's party." "Gaia." Neo's voice was cold, but his trembling eyes betrayed the emotions he was trying to hide. "Are you giving up too?" Gaia froze, her drunken cheer fading slightly as she met his gaze. To Neo, it was painfully clear. The world's end had not been stopped. The timer was still ticking. Time remaining until the world's end. 2 hours, 37 minutes, 42 seconds. It's clear now that the 4 calamities won't be responsible for summoning the angel of the outers, Neo said. "We need to redirect our focus to—" "I know." Gaia's voice was clear, free of the drunken slur she had maintained moments before. Her act dissolved for an instant, revealing a sharp clarity. Then, just as quickly, she resumed her playful drunken demeanor. But we did our best. It's not like we can do anything now, so might as well enjoy ourselves. She took another swig from the bottle and laughed softly. Time remaining until world's end. 5 minutes, 23 seconds. Neo stood motionless with an unreadable gaze. His eyes were fixed on the starry sky, their cold light mirrored in his own distant gaze. The chill of the wind brushed against his skin, but he remained still, leaning against the rooftop fence. If only I could ask Father for help, he thought bitterly. The memory of his failed attempt to reach Hades surfaced. He had planned to request the Lord of the Underworld's intervention if all else failed. But he didn't even have a chance to ask for an audience. The Underworld had been sealed before he could leave the forest of all beginning and enter the place where Grim Reapers and his father lived. Time remaining until world's end. 49 seconds. You're quite like Zeus, you know? Gaia's voice broke through his thoughts. Neo didn't turn. His focus remained on the night sky. Using his inattention, Gaia crept closer and her cold fingers brushed his cheek. Her playful tone faded, knowing Neo wouldn't drink no matter what she did. Dropping her pretense entirely, she spoke with her usual calm, serious voice. Zeus thinks the attack will come from space. That's why he's still on the moon. Neo let out a resigned sigh. His breath formed a faint mist in the cold air. As expected, he murmured. There was a reason he insisted on handling the moon himself. Gaia nodded, stepping beside him. Her expression remained unreadable. He hasn't given up. He's planning to intercept the Angel of the Outers in space, before it reaches Earth. He can't do it alone. Neo's voice was firm. Zeus thought the Angel of Outer would come from space. That's why he was there. I told him the same, Gaia replied. But he said he'd do it, even if it cost him his life. Neo's grip on the parapet tightened. His knuckles whitened under the strain. Zeus's arrogance was unparalleled, but so was his determination. He was consumed by guilt, a guilt he masked with bravado and unrelenting strength. He lashed out at anyone who dared mention his sister's role in the apocalypse. But although he didn't show it, the reason he was obsessed with saving the world was to make sure no one criticized his sister anymore. And now he stood alone on the moon, the Earth's first and perhaps the last line of defense. Time remaining until world's end. 10 seconds. Neo glanced at the countdown with a calm gaze. 9 seconds. The stars above remained serene, oblivious to the turmoil on the ground. 6 seconds. The wind howled, carrying distant cheers and laughter from those indulging in their final moments. 4 seconds. Neo exhaled slowly, centering his senses. 3 seconds. Gaia stood quietly beside him, her expression a mixture of hope and dread. 2 seconds. Neo's shadow flickered unnaturally, as if reacting to his rising tension. 1 second. A single breath filled the silence. Countdown finished. Neo expanded his senses, scanning the surroundings for any shift, any ripple in the world that signaled their doom. His perception stretched far and wide. But nothing happened. The stars continued their tranquil dance across the sky. The wind still swept through his coat. The association members below carried on with their revelries. Nothing changed, Gaia whispered, breaking the silence. Their eyes met, both filled with cautious uncertainty. Maybe D-Day really stopped, she spoke hesitantly. Because we defeated the 4 calamities? Neo didn't respond immediately. Chapter 282. True Despair. 4. Maybe you are right, Neo spoke after a few seconds. His voice carried a faint note of unease. He closed his eyes and tried to sense any change in the surroundings. The rooftop was eerily quiet, save for the distant rustling of leaves and the faint hum of city noise far below. Minutes passed, and nothing happened. Just as he was about to let out a sigh of relief, Gaia coughed. Her coughs grew violent. She doubled over, and blood spilled from her lips as grabbed Neo's hand with a trembling grip. And Neo, her eyes were bloodshot. She kept opening and closing her mouth, as if trying to say something, but unable to do so due to the coughing. Before Neo could react, her eyes went wide with panic, and her body slumped forward as she lost consciousness. There was no time to rest. The air grew heavy, and Neo felt an unnatural shift in the world around him. A cold shiver ran down his spine as his instincts screamed that something was terribly wrong. The divine energy disappeared from the air? Neo muttered, his voice barely audible. The rooftop doors burst open with a deafening crash, splinters of wood scattering across the floor. Kronos stormed in. There is bad news. None of us can use mana anymore. Kronos exclaimed. We can't use any ability without mana. His words faltered as his gaze fell on Gaia. His eyes widened in shock as he crouched beside her. His hands moved swiftly to check her pulse. Before long, his brows creased and his face hardened. It's just as I thought, Kronos said gravely. Something happened to the world core. What do you mean by that? Neo asked. He glanced around, sensing the commotion below. Inside the building, the Awakeners were panicking. The disappearance of mana had rendered their abilities useless, and confusion spread like wildfire. For reasons Neo couldn't understand, he could still sense the divine energy within himself. He hadn't lost his divine energy like others. The world core is responsible for creating ambient mana. Since the mana has disappeared, it means something happened to the world core, Kronos explained with a heavy tone. Gaia is connected to the world much deeper than any of us. The damage to the world core must have been transferred to her too. As the two talked, faint purple cracks began to spiderweb across Gaia's pale skin, emitting a faint, ominous glow. Beelzebub, Neo called telepathically, his mind's voice urgent. Come back here. Quick. The caterpillar spirit, startled to hear Neo's voice after years of silence, hesitated briefly before sensing the urgency in his tone. It abandoned the notion of protest and rushed toward Neo's location. What is this? Kronos muttered. His brows furrowed as he noticed the cracks spreading across Gaia's body. He carefully lifted her into his arms. We need to get her to the healers, Kronos said. Without mana, he couldn't use his time affinity to halt Gaia's injury or regress her condition. The two rushed into the headquarters. Their footsteps echoed through the halls. The air inside was charged with tension as the Awakeners, though initially thrown into chaos, began regaining their composure. Veterans of countless battles, they understood the importance of staying calm in a crisis. When they saw Kronos and Neo enter, murmurs rippled through the gathered crowd. Is that Kronos? And who is that with him? What are they doing inside the association? Ignoring the curious whispers, the duo entered the medical wing. Kronos gently placed Gaia on a bed. The doctors worked swiftly. However, no matter what they tried, they could neither determine the cause of Gaia's condition nor devise a treatment. Ares and Athena arrived soon after. Their expressions turned grim as their eyes fell on Gaia's fragile state. The dim light of the medical room mirrored the deep concern inside their hearts. Hours later, the highest-ranked Awakeners present within the association headquarters convened in an emergency meeting. The tension in the room was palpable, thick as a storm cloud. Many of them exchanged uneasy glances when they noticed Neo among them. His presence both a surprise and a mystery. However, they kept their doubts to themselves, knowing this wasn't the time for such questions. The meeting stretched on for hours as Kronos outlined the situation to the grim-faced assembly. The summary was short and direct. Mana had vanished from Earth a few hours ago. Gaia had lost consciousness at the exact same moment. The group swiftly agreed on an emergency evacuation. Citizens were to be relocated into fortified bunkers designed for worst-case scenarios. The bunkers are useless. No place is safe if the world is getting destroyed. Everyone in the room shared the same grim thought, but no one dared voice it aloud. Exactly 1 day later, Neo sensed Beelzebub's arrival. The air around the headquarters was heavy with foreboding as Neo stepped outside to meet him. The sky was overcast, a pale gray that seemed to reflect the growing unease of the world. Far in the distance, the ground began to tremble violently before caving in on itself. With an earth-shattering roar, a massive worm erupted from the ground, its segmented body glistening with an otherworldly sheen. The creature twisted in the air before shrinking. Its colossal form collapsed and transformed into a tiny caterpillar no larger than a pinky finger. Beelzebub landed gently on Neo's outstretched palm. "Thanks for coming back on such short notice," Neo said, his voice soft but grateful. He rubbed the top of Beelzebub's head in a gesture of praise. The caterpillar let out a small, playful groan, though it had initially planned to act annoyed. The affection melted its pretense, and it squirmed happily in Neo's hand. Neo's expression turned serious as he quickly shifted the conversation to business. "We're going to the North Pole," he announced. "Q?" Beelzebub tilted its tiny head. "The world time spell can't be activated since mana has disappeared, but I can still use my divine energy." So, Neo believed he could activate the world time spell. Theoretically, at least. Practically, the energy required to cast a spell capable of sending dozens of people 30 to 50 years into the past was not something he possessed. Chapter 283. True Despair. 5. It was a problem he would confront when the time came. Neo activated his shadow movement spell without further delay. He removed his bloodline debuff and activated his blessing. His speed increased exponentially, and in the blink of an eye, he began his journey northward, cutting through the desolate landscape with swift speed. Half a day later, Neo was forced to stop when the entire world shook violently. The ground beneath his feet fractured with deafening cracks. Oceans churned and boiled, releasing thick plumes of steam, while the frigid air grew sharp and bitter, freezing everything in its path. An ancient cry tore through the air, echoing across the globe. The sound carried a power that seemed to shake the very foundations of the continents. Far beneath the Atlantic Ocean, the seafloor buckled and split open, creating an enormous chasm. A colossal bone dragon, larger than the mountains, emerged from its depths of the chasm. The dragon's skeletal form radiated an oppressive aura. It swam upward, breaching the ocean's surface with a thunderous roar that sent shockwaves rippling across the seas. In one swift motion, it soared into the sky, spreading its cracked, broken wings. The creature's bellow shook the world and shattered mountains. Despite its injuries, broken wings, a missing leg, and a partially crushed skull, it exuded an aura of overwhelming menace and power. The ancient bone dragon, Veldora, extended his senses across the globe. His perception was vast and unrelenting, brushing over every living being on Earth like a suffocating wave. The awakeners froze in place, paralyzed by fear. Weaker ones collapsed to the ground. Their bodies trembled as they felt the dragon's gaze pierce their very souls. Then, as quickly as it had come, the oppressive feeling disappeared when Veldora retracted its aura. Having located his target, Veldora flapped his tattered wings, sending powerful gusts rippling through the air, and flew straight toward Neo. Neo, who had already sensed Veldora's approach, stood motionless. He frowned, not out of fear but due to the arrival of Veldoras on Earth. Veldora was the guardian of the forest of all beginnings in the underworld. He wouldn't leave his location unless it was absolutely necessary. Not to mention coming to the world of living wasn't something Veldora was allowed to do. It didn't take long before the dragon appeared on the horizon. Neo saw Veldora, who seemed to cover the sky every time he opened his wings. The giant dragon was flying towards Neo when suddenly its injured wings broke completely, and it crashed. Neo's eyes widened. He rushed towards Veldora. "Veldora, what happened to you?" As he neared the giant dragon, he noticed purple cracks on its bones. "Why, young master?" Veldora's voice was like an old tree, ancient, but filled with wisdom. He tried to raise his broken body and bow before Neo. "Stop it. Don't force yourself," Neo said. The giant dragon chuckled. "I can't not give a proper greeting to the child of Monarch." He lifted his upper body with his single front leg and lowered his head. "I'm happy to see you in health, O great child of Monarch." Veldora was one of the few people in the underworld who knew Neo was Thanatos and that he was from the future. Before Neo could ask why he had come to the world of the living, Veldora dropped shocking news. The underworld has fallen, and the Monarch has been slain. Neo's mind blanked. He couldn't process the meaning of Veldora's words. The god of the underworld, the monarch who had looked over the afterlife since ancient times, had fallen? Veldora chuckled despairingly. I'm sorry. He lowered his head further. We couldn't protect the monarch. I came here to warn you of the incoming danger. Hades had sealed the underworld to make sure they couldn't come to the world of the living. No, that was only a half-truth. The real reason the underworld had been sealed was to protect Neo. Hades and the Grim Reapers didn't want Neo to participate in a battle that could endanger him. But they had lost. Disgustingly easily at that. I'm sorry. Veldora repeated his words again, his voice choking. The sole reason for my existence was to protect you. But I am leaving before you. It was as if Neo could see the tears flowing down the bone dragon's face. Regret was clear in his voice. Please, stay alive, young master. Veldora crumbled into dust before Neo's eyes. It wasn't just his body that was destroyed. His soul and his seed of existence, the core of one's existence, disappeared too. Veldora had died a true death. Having his seed of existence erased, he couldn't be revived. Not even by Hades. Veldora was completely erased. Neo thought mechanically with a blank face. He knew who were capable of such feat. As if on cue, the world shook again. Giant pillars, as wide as cities, sprang from the ground all over the globe. They emitted a nauseating presence. Their purple surface looked like a mesh of decayed flesh of unrecognizable monsters. The pillars shook. They let out an ear-piercing noise, and suddenly hundreds of eyes opened on their surfaces. The eyes looked around erratically. Neo felt as if his eyes were set on fire when he met the gaze of one of the eyes on the pillar near him. Blood began to leak from his eyes and a sharp pain stabbed into his head. The air around him grew heavy and oppressive, filled with a thick, nauseating stench that seemed to cling to his skin. The once vibrant skies turned into a swirling mass of dark purple clouds, flashing ominous lightning. The void corrupts you. His skin began to crack, and his seed of existence trembled. The ground beneath him fractured, leaking an eerie violet light. Neo sensed the living presences around him die helplessly. Cries of help entered his ears. But before he could move, those living presences were snuffed out with no hopes of revival. A simple gaze from the pillars killed them. The mental attacks caused the living beings to explode, or the corruption from the gazes erased them. The void corrupts you. The eyes on the pillar nearest to Neo turned to him after killing everyone around him. Under their focused gazes, the pain attacking Neo's mind increased several folds. Chapter 284. True Despair, 6. His mind started to become muddled and blood came out of his nose. But that was all. The mental attacks were far from capable of killing Neo. He withstood them with sheer will. The towering, grotesque pillar trembled violently as if angered by Neo's defiance. It began to shed chunks of decayed flesh-like material. Thousands of mouths opened on its surface, releasing a deafening cacophony. They puked countless maggots which advanced towards Neo, eating everything in their path. The terrain they devoured turned into lifeless dust, leaving behind barren, ash-colored scars on the earth. While Neo was busy concentrating and fending off the mental attacks, Beelzebub came out of his pocket to protect Neo. He started to devour time. His actions caused the maggots to freeze mid-air, and it bought Neo much-needed time. Neo bit his lips, hoping to use the pain to clear his mind. He could withstand the mental attacks and corruption of the void thanks to his eternal skill and his experience with the maggots in the fourth vision of Sphinx. However, the body he inhabited in the fourth vision was much stronger, unlike his current one. Thus it took him time to shake off the mental attack from the Angel of Outers. The void corrupts you. The pain tearing through Neo's mind increased, but now he could move. He clenched his teeth and turned around, rushing towards the North Pole. The void corrupts you. Purple cracks began to appear on Neo's skin, much like the ground and the objects around him. The cracks emitted a faint, sickly glow that pulsed rhythmically, as if alive. Before the cracks could spread to the rest of his body, he slashed and cut away the corrupted parts. He triggered the partial third-stage blessing and regenerated his wounds. The maggots appeared on his path wherever he turned. Their writhing, grotesque bodies squirmed relentlessly, emitting a faint, wet sound that made his stomach churn. He slashed at them, but his attacks did no damage. The best he could do was push away the maggots to clear a path. The void corrupts you. Association Headquarters, Turkey. Dark clouds loomed heavily over the sky, casting an ominous shadow over the landscape. 5 grotesque pillars of fleshy mass surrounded the association building. Their surfaces pulsated as if they were alive. Quite a few awakeners had their heads burst open due to the powerful mental attacks. Several dozen more were writhing in agony. Purple cracks spread across their skin like a deadly plague. Inside the headquarters, Ares and Athena worked tirelessly. The holy aura emanating from them shone dimly. 2 awakeners tried their best to alleviate the pain of the injured awakeners. Although they couldn't use mana, their concepts still worked. After all, concepts could manipulate the laws of the world. However, the absence of mana severely weakened the power of a concept. Even with their efforts, they could hardly heal anyone. Outside, the flesh pillars heaved unervingly and began spewing forth maggots. The maggots varied greatly in size, some no bigger than a fingernail, while others were as large as skyscrapers. They consumed everything in their path, leaving behind trails of devastation. Ares tightened his grip on his great sword. Athena, keep healing everyone. I'll stop those things, he commanded firmly. But we are the only ones who can fight, but we need to leave someone behind to heal the injured. Ares' tone left no room for argument. Most awakeners had focused on upgrading their traits rather than mastering their elements. Even fewer progressed far enough to form a concept, since it was harder than upgrading trait ranks. Ares stepped toward the main doors of the headquarters with heavy, but firm steps. He noticed dozens of awakeners gathered near the entrance. Their expressions were a mix of fear and hesitation. "What is happening here?" he asked. "Sir Ares." One of the awakeners began hesitantly before pointing to someone standing far outside the building. "He ordered us to remain inside the building." Following their gaze, Ares spotted Neo, standing resolutely far outside the headquarters. Ares' eyes widened in surprise. "Why is he still here? We need him to go to the North Pole." Before Ares could take another step, a voice resonated directly inside his head. "I'm not Neo. I'm Thanatos, his intent clone he left behind to protect the association headquarters." Ares frowned. "Telepathy." "Yes," Thanatos confirmed through the same mental link. Ares scrutinized the figure carefully, trying to confirm if it was truly Neo. He didn't stop walking. Thanatos' voice echoed again in his mind. "I've been given permission to stop anyone who tries to act foolishly and leave the building." "I can help you in the battle," Ares replied through his thoughts. "Please do that after this body dies," Thanatos said curtly, cutting off further argument. "Until then, my job is to protect you, not ask for your help." The darkness beneath Thanatos stretched ominously, enveloping the entire association building. It solidified into a protective barrier of shadows, trapping everyone safely inside. Thanatos turned around. He faced the encroaching sea of maggots. As Neo's intent clone, Thanatos could either be controlled directly by Neo or act independently within predetermined commands. Currently, he had been ordered to protect everyone until Neo activated the world-time spell. The maggots, now covering half the distance, devoured everything in their way. Thanatos began weaving complex hand signs and chanted a spell under his breath. 2 massive magic circles materialized on either side of him, glowing with an eerie light. From them 2 SSS-ranked shadow summons emerged. The first was a towering humanoid figure with a charcoal black body and the head of a dog. The second resembled a massive lion with wings and a snake for a tail. Both summons exuded a menacing presence as they stood ready for battle. "Stop those things," Thanatos commanded. The lion-shaped shadow summon roared fiercely before leaping into the sea of maggots, attacking with brutal ferocity. The humanoid summon raised its arms. It conjured massive tornadoes that pulled the maggots into their swirling depths. Despite the summon's best efforts, Thanatos' eyes darkened. "It's not working," he thought grimly. The lion-shaped shadow summon was overwhelmed and destroyed within seconds. Meanwhile, the tornadoes only temporarily halted the maggot's advance and failed to inflict any lasting damage. Thanatos had expected it. Even though the shadow summons were as powerful as SSS-ranked awakeners, he knew they were not strong enough to harm the maggots. Chapter 285. Last Stand. Their only job was to buy time. "Please hurry, Neo. I can't hold these things for too long." The battlefield became chaotic as the tornadoes tore across the land and maggots consumed everything in their path. The air was heavy with the stench of decay, and the flesh pillars continued to puke maggots. Thanatos' expression was far from good. An intent clone was formed by fusing powerful intent with complex techniques. It had a specific number of techniques stored inside it, functioning as its ammunition. Once an intent clone exhausted its techniques or sustained irreparable damage, it would cease to exist. Thanatos had to use his techniques sparingly if he wanted to last for a long time. Suddenly, purple cracks started to spread across the shadow summons' bodies. The unblinking eyes on the pillars locked onto the shadow summons and obliterated them. 2 SSS-ranked shadow summons were eliminated in seconds. If it had been a few decades ago, those 2 shadows could have conquered the world. But before the angel of an outer god, they were no stronger than insects. Thanatos gripped his sword tightly. Red lightning crackled around him, illuminating the battlefield, and the sky turned darker. He summoned black tornadoes, formed from mimicked air elementals, raged across the land, temporarily stopping the maggots in their path. Thanatos entered the fray. He slashed at the maggots and unleashed large-scale attacks. However, his efforts inflicted no damage. As the battle dragged on, purple cracks began to creep across Thanatos' own body. Unlike Neo, he lacked the ability to heal. The physical strength and blessings that Neo wielded could not be stored within an intent clone. Thanatos had weak defenses due to being an intent clone. Those defenses were weakened further at the moment as Neo had divided Thanatos into 2 intent clones, sending one to rescue Jack and Emma while the other protected Association headquarters. The pillars trembled again as if enraged, noticing Thanatos' continued resistance. Instantly, the spread of purple cracks on Thanatos' body accelerated. His leg exploded in a burst of dark mist. The sudden loss of his limb caused him to lose balance, and the maggots capitalized on the opportunity. A particularly massive one lunged at him. Its gaping maw aimed to tear apart his upper body. Thanatos was too late to react. At the last second, Kronos appeared beside him and grabbed his arm. In a blink, the 2 teleported away to a safer distance. "Why are you outside?" Thanatos asked calmly, leaning on his sword like a crutch. "To help you," Kronos replied. He had used his concept of space element to teleport himself and Ares outside the Association building. "Let me look at your injury," Ares said, stepping closer. "It's fine," Thanatos interrupted. "This body has physical matter, but it is not a living body. It can't be healed with holy or life elements." "Then let me do it," Kronos said firmly. He activated his concept of time element, reversing the flow of time on Thanatos' injury. The destroyed limb reformed as though it had never been damaged. "See, we can help." "There's no need to." A maggot launched a surprise attack before Kronos could finish his sentence. Its enormous jaws clamped down, biting away Kronos' entire body in an instant. What remained of Kronos' corpse fell lifelessly to the side. Thanatos' gaze shifted sharply. Ares was supposed to be covering them while Kronos healed him. But he died too. Ares was killed before he could warn them. There was no time to mourn. The maggots closed in from all sides. Their grotesque forms continued to writhe and shift. Knowing they couldn't breach the building filled with humans until they eliminated Thanatos, they attacked him without a break. Savage expanse. destroyed. Jack's grip on his twin swords tightened as he scanned the approaching swarm of maggots. Just looking at their grotesque forms caused him a headache. Emma stood next to him. She summoned a staff that seemed to glow with a pulsing shadowy aura. The sky above them was shrouded in darkness. "Stick to the plan," Jack said, his voice sharp and steady. "I'll handle the larger ones." "Keep them off me," Emma said after she nodded. The maggots surged forward like a relentless tide. At the same time, Jack's shadow bloomed. His legion of undead crawled out from the depths of the shadow's darkness. Tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers, skeleton mages, Dullahans, several bone dragons, and thousands of other undead type of monsters stood behind him. "Attack!" Jack shouted. His legion moved at his command like a well-trained army. They clashed with the maggots. Following them, the Awakeners who had come to subjugate Typhaon roared and rushed ahead. They clashed with the maggots. Jack wasted no time. He dashed into the battlefield. His silver sword's cut moved with ruthless efficiency. His face happened when he realized his attacks were doing no damage. "This isn't doing anything. Let me try." Emma raised her staff, using her concept to command the darkness elementals. Veil of despair. The ground beneath the swarm turned pitch black as a shadowy mist rose, swallowing the smaller maggots. While the darkness failed to devour them, it temporarily tied them down and they couldn't continue their advance. The ineffectiveness of attacks took Jack and Emma by surprise. They were overwhelmed by the maggots and had no time to help other Awakeners. The Awakeners continued their desperate struggle. Blades shattered and arrows bounced harmlessly off the grotesque creatures. The lack of mana had caused their strength to plummet. One by one they fell, consumed, crushed, or torn apart. Screams filled the air, quickly silenced by the relentless swarm. Jack's sharp eyes caught sight of the two Awakeners, both twins, about to be eaten by a giant maggot near him. He dashed forward without hesitation. "Get back!" he roared, slashing at the maggot. His strike pushed the grotesque creature back. One of the twins Jack rescued tumbled. Jack planted himself between her and the monster. He summoned a shield made of darkness. The maggot struck with a powerful force, sending Jack flying backward. Blood sprayed from a gaping wound on his shoulder as he slammed into the ground. Chapter 286. Last Stand 2. Jack gritted his teeth. His face was pale and strained. Shadows and darkness stretched unnaturally long around him, twisting as if alive. He tried to use his phylactery, but it didn't activate. Panic seeped into his expression. He couldn't revive himself in another body. What is happening? Several seconds passed while he was stunned by the lack of his unique trait activation. The ground beneath him cracked as the corruption spread. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to sap the strength from his very core. "Is it because of this?" he thought while staring at the screen before his eyes. "The void corrupts you. The void has corrupted a portion of your seed of existence." Void. He had no idea how it worked. It wasn't taught in the academy, and this was his first encounter with it. Slowly, Jack's abilities were sealed completely. He could only watch with a stunned expression as a maggot pounced on his head, its multiple eyes gleaming with hunger. There was no time for Jack to dodge or for Emma to help him. Her focus was split as she tried to help other Awakeners from the writhing abominations. Sweat dripped down her brow as she clenched her fists, her limited abilities pushed to their breaking point. Just as Jack was about to be eaten, Thanatos came out from his shadow. He grabbed Jack and dodged the maggot with him. "Neo?" Jack's voice was hoarse and filled with disbelief. There was a lot he had to say. He wanted to ask if Neo was truly so busy that he couldn't use 5 minutes to meet him. Was it only Jack who thought of Neo as a friend? Before he could voice his thoughts, he noticed something. "You are not Neo." "I am though," said Neo as he temporarily took control of the intent clone. His voice was calm but carried a weight of urgency that left no room for argument. Without waiting for Jack to say anything, Neo rushed toward Emma. His movements were sharp and decisive, like a blade slicing through water. "Give me cover," he told her. "Got it." She complied without asking anything. The ground beneath her feet trembled as she summoned more walls of darkness. They rose like jagged obsidian, blocking the advancing swarm of maggots. For a moment, the noise of the battlefield became dim as the trio was protected with the walls of darkness. Neo crouched in front of Jack with an unreadable expression. He inspected the purple cracks spreading across Jack's body. "Can you use your traits or abilities?" "Jack, we don't have time." "I can't." Jack's expression was grim. He had stayed behind to help Neo stop the end of the world, but now he had become useless as soon as the battle started. The cracks pulsed, and Jack's body convulsed briefly as the corruption spread further. Meanwhile, Emma's situation grew dire. The walls of darkness began to crack under the relentless assault of the maggots. One broke through, lunging at her with horrifying speed. She barely managed to dodge, retaliating with a shadow spear that pushed the creature out of the walls. Neo's gaze snapped toward her. "Hold on a little longer." Emma gritted her teeth. Her legs trembled due to exhaustion. "Don't worry about me. Just focus on your task," she muttered, summoning another wall to replace the shattered one. Neo's hands glowed faintly as he placed them on Jack's chest. "Don't worry. Your abilities can be healed," Neo said. "Your seed of existence has been corrupted by the void, that's why you can't use anything. Check your status, you should have gained void affinity. Now you need to start from the bottom again to gain all of your abilities back. No one was born with void affinity. Only those corrupted by the void gained void affinity. When it happened, the Awakener's abilities would revert to 0. After being corrupted, Godblood could be awakened again, but it was tough to achieve." Thanatos explained everything to Jack. "You aren't needed here anymore. Go back," he added. "The Shadow Supreme would send you to a different world." "No," Jack answered with a clenched jaw. He was prepared to die there. Besides, he could tell Neo was not going to escape either. "I wasn't asking. It was an order." Thanatos placed his hand over Jack's shoulder and activated his trait, Mind Control. Mind Control was the evolved version of the Mind Invasion trait he took from Anomaly number 33. Divine energy flowed out from Thanatos' hand and seeped into Jack's forehead. "Leave this world." "And no." Thanatos frowned when Jack managed to resist the mind control. Hesitation appeared on his face. He could increase the power of mind control, but it had a high chance of leaving permanent brain damage on Jack. This destructive nature of mind control was why Thanatos rarely used this trait. It would fry the person's brain and turn them stupid almost every time. "Jack!" Emma turned around and spoke to him. She had noticed what Neo was trying to do. "Please leave." "No, I won't." Emma bit her lips, noticing Jack's resistance. "I'm sorry," she whispered. She used her concept and called upon darkness. Using darkness, she tried to wear down Jack's mental defenses, allowing Thanatos' mind control to work properly. Jack's eyes grew hazy. He opened his mouth. "I want to go." Even though under mind control, he struggled to not say the words. However, it was useless. Back. A door made of shadows appeared next to the trio. Its surface rippled like liquid darkness. The oppressive air seemed to shift slightly as the portal materialized, offering a sliver of hope amidst the chaos. However, only Neo and Jack could use it. Without wasting any time, Thanatos grabbed Jack and threw him through the door. Jack barely had time to react as the shadows engulfed him, pulling him into the unknown. The door closed behind him with a faint, echoing thud, leaving no trace of its existence. Emma's tense shoulders relaxed slightly as a look of relief crossed her face. She didn't know where Jack had gone, but judging by Thanatos' expression, she knew he was safe now. The swirling sea of maggots around them, however, didn't allow her much time to dwell on her thoughts. Suddenly, the wall of darkness shielding them shattered with an explosive crack. The maggots surged forward, their shrieks deafening. Thanatos reacted instantly, scooping Emma into his arms and leaping back to avoid the onslaught. "Aren't you going to leave too?" Emma asked. "No," Thanatos replied with a firm tone. "This is my world. I'll either save it or die along with it." "Isn't this Jack's world too?" It is, but I'm a hypocrite. Emma chuckled lightly, despite the gravity of their situation. Chapter 287. Angel of Void. She didn't immediately return to the fight. Instead, she leaned against the rocky wall to catch her breath while Thanatos kept the maggots at bay. His sword moved like a storm. You were desperate to send Jack away, but you don't seem to care if I die here, Thanatos said suddenly. Oh, I mean it, he continued. Do you hate me? Emma laughed softly, shaking her head as she retrieved her staff, having rested enough. As she stepped forward to rejoin the battle, she answered him while swinging her weapon to release tendrils of darkness that attacked the maggots. Yes, I don't like you, she admitted. It's because I feel like Jack cares more about you than he cares about me. Thanatos, still under Neos' control, chuckled as he deflected a maggot's lunge. You sound like a jealous wife. Emma smirked and retaliated against wave of creatures. And you sound like an arrogant ass. I do. Thanatos smirked. I don't like you either, to be honest. Jack is going to be in despair because he left everyone to die. Especially you, whom he cared about a lot. Wouldn't he worry about you too? Emma countered. No, he won't, Thanatos said. Because I'm immortal. Despite the grim situation, the two bantered as they fought, throwing quips and insults back and forth. Thanatos did it purposefully. He didn't want Emma to drown in regret during her final moments. He couldn't protect her. The least he could do was make sure she was laughing before her final moments. Before his eyes, Emma's limbs were torn apart by the maggots. Emma! Thanatos roared. He fought harder, pushing the maggots back, but it was too late. She was gone. Moments later, his own body shattered. The maggots swarmed him and ate him. Awakener Association Headquarters, Turkey. Thanatos gasped for air. His chest heaved as he leaned against the blood-streaked walls of the broken headquarters. His right hand had been destroyed, hanging uselessly at his side. Corpses of Awakeners littered the ground around him. Their faces were frozen in expressions of pain and determination. Despite the losses, the Awakeners hadn't given up. Even after the deaths of Ares and Kronos, they fought relentlessly, refusing to despair. Thanatos gritted his teeth and raised his sword with his remaining hand. The blade trembled under the strain, but his resolve remained the same. Divine Swordsmanship 7th Stance. Tenrazen. The sword descended with ferocity, carried enough force to level a hill. But the maggots were unrelenting. Their grotesque forms absorbed the blow easily. Not yet, Thanatos thought, his vision blurred. He gripped the sword tighter, slashing again with all his remaining strength. Gaia and a few surviving Awakeners were still inside the headquarters. He had to protect them. He had to hold the line. A massive maggot rammed into his abdomen, sending him flying into the cracked walls. His sword slipped from his grasp as he crumpled to the ground. Blood dripped from his mouth. Despite his injuries, Thanatos gritted his teeth and pushed himself to his feet. His legs trembled, exhausted. He gripped his sword tightly, the blade glowing faintly with residual energy. #D*Y UF plus AIT? The voice echoed from every direction. It sounded like an unearthly cacophony of painful screeches, like nails grinding against a chalkboard. The sound was unbearable, and Thanatos' ears began to bleed. He winced. "Shut the fuck up," he said. Thanatos, now under Neos' control, surveyed the situation quickly. His eyes darted to the horde closing in, then back to the 5 pillars figure looming in the distance. He raised his sword and pointed it at the writhing mass of maggots. "Fuck you mean, why do I fight?" he muttered while gasping. "It's to kill you. You can't," the voice retorted. His tone was a mixture of mockery and scorn. "That world-time spell requires an enormous amount of energy to activate. That's why you people were using the world core itself as a battery. But now the energy of this world, its mana, has disappeared." The voice paused, its sinister laughter echoing through the battlefield. "Are you saying you alone can generate enough mana for it?" Thanatos' grip on his sword tightened. He clenched his jaw, ignoring the creeping numbness spreading from the purple cracks across his body. "So it was Typhaon," he replied. "What?" "Only that damned fucker knew about the future, thanks to the Child of Mana," Thanatos continued. "He must have been the one who told you about the world time spell and how to take us out." The voice hesitated for a moment. The shifting clouds above darkened further as if reflecting its growing frustration. But then, it laughed again, louder and more menacing than before. "So what?" it sneered. "You can't do anything about it anymore." But Thanatos' gaze didn't waver. He hadn't given up. The voice, sensing this, grew angrier. Angered, it commanded the maggots, an extension of its body, to tear apart Thanatos. Neo frowned. The connection with both intent clones had been severed. "Damn it!" he muttered under his breath. His grip tightened on his sword. Each step he took toward the North Pole felt heavier than the last, as the exhaustion caught up to him. The biting cold of the desolate tundra wrapped around him, but he paid it no mind. Snowflakes fell gently, their purity a cruel contrast to the chaos and corruption spreading across the world. The land was eerily silent, save for the distant, guttural screeches of the maggots hunting him. He couldn't save anyone. As if mocking his efforts, a translucent screen flickered into existence before his eyes. 80% of the population has been killed. Quest, see the end of the world, has been completed. Reward, level up, Mind Invasion X3. The notification remained in front of his eyes. It was a bitter reminder of his failures. Trait, Mind Invasion, is already at max level. The EXP will be converted and used to level up the evolved version of Mind Invasion. Mind Control Grade 3 Mythic. Progress, 30%, 90%. Chapter 288 True Immortality. Neo could hear the laughing voice of the angel when his expression faltered. At that moment, a maggot managed to reach him and bit his hand. He cleaved away the damaged part before using his blessing to regenerate the wound. His breathing was becoming heavy as he kept healing himself. However, he had no other choice. To fight the maggots, he needed to be in his best condition. He tried to use the Essence Breath spell to refill his empty divine energy reservoirs. It was useless. The world core, having been corrupted, could not generate mana anymore. There was no energy present in the air that Neo could absorb. Days passed as he kept moving northward with no rest. The void corrupts you. The void corrupts you. The void corrupts you. The void corrupts you. The purple cracks continued to spread on his limbs. But Neo ignored them. He had void affinity because he had been infected by the void since long ago. It probably happened when the void window wiped out the Hephaestus clan. Unlike Jack, Neo wouldn't lose all of his abilities. However, how long do you think you can last? Your seed of existence is about to be destroyed. The angel stopped paying attention to him when he didn't respond. Days passed. Neo kept moving forward with a single goal in his mind. He had to reach the North Pole and activate the world time spell. He had to. His thoughts came to a stop, and his body stopped moving. Exhausted, he fell into the snow. His limbs wouldn't move, and his thoughts were slowly coming to a stop. Dying to void would destroy his seed of existence. The immortal skill wouldn't revive him from such death. "I can't fall here." Neo clawed at the snow and tried to pull his body forward. He gripped the ground. He moved forward. He gripped the ground. He moved forward. His body mindlessly repeated the same actions. Neo's willpower was nigh infinite, and he refused to give up. However, without power to back him up, his willpower was useless. Purple cracks fully covered Neo's skin. For days later, his body shattered, and he died. A gap of dimensions between Shadow World and Earth Dimension. Jack appeared in an empty space. Clarity slowly returned to his hazy eyes. He turned around, looking from where he had come, hoping to find the door of shadows. However, it was not there. He covered his face with both hands. Arg! A look of despair was present in his eyes as he groaned. His nails dug into his skin, and he started to pull out his hair without realizing what he was doing. His mind was in chaos, and it failed to register the physical pain. The pain of losing everyone was tearing him apart. A human-sized doll materialized before Jack. She placed a hand over his hand, and a foreign power entered Jack's head through her hand. "Calm down." Instantly, clarity returned to Jack's eyes. The chaos swirling in his mind subsided. He looked at the doll in front of him. "We are J number 48, a gatekeeper of Shadow World," she introduced herself. "Since you have left the Shadow World, we will be sending you. Send me back to the Shadow World. Please," Jack pleaded. "That isn't possible. I'll do anything that the Shadow Supreme wants from me. Just send me back. I can't let them all die." "We can't do that." Jack didn't shout or get angry. After J number 48 calmed his emotions, he could think clearly, and he understood that shouting at her would only make the other party reluctant to help him. Besides, J number 48 looked at him with a confused gaze. "Why are you so sure everyone will die?" "For one, Neo Hargraves will definitely survive." Jack number 48 seemed sure of her words. "He is an immortal." Shadow World. Neo's body crumbled into dust. His soul and core suffered the same fate. The same thing happened to his seed of existence when suddenly something astonishing occurred. A little less than half of his seed of existence still remained. The corruption from the void flared again. His seed of existence, which was now 1/4 of its original size, shrank again. However, for some reason, it couldn't be destroyed completely. It shrank to 1/8 of the original size of his seed of existence. The same thing kept on repeating. Instead of being completely erased, a small portion of Neo's seed of existence remained before it got reduced again. Eternal. Currently, the skill was at the peak of grade 2. It reduced all types of harmful effects and damages by 40%. To understand how it was protecting Neo's seed of existence from being destroyed, one had to understand how corruption killed anyone. As an example, corruption of void could be compared to a gun. If someone was shot at their heart, what would be the cause of their death? The bullet, or the stopping of the heart that pumped blood? One could say the person died due to the bullet. But the actual reason, in the given example, was death due to damage to a vital organ necessary for survival. After all, if the heart could be saved, the person wouldn't die. But if the heart stopped, the person would die even if the bullet had stopped. It was the same for Neo's current situation. The bullet was the corruption, and his heart was his seed of existence. The corruption of the void was too strong for Neo to resist. It destroyed his seed of existence completely. Or it was supposed to. The corruption of void and the destruction of his seed of existence were two different events. They were related events, but they were still different. Eternal reduced the corruption of void by 40%. However, the remaining 60% of corruption was strong enough to kill Neo. In this case, Eternal couldn't help him. The remaining 60% of corruption caused his seed of existence to be destroyed completely. This was another type of attack. Eternal again reduced the damage by 40%. Instead of being destroyed completely, only 2/3 of his seed of existence was destroyed. Of course, it didn't change his current situation. The corruption continued to attack the remaining portion of Neo's seed of existence. What Eternal did was delay its destruction. To explain it with another example, we could think of Neo's seed of existence as the number 1. Corruption was supposed to reduce his number 1 to number 0 instantly. However, Eternal resisted the damage, and the number 1 was reduced to only number 0.4. Again, corruption attacked him, and Eternal protected him again. The number reduced from 0.4 to 0.16, then to 0.064, then to 0.0256, and so on. Eternal turned the instantaneous destruction of Neo's seed of existence into an infinitely long process. The skill would keep a small portion of his seed of existence alive. It by itself was nothing special. A portion of the seed of existence could not do anything. However, Neo had another skill that was perfectly synergized with the Eternal skill. Immortal. The skill could revive him as long as his seed of existence remained. Time remaining. 11 hours, 59 minutes. Time remaining, 11 hours, 58 minutes. Time remaining, 11 hours, 56 minutes. Time remaining, 11 hours. Time remaining, 10 ho. Time remaining, 6 ho. Time remaining, 4. Time. Time remaining, 0 hours, 00 minutes. Chapter 289. Unique skill Eternal has been mastered. Time remaining, 11 hours, 59 minutes. Time remaining, 11 hours, 58 minutes. Time remaining, 11 hours, 56 minutes. Time remaining, 11 hours. Time remaining, 10 ho. Time remaining, 6 ho. Time remaining, 4. Time. Time remaining, 0 hours, 00 minutes. 12 hours have passed since your death. You will be forcefully revived. A surge of power burst forth from Neo's seed of existence. It enveloped the seed of existence, and the seed of existence started to regrow. Then, his soul materialized, like pieces of shattered glass being glued back together. Bones appeared, followed by organs, muscles, nerves, and finally skin and hair. Neo gasped. He looked at his arms in surprise. That fucking worked? This was the main reason he had chosen the Eternal skill. However, he wasn't sure it would work, and he had never tried it due to the dangers associated with it. How? The voice of the angel entered Neo's ears. How are you alive? It commanded its maggots to eat him. Neo didn't wait for them to attack and fought back. Being surrounded by maggots, he was eaten quickly without being able to put up proper resistance. However, the same situation repeated. Eternal saved his seed of existence from being destroyed. And time remaining, 0 hours, 00 minutes. 12 hours have passed since your death. You will be forcefully revived. How are you alive? The sea of maggots attacked him as soon as he was revived. Unlike last time, he quickly got into a stance. But there wasn't much he could do. Time remaining, 0 hours, 00 minutes. 12 hours have passed since your death. You will be forcefully revived. As soon as he was revived, he activated the shadow movement spell and moved towards the North Pole. His goal wasn't to fight the angel. It was to activate the world time spell. The maggots caught up to him and tore his body apart. Time remaining, 0 hours, 00 minutes. 12 hours have passed since your death. You will be forcefully revived. He commanded Beelzebub to devour the maggot's time. The caterpillar was revived together with him. He started to suck time from the monsters. However, no matter how much time he devoured, it didn't seem like it was having any effect. Damn it! How old are these things? Neo cursed under his breath as a giant maggot crushed him. Time remaining, 0 hours, 00 minutes. 12 hours have passed since your death. You will be forcefully revived. Time remaining, 0 hours, 00 minutes. 12 hours have passed since your death. You will be forcefully revived. The situation repeated again, and again, and again. The angel started to get irritated. No matter how much it attacked, Neo was revived, and he kept moving towards the North Pole. And he was getting stronger. Each death of his strengthened the death surrounding him. Time remaining, 0 hours, 00 minutes. 12 hours have passed since your death. You will be forcefully revived. Error. You do not have stacks left for Immortal. The skill failed to activate. It didn't matter. Eternal still worked, and it kept his seed of existence from being wiped out. Once it was midnight, the Immortal skill gained a new stack. Then, 12 hours have passed since your death. You will be forcefully revived. He was revived again. Just die. The wall of maggots crashed on top of him. Neo, however, having experienced it time and again, moved out of its path. He dodged the maggots. The process of dying, reviving, and taking a small step towards the North Pole continued for an unknown amount of time. Neo didn't give up. He refused to give up. Every time he was revived, he instantly moved toward the North Pole. Even though he was killed quickly, even though the progress he made each time was small, he kept moving forward, step by step, unrelentingly. But one day he received another message. 100% of the population has died. Quest: be the last human alive. Completed. Reward: level up, Eternal X1. Whisper of Time X1. Powerful blow struck Neo. He flew back, his body bouncing off the snow. After he came to a stop, he didn't stand back immediately to dodge the maggots. Would you like to use Whisper of Time? Tip: Whisper of Time can leave behind a voice of time. Neo recalled the moments when he had been close to dying from time deaths while awakening his time element. Back then, he had started to hear voices of time as he came close to dying from unremembrance and time slipping. I can leave behind a voice of time like that? But won't only those who are about to die from time deaths hear the voice I leave behind? Even then, it depends on my luck if they can hear it or not. Still, Neo used the Whisper of Time. There was no guarantee the world time spell would activate. He didn't have the energy to activate it either. The voice of time, although a gamble, could help him send a message to the past, present, and future. Could turn around the current situation. Whisper of Time X1 has been activated. Please leave your message. Information flowed into Neo's head, informing him of the length of the message he could leave behind. I'm Neo Hargraves, who interfered with the past for my own gains. Due to my actions, the past changed, and it caused the world to be destroyed. If you want to save the world, protect the child of Mana from Typhon. His breath left white mist in the cold air. Please. Whisper of Time X1 has been used. Neo kept staring at the sky. Nothing changed. As the maggots ate his body, only a single sentence left his lips. Looks like no one got the message, or they failed to change the past. Instead of falling into despair, Neo started to move again. The aura of death and darkness exploded out from his body, throwing back the maggots. He used Obitus as a crutch to stand. As he fought the maggots while moving northward, the screen flashed before his eyes again. Would you like to use Eternal Level Up X1 card? Yes. Eternal Grade 2 Mythic. Progress. 100%. A powerful aura exploded from Neo's body. His body started to evolve. He didn't stop to meditate or focus on his breakthrough. His actions caused his divine energy to go wild during the breakthrough and destroy his body. The energy raged unchecked, shattering his bones and rupturing his veins. His body was destroyed repeatedly. However, he regenerated it again and again using the third stage of his blessing. He looked like a monster, red lightning and black muscles swirling around him as his muscles and body broke and continuously healed while he fought the sea of maggots. Eternal, Grade 1 Mythic. Progress. 100%. After the trait was upgraded, the screen appeared before his eyes. He was surprised to see his trait's progress had carried over. It must be because I used the system to upgrade the trait and because the trait was about to evolve anytime now. Unique Skill Eternal has been mastered. 3 unique skill evolutions have been unlocked. Chapter 290. Choose a new unique skill. Neo stared at the screen flashing before his eyes. Please choose one unique skill. 1. Infinite. Increase your energy reservoir by the power of 2. 2. Primogenitor. Allows modification of the direction of the traits, skills, or even physical and magical attributes, to a certain degree, as they evolve and grow. 3. Finality. Allows user to use the power of ultimate end. Neo frowned when he saw the options for his eternal skill evolution. Those are quite surprising options. His body kept dodging the maggots as he focused on understanding the difference between the skills. He died, but he didn't pay it any mind and shifted his focus to reading it again when he was revived. Infinite was the best suited for his current need. World Time spell required a huge amount of energy to activate. Energy he didn't have. The infinite skill would increase his divine energy reservoir by the power of 2 at every rank up. This increase would be done after his divine energy increased naturally due to his rank up. If he had 2 units of total divine energy when he was grade 5 Empyrean Demigod, he would have a total of 3 units of divine energy reservoir at grade 4. Then the infinite skill would activate, and his divine energy reservoir would become 9 units at grade 4. While other demigods would have only 3 units of divine energy reservoir at grade 4 Empyrean, Neo would have 9 units. It was a huge difference. At grade 3 Empyrean, others' divine energy would increase from 3 to 4 units. Neo's divine energy would go from 9 to 10, the infinite would activate. He would have 100 units of divine energy at grade 4 Empyrean Demigod thanks to infinite skill. The gap between Neo and others would keep increasing with his each rank up. When I go up from grade 5 to grade 4, the infinite skill would be upgraded too. That means instead of the increase being a power of 2, it could become a power of 3. This was while ignoring the fact Neo had another trait, and infinite would work on it too. Neo already had a much larger pool of divine energy than other demigods. This skill would strengthen his strong points. Insane. That was all Neo could say. The degree of evolution of his trait, going from eternal to the next level, was devastatingly high. It must be because of everything I'm going through. The options for evolution were born out of the demigod's personal experience. It was obvious Neo, who had gone through hell and worse in the past 4 decades, would receive powerful unique skills to choose from. Primogeniture was quite abstract. It would help him modify the direction of growth of his traits, physical abilities, magic spells. For example, when his mind control reached the peak of grade 1, he could get emotion control and illusion crafting unique skills as the options for rank up. But with his primogeniture trait, he could control the direction of growth of his mind control trait. Doing this, he could get different options for unique skill evolution like subtle manipulation and mass influence, or so Neo thought. The basic information of the primogeniture unique skill that appeared in his mind was limited. He would have to use the skill to understand how it worked. This sounds like a good skill, but it's too complicated. Choosing this is a gamble. What if the modifications will be minor? Neo's thoughts were cut short when a maggot bit his neck. He died. Time continued to move. 12 hours have passed since your death. You will be forcefully revived. Error. You do not have stacks left for immortal. Error. You do not have stacks left for immortal. Error. You do not have stacks. Error. You do. Error. The screen kept flashing. At midnight, the immortal skill gained a new stack, and Neo was revived. Let me look at the options, would you? Neo roared. He slashed downwards. The air was torn apart, and the ground cracked for as far as the eyes could see. His attack, while powerful, did nothing to the maggots. Damn it! Neo shifted his focus to his unique skill options. Finality's description was short. The skill sounded like a high-level version of Death Element Mastery. It sounded too good to be true, and Neo knew why he was feeling this way. Finality definitely has the power to harm the angel, but can I use it? If his current mastery of death was equal to a Formula 1 race car, then Finality was a space shuttle. Both vehicles were fast, but the difference in their speed was incomparable. Finality would allow him to use a space shuttle immediately. But I don't have the fuel to run a space shuttle. The vehicle might have changed, however, it still needed fuel to run. Neo's divine energy purity was far from being able to fuel a space shuttle. He would need to use considerable time to train and increase his divine energy purity. By that time, his Death Element Mastery could naturally reach the level of the Finality unique skill. The Finality skill still had its boons. He might not be able to use the skill indefinitely. He could, however, definitely use it for a few seconds at the least. If he used the skill to damage the vital parts of the angel, he might have a chance at bringing it down. There is no way the angel would let me reach its vital parts easily. Neo shook his head bitterly. Leaving a fatal injury on the angel was too grand of a goal for someone who was dying to the maggots without being able to put up proper resistance. After reading the skill descriptions, Neo thought about what he should choose. Infinite was no different from having an infinite divine energy pool. Primogeniture allowed him to optimize his growth, remove the growth he didn't want, and keep only the growth he wanted. With the skill, he could become a unique being. Finality gave him strong firepower. It was a simple yet powerful skill. I guess I'll choose this. Neo made his decision. Energy started to spring forth from his core as he underwent earth-shattering changes. The barren land beneath him trembled violently. Fissures spread like cobwebs across the scorched ground. The air, heavy with tension, shimmered with an ethereal glow, and a low hum resonated in the atmosphere. He underwent the breakthrough. The scene of the past few days, where his body broke and regenerated, growing stronger as he fought the maggots, repeated somewhat differently. Unlike the past, the devastation caused by his aura was simply too vast. The snow-capped peaks were pulverized into dust. The land began to shatter, and the air crackled with energy. Neo exhaled putrid breath when the breakthrough ended. He looked at his own body in surprise. He could feel himself filled with boundless power. His body felt light, and with each step he could cover hundreds of meters, moving at a speed far faster than a normal grade 5 Empyrean demigod could. Status: Neo Hargraves. Rank: grade 5 Empyrean. Divine Energy Purity. Grade 1 Empyrean. Stats: Strength: 586. Speed: 602. Dexterity: 583. Constitution: 597. Luck 0. Affinity: Death, Shadow, Darkness, Void, Water, Time, Holy. Magic spells: Necrotic Touch, Ocean's Embrace, Essence Breath, Rewind Enchantment, Black Dawn of Despair, Shadow Movement, Shadow Space. Incantations: O Death, be my hands, crush my enemies. O Death, become my blade. O Shadows, by my will, appear and spy, a fleeting shade beneath the sky. O Shadows, from the abyss where terrors dwell, emerge, claws of night, fangs of dread. By my hand, thy leash is led. O Shadows, beast of twilight, bound by shade, guardian of the dark cascade. With fangs of night and eyes that gleam, arise, Shadowfang, from my dream. O darkness, mark this soul with night's despair. Break their courage, leave them bare. O darkness, steal their breath, make their strength decay. Trait: Bloodline trait, Monarch of Death. Fragmented trait, Mind Invasion. Quest: Complete Barbados Training Part 2. Completed 0/1. End of the World quest line. His stats were 150-200 higher in every stat than a normal grade 5 Empyrean demigod. It was thanks to his training and him using darkness to devour his opponents for past 4 decades. Thanks to his bad luck, Neo had to devour countless beings to gain such huge amount of stats. He had nearly gone insane multiple times, but it helped him gain the concept of true darkness when he overcame the insanity. Neo gained the holy element after completing the 5th trail, which was becoming a Grim Reaper. As for the quest of making the mind invasion permanent, he completed it thanks to Gaia. She was able to fuse the fragmented trait into his seed of existence permanently. In exchange for her help, she asked Neo to protect her from assassinations and help her solve other problems too. It was why he took the mantle of Thanatos. The reward of the quest were 3 link locks. Link locks allowed him to bind his traits together. The stronger trait could pull the weaker trait along and he could level it up more easily. Currently, he had used 1 link lock to bind Monarch of Death and Mind Invasion. Chapter 291. Reaching North Pole. Neo checked his traits. Monarch of Bloodline, Death, Immortal, Eternal, Primogenitor, Mind Invasion, Mind Invasion, Mind Control, Primogenitor, Grade 5 Empyrean. Progress, 0%. Effect: allows modification of the direction of the traits, skills, or even physical and magical attributes, to a certain degree, as they evolve and grow. Max number of modification paths, searchable at once, 3. The skill seemed quite dubious. However, in Neo's opinion, it was better than infinite and finality. Primogenitor allowed him to control his growth path. He could use it to grow his divine energy reserves and increase his mastery of death, thus getting something similar to both infinite and finality through it. Before using the skill, Neo checked his other trait. Mind Control, Grade 2 Mythic. Progress, 0%. Effect: allows user to forcefully control the mind of others, as long as they have sufficient willpower and divine energy. Number of minds that can be controlled at once equals 4. The max amount increased from 3 to 4. The mind control skill leveled up from Grade 3 to Grade 2 when Neos Eternal evolved into Primogenitor. It was thanks to link locks. The link locks tied his two traits together. Whenever the higher trait leveled up, the lower one's progress would increase too. Neo continued to fight while checking his status screen. He used an intent clone to bait the maggots and hid in shadow space while they were attacking the intent clone. The maggots became occupied with Thanatos. Using the chance, Neo triggered the shadow movement spell. He moved towards the North Pole through the shadows. Hours, days, or maybe weeks passed. He had no way of counting the time. The sky was covered with ashes and dark clouds. The sun hadn't appeared in a long time. A chilling wind howled through the desolate wasteland, carrying the scent of decay. Every step he took, the ground cracked beneath his feet, blackened and lifeless. Everywhere he turned, he saw maggots eating the surroundings, devouring what little remained of the earth. This place is like the world I saw in the fourth vision of Sphinx. Neo froze for a moment. Was the fourth vision a recreation of this future of his? The pause brought the exhaustion from previous days crashing on top of him. He stumbled and fell on the cracked ground, his breath ragged, the oppressive darkness pressing heavily on his mind. He stared at the sky. He stayed there, unmoving. Since he had baited the maggots only a few minutes ago and taken them away from his location, it would take time for them to find him. Everyone is dead. The realization came to him as he lay there on the dried sea floor. The air was filled with a pungent smell. The seas had been emptied by giant maggots the size of several cities. Mountains had disappeared, and the land had collapsed into itself. He was alone on the dead world, trying to fight an entity that didn't even see him as a threat. No one is alive anymore. Strangely enough, Neo wasn't saddened by the deaths as much as he had thought he would be. Death was a natural part of life. What has begun must end. However, Neo wanted to save everyone. It was contradictory. He didn't think death was wrong. Then why did he want to save everyone? He closed his eyes and recalled the moments of their death. Emma had been laughing, yet her eyes hid deep sorrow. Ares was killed before he had time to react. Kronos always put others before himself, and that's why he came out to help Neo. It ended up becoming the cause of his death. Gaia had been unconscious, unable to protect herself. After Neo's intent clone died, the maggots must have swamped the association headquarters and eaten her. Athena could use a small portion of her powers. She must have tried to fight back and fallen hopelessly. Apollo had the power to illuminate the world. Yet there was no news about him. It was easy to guess he had met the same fate as others. Poseidon must have tried to protect as many as he could deep inside the oceans. It must be why the maggots were hellbent on emptying the water bodies, trying to see if someone else was down there too. Cain, Rhea, Perses, Atlas, Zeus, his father, Icarus, Barbados, Paimon, Alaric, Cedric, Leopold, Edmund, Victor, Percival, Thaddeus, Godfrey, Reginald, Baldwin, Cale, Zareth, Draven, Fenris, Evander, Malric, Lucian, Arcturus, Dorian, the Lion, Orin, Caius, Reich, Tyne, Yarrick, Corwin, Alden, Magnus, Riven, Silas, Theron, Hadrian, Cassion, Lysander, Galen, Valric, Torin, Desmond, Irinder, Callan. They were all dead. Neo had known them during his time in this world. Not all of them knew who he was, not all of them liked him. But they were undoubtedly people he would call friends. I don't want their deaths to be filled with sadness. Neo was okay with death, but he wanted them to die on their own accord, not at the hands of an eldritch entity, not while forcing themselves to smile. He wanted them to die a peaceful death. If it isn't a happy ending, then it isn't an end. Somewhat cheesy, it was a grand aspiration for someone who hadn't managed to land a scratch on the angel. Neo let out a bitter smile. He forced his exhausted body to move and used his trembling limbs to push himself up. As he reaffirmed what he was fighting for, his concept of death stirred. The maggots found him. They surrounded him, attacking and killing him. Days of battles had opened Neo's eyes to the truth. The angel was toying with him, could capture him even if it couldn't kill him. The fact it did not do so meant it knew Neo could never defeat it or activate the world time spell. This was one of the reasons why Neo didn't choose infinite skill, as it was possibly a useless skill for his current predicament. Neo crushed a single maggot underneath his feet. The monster wasn't harmed. It didn't have a unique skill that made it impervious to attacks. The difference in strength between it and Neo was so vast that Neo's strongest attack couldn't damage the smallest maggot. Suddenly, a golden screen, different from the blue status screen, appeared before Neo's eyes. Host's intention of choosing a specific growth path detected. Would you like to use primogenitor? Neo blinked, surprised. His new skill was a status screen? This was not what he had imagined when he chose primogenitor. Yes, Neo thought. His brows furrowed as the golden light of the screen reflected off his face. Even if the skill didn't give him the modifications, and instead told him how to make those modifications himself, it was still too overpowered. This skill is weird. Where is the knowledge for modifications coming from? He had no time to waste despite his doubts. He thought of a modification as a test. Text appeared on the empty line on the golden screen, shimmering faintly. Modification requested. Tell me how to become a god. Confirm/deny. Please note, once a modification pathway is requested, it will use a slot. You cannot get the slot back until you've completed the modification. The skill didn't say he couldn't become a god. It meant the skill had information on it. Let's try something harder. Neo typed another modification. The golden screen pulsed slightly as the letters formed. Modification requested. I want to be the strongest. Confirm/deny. Please note, once a modification pathway is requested, it will use a slot. You cannot get the slot back until you've completed the modification. It can tell me an answer even for this? Neo's brows creased. The skill was too good to be true. For there had to be a catch. Let's use a small example first since the slots are limited. If I choose a modification that will take years for me to complete, I will never be able to get the slot back. He typed more carefully this time. Modification requested. I want to be strong enough to damage the angel. Confirm/deny. Please note, once a modification pathway is requested, it will use a slot. You cannot get the slot back until you've completed the modification. Confirm. The golden light flared brighter for a moment before the screen shifted. The current you is far too weak to damage the angel Valkyria. Even if you rank up, it will take a long while to be able to reach a level where you can harm Valkyria. The most optimal path, which is the shortest yet the most favorable for you, is to awaken the world energy. The two screens hovered before Neo's eyes. World energy? How do I awaken something like that? The answer was detailed yet lacking. He didn't even understand what world energy was. Maybe I use another slot to find out how to awaken world energy. Please input the modifications you want. Slots. 1/3. Neo felt like he was caught by a scammy skill. Why did he have to use a slot for the same question when he had used one slot already? His thoughts stopped abruptly when he sensed the change in his surroundings. This place is the North Pole? Neo looked around. There was not a smidgen of snow. All he could see were burning volcanoes with purple and golden magmas cracking on the ground. The sky was tinged with a deep crimson hue, and the air was thick with the scent of sulfur. He closed his eyes, focusing on the surroundings. The distinctive presence of the center of the world time spell was present all around the area. Neo had reached his destination. He crouched and put his hand on the ground. His senses stretched, burrowing deep into the earth. Chapter 292. unending pain. World Time spell was created using the ley lines that were naturally born inside the earth. They had made the spell specifically like this as it increased the magic circle's durability. Unless the whole continental crust was blown away, the magic circle could not be damaged. The portion of the magic circle on the North Pole and South Pole were core components. The spell could be activated anywhere from the two. The magic circle drawn on the equator was a stabilizer of sorts. Neo came to the North Pole as it was near his location. It's time I activate this. His heart beat loudly. If the World Time spell didn't activate, his hopes would be doomed. He pushed his divine energy deep into the land. The World Time spell began to devour his divine energy greedily. It was like an endless pot. No matter how much divine energy he gave it, it demanded more. Neo pushed divine energy into it. More and more. And more. His divine energy reached half of its capacity. It didn't take long before it was drained to 10% of its limit. However, the energy was not even a fraction of what the World Time spell needed. Neo stopped, breathing heavily. Beads of sweat rolled down his collarbone. He sat on the ground. Damn it! Since the world lost mana, he couldn't use the Essence Breath spell to consume the ambient divine energy/mana. Until now, he had been using the potions to recover divine energy. He had stocked them up inside his shadow space. But Neo knew they wouldn't be enough. It's not just the amount. The purity is a problem too, a bigger problem than the amount. Neo could feel it when he tried to use his divine energy to activate the World Time spell. He wouldn't have been able to activate the spell even if he had enough divine energy. His divine energy purity was far from what was needed for the spell. The spell was supposed to take mana directly from the world core. The purity of the energy would have been enough, but it's different for me since I'm using my own energy. Neo clenched his fist. The Angel's attack on the world core and the underworld had taken him by surprise. He had never thought it was possible for mana to disappear. How the hell did it even enter the underworld? Neo shook his head. He pushed the brooding thoughts aside. Opening his shadow space, he took out all of his potions and the stored food. He began to push divine energy into the magic circle. At the same time, he used darkness to devour the potions and the food. They broke into pure divine energy. His darkness ate it all and transferred the energy to him. Neo's mind started to buzz from the extraordinary amount of potions he was consuming. Blood dripped from his nose. His bones started to creak. It was painful, but he was used to pain. He continued without a break. He kept devouring the consumables to restore his divine energy and pushed the divine energy into the spell. The air around him seemed to vibrate with the intense energy exchange, and the rumbling of the volcanoes grew louder as if reacting to the surge of power he was channeling. The stock of potions and the food began to disappear at an alarming pace. This isn't going to be enough. Neo kept one hand on the ground while he used the other to wipe the blood. He looked around. The sea of maggots was approaching him. It seemed they had eaten everything else in the area, and now they were eyeing him. Neo called out to Beelzebub and summoned an intent clone. Dividing an intent clone reduced their strength. 2 intent clones, made by dividing 1 intent clone, were weaker than 1 intent clone. Last time there was an emergency, which was why he divided his intent clone. Stop the maggots. Before leaving, Beelzebub rubbed his head against Neo as if comforting him. The tiny caterpillar transformed into a gigantic worm. It attacked the sea of maggots along with the intent clone. After the two left, Neo shifted his focus to the amount of potions he had left. Only 20. Neo's body was breaking down after having consumed dozens of potions. He used his death element mastery to stay alive and focused on the issue at hand. I need to try at least. There's no knowing if the spell might work. He used darkness to devour the land. It continued to spread, going under the feet of the intent clone and the maggots. The darkness seeped deeper and deeper. Neo started to devour the earth. He left behind just enough to keep the land from collapsing. The continental crust, the only thing left in the destroyed world, had been in contact with ambient mana for almost a century. Contained mana, although barely. Neo didn't stop. The voices of darkness began to grow incessant. His head was always filled with thousands of voices. He had grown used to them. But times like this, when he used his darkness at full power, the voices became worse. More. More. Neo didn't care what he found under the land. Bones, dirt, stone. He devoured everything. These were the only things left which the maggots hadn't eaten. Divine energy started to trickle into his body. The ground shook as Neo's darkness reached deeper, consuming the remnants of the land, while the sky darkened further with an ominous presence, as if the world itself was reacting to his desperate actions, as if it was laughing. He transferred the divine energy to the world-time spell. However, his darkness reached its limits quickly. It was several kilometers deep underground, and it couldn't stretch anymore. With its limited range, Neo couldn't devour more land to gain divine energy. The lack of his abilities made him frown. Should he have tried to awaken a concept of emotions, or maybe concept of Pathfinder? Both were concepts of darkness and were extremely powerful. Using them, Neo could have sacrificed his emotions, or something even deeper, to boost his abilities, both temporarily and permanently. Instead of those concepts, he had chosen the concept of true darkness. It didn't demand sacrifices like the others. It simply devoured everything without discrimination. No, don't think like that. Regretting my actions won't change anything. I need to focus on what I can do now. He looked back. The potions and food stock had been emptied. I need more things to devour, but there isn't anything. Neo stopped speaking. He looked at his bloodied hands. There was one thing that could give him immense divine energy if he devoured it. His body. Yeah, this should work. Neo called back the darkness. The black tendrils wrapped around him. They began to devour his body. A soul-crushing pain seared through Neo's body. His divine energy reserve started to be refilled. This is good enough. Neo spoke in between his ragged breaths. All of my divine energy returns when I revive with eternal and immortal. So killing myself this way is not a problem. Neo clenched his jaw. The pain was maddening even for him. His nails started to break as he clenched the land hard enough and tried to focus. But, as expected, the problem with energy purity couldn't be solved. The ground beneath him trembled as his body was torn apart by the relentless darkness. Neo increased the pace of devouring his body. Not just his body. He devoured his soul too. Pain surged through him. He bit his lips, forcing the screams to remain inside. Blood trickled down his chin, staining his pale skin. I can revive. Losing my body and soul is nothing. Neo's consciousness started to blur. Cold numbness seeped into his limbs. The world around him warped into a chaotic haze. It was fine, he told himself. For reasons he couldn't understand, when his seed of existence was damaged and repaired through immortal, his divine energy pool would get refilled along with revival. This didn't happen during normal revivals. Although Neo did not understand how it worked, he was prepared to make use of it. Through the blurred consciousness, an idea came to Neo. Right? I can use that too. His thoughts started to break, fragmenting like glass. However, he continued to devour himself, tearing his essence apart and using the stolen divine energy to fuel the world-time spell. Faint sigils formed around on the ground, glowing with a pale silver hue. Please input the modifications you want. Slots. 1/3. Modification requested. I want to know how to activate the world-time spell. Confirm/deny. Confirm. Modification rejected. Please note, Primogenitor helps you only by giving you answers that will allow you to walk into a specific growth path. It does not answer questions not related to your personal growth. Neo's mind was in shambles. He didn't use the third stage of blessing to recover his body. It was a waste of divine energy. Neo died. As soon as he disappeared, his intent clone shattered, fragments of energy dispersing like ashes caught in a non-existent wind. Beelzebub was left alone. He looked around, his eyes searching desperately for Neo. Not even a corpse was left behind. Silence echoed, broken only by his cry. He let out a powerful guttural roar. as if crying, mourning Neo and blaming his own weakness. He was too weak to help Neo and could only watch him die helplessly again and again. Wrath burned in his eyes, his massive form trembling as he lashed out in a fury, attacking the writhing maggots that swarmed closer. Time remaining until you are forcefully revived. 12 hours, 00 minutes. Time remaining until you are forcefully revived. 12. Time remaining until you are. Time remaining. Time remaining until you are forcefully revived. 0 hours, 00 minutes. 12 hours have passed since your death. You will be forcefully revived. Neo's body began to regenerate at a rate visible to the naked eye. His cracked seed of existence healed. His soul, bones, organs, nerves, skin, hair, and nails. Everything regrew step by step. Neo gasped. I still can't get used to this weird feeling. He looked inwards and sure enough, he was brimming with divine energy. Without wasting a second, he summoned an intent clone and called out to Beelzebub. Come back and rest for some time. The intent clone will stop the maggots. Neo didn't understand why the angel was not trying to eliminate him quickly, but he was happy to make use of the opportunity. When Beelzebub refused to rest and fought alongside Thanatos, Neo clicked his tongue. Fine, do as you wish. He shifted his focus on the world-time spell. Chapter 293. Skyfall. He placed his palms on the ground. The cold, cracked earth trembled beneath his touch, and the stifling scent of ash filled the air. The darkness hidden within his shadow bloomed, writhing like a living entity. It crept onto him, tendrils of black seeping into his flesh, devouring his skin, muscles, and reaching his bones. Neo kept his mouth shut despite the flaming pain burning through his body. Suddenly, a familiar voice entered his ears, echoing faintly. How long are you going to keep that up? Neo swiftly reacted. His head snapped upward as he saw the clouds parting, revealing a sky painted in shades of crimson and violet. Zeus! The words were stuck in his throat when the pieces of a broken moon fell through the clouds. Shattered fragments drifted downward. Their pale luminescence was both beautiful and terrifying. Thousands of gigantic meteors, pieces of moon, descended, each leaving trails of silver light as they tore through the sky. A giant piece was flying toward his location. Fuck! Neo's eyes widened as the massive fragment struck near his position. The impact was deafening. A heartbeat later, a powerful gust of wind smashed into him, lifting dust and debris in a wild storm. The ground quaked violently, cracks spiderwebbing beneath his feet. Then everything went black. 12 hours have passed since your death. You will be forcefully revived. Neo groaned as consciousness returned. His body ached, and he found himself buried under a mountain of weight. The scent of stone dust filled his lungs, choking him. When he tried to stand, the wreckage pressed him further down. He was about to call upon the darkness to devour everything around him when the entire area trembled once more. Dust rained from above. It was as if gravity had disappeared. The wreckage began to lift, weightless, rising steadily into the air. Only then did Neo notice Beelzebub. The massive creature's form was injured. His gigantic maw was wide open, devouring the debris piece by piece, consuming the broken shards of the moon as he searched desperately for Neo. Beelzebub's body was bleeding. Its elemental blood oozed from multiple injuries in sluggish, glowing streams. Did he try to protect me? Neo thought. The creature let out a strained cry when it finally spotted him, relief evident even in its damaged state. But it couldn't hold on any longer. With a final, weak sound, Beelzebub lost consciousness, shrinking into a small caterpillar form. Thanks for helping me. Neo gently picked up the tiny form and placed it inside his pocket. Rest well and heal. He patted his pocket gently. Beelzebub let out a faint, weak cry as if assuring Neo he would be fine before falling into a deep slumber. After making sure Beelzebub was resting, Neo scanned the surroundings. The world was silent, save for the distant crackle of fire and the whisper of ash drifting through the air. The once colossal fragments of the moon lay shattered across the desolate landscape, bathing everything in an eerie, pale glow. I'm sure it was Zeus' voice. Where is he? Neo said. He leapt up. The place had become a disaster after a few pieces of the falling moon hit around the area. The ground was scarred with craters, glowing faintly with residual heat, and smoke curled from the fractured earth. Fragments of celestial rock jutted out like jagged monoliths, some still crackling with purple energy. Their meteoric descent cleared the sky, allowing Neo to look into space. The void was endless, a canvas of blackness dotted with countless stars. He could see several pillars, too tall, reaching into space. They had been growing since the first day, but he never expected them to reach so far. I guess I know how the moon fell. He looked around. The wreckage of the moon had purple cracks within. The corruption of void must have destroyed it, which ended up causing this catastrophic disaster. Neo's thoughts were cut short when he saw a golden lightning bolt descend in the east. It split the sky with a deafening roar, illuminating the ruined landscape for a moment. He is alive? Neo moved quickly. His steps were light and eager, kicking up dust as he raced toward the lightning's source. The wind howled around him, carrying the scent of scorched stone and ash. As he neared the area, Neo noticed something. His death affinity was reacting differently. He couldn't sense a living person in the location where he was heading. Neo's brows creased. He increased his speed, moving so fast that afterimages blurred behind him. The ground trembled with each step, yet he felt weightless. Just as he reached the source of the constant thunderbolts, he found Zeus. A headless corpse was fighting the maggots, as if possessed by a vengeful ghost. It was unmistakably a corpse. The neck bore jagged, torn marks, as if a maggot had chomped down and bitten off the head. The once mighty Zeus was dead, yet his body still fought. His corpse, perhaps controlled by muscle memory or the lingering will of Zeus, battled on. Golden lightning arced from his hands, striking the maggots repeatedly. Yet the maggots were unharmed. Their writhing forms were barely fazed by the attacks. Neo didn't move. He was left stunned by the sight before his eyes. Hours passed as he stood there, watching the corpse fight, though it couldn't damage the maggots. It summoned bolts of lightning to attack the maggots again and again. Although the attacks were useless, the maggots couldn't destroy the corpse either. Their teeth failed to bite through its flawless skin, no matter how ferociously they gnawed. They let out ear-numbing screams, high-pitched wails that echoed across the desolate battlefield. Soon the ground trembled. Cracks spread across the barren battlefield as 3 gigantic pillars erupted from the earth, radiating a sinister aura. Hundreds of eyes blinked open on their surfaces, all fixated on Zeus' fighting corpse. They stared unblinkingly, attempting to corrupt him with an unnatural force. However, nothing happened. Crazy bastard. Neo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zeus might have been killed, but he wasn't defeated. Watching him, Neo felt a surge of strange emotions. Appreciation, respect, pride, sorrow. The sense of weight behind Neo's gaze changed. Chapter 294. Meeting Zeus. His grip on his sword tightened. Dust swirled around him, the scent of blood still sharp in the air. No time to complain about pain. He turned around, preparing to return to the location of the core of the World-Time Spell's magic circle. Don't worry, I'll make sure all of you return to your everyday lives, he said, leaving the parting words. He had taken only a few steps when a cold presence brushed against his senses, halting him. The voice rang. I was late in my breakthrough. If only I had been a few seconds faster, I would have become impervious to their attacks first and wouldn't have lost my head. Zeus, no, not the corpse, but Zeus, stood there. His figure was transparent yet imposing. Faint traces of lightning crackled along the edges of his form. An intent clone? Neo murmured. Is that what this body is called? Zeus' voice resonated. Not heard but felt, pressing against Neo's mind. Yes, I see. Seems like you have reached a high mastery in this intent. Neo was inwardly surprised. Zeus, Intent clone couldn't use any attacks. It was a simple projection, unable to even speak. It used intent to project its thoughts directly into his mind. Yet it remained, even after Zeus' death. Suddenly, Zeus sighed. I was worried no one had survived. But this is good enough. At least one person is alive, and it seems you can use intent too. The intent clone didn't ask the question Zeus had always meant to ask. What happened to Neo's parents? Did Hades ever speak of Milanoe? He didn't ask those questions. It seemed Zeus noticed Neo's surprise as he continued speaking. This projection won't last long. Originally, I planned to use the last vestige of my power to try and destroy this world, hoping the resulting damage would damage those things too in the aftermath. However, there is no need to do that anymore. Zeus stood tall before Neo. Lightning danced faintly along his form as he looked down at him with a commanding gaze. But Neo didn't cower back. Both of them stared into each other's eyes. I apologize, Zeus suddenly said. Even if you were Hades' son, it was wrong of me to attack you due to my personal agenda when we first met. His words took Neo by surprise, leaving him frozen for a moment. Zeus didn't wait for Neo's reply and placed his hand over Neo's head. I've learned this technique to transfer one's techniques to another. Gaia told me it was created by a swordmaster. Before Neo could react or move, a surge of information flooded his mind. His body stiffened as he tried to push away, but it was already too late. Zeus' form quivered violently as he used his body, formed of pure intent, and transferred it all to Neo. Fuck! Not this again, Neo thought, struggling to maintain control of his body during the sudden flow of information. His surroundings blurred, and a sharp headache pounded through his skull. I could only put a single technique in this body. That's all I can give you, but I hope this will help you survive. Neo had to plant his sword into the ground to keep from collapsing after Zeus stopped. Zeus' concept of lightning? Gained. A screen flashed before Neo's eyes, but the letters seemed to distort, fading in and out of focus through his dizzy vision. Neo. Zeus spoke seriously. Run away. It was ironic. Zeus, who hadn't given up after dying, was urging Neo to flee. When Neo didn't respond, Zeus continued, You are the last human alive. As long as you are alive, the world won't be destroyed. His words were simple, but they carried an impossible-to-ignore intensity. If you've managed to survive until now, you should be strong enough to leave this planet. Go somewhere else. The universe is vast. Find a new place to call home and settle there. There is no need for you to stay behind for a needless revenge. The wind around them picked up, as if reacting to Zeus' plea. But no matter what Zeus said, the determination behind Neo's gaze didn't change. He hadn't given up. He wouldn't give up. If that's all you have to say, then I'll leave. Why are you not running away? What will you do by staying here? Defeat that thing. Neo pointed his sword toward the massive, looming pillars that stretched toward the sky. The ground cracked beneath his feet, and the distant rumble of an approaching storm echoed across the desolate landscape. This place is my home. If I leave, it will be because I want to tour the universe. Not because a thug invaded my home and I had to run away with my tail between my legs. Neo turned around to leave. Zeus' intent clone was about to die after giving the concept to Neo. There was no point in wasting time by staying there with him. There was something I noticed while I was on the moon, Zeus suddenly said. His strange words made Neo's feet stop. He turned around to look at Zeus. What are you trying to say? Why do you think only I was sent to the moon and not more awakeners? Because the moon's mana is different from Earth's mana. Awakeners can't absorb it or use it. Indeed, Zeus said, Awakeners can't absorb the moon's mana, so only those with a large mana pool or those strong enough to use concepts, incantations, or spirits, powers that don't need mana, were supposed to be sent to the moon. Ultimately, I was the only one who fit the criteria as the rest of the people were busy with other calamities. What are you trying to say? Neo asked. I had a chance to talk with the moon's world core. What? Disbelief was apparent in Neo's voice. Talking with a world core was not simple. Only Gaia and a few others were capable of connecting with Earth's world core. Yet they could never talk with it. The world core refused to indulge in conversations. Was the moon's world core amicable? Neo thought. No, that's impossible. The moon's world core had been threatening us that it would crash into Earth before we started negotiations. That thing is crazier than Earth's world core. Neo's thoughts were broken when Zeus spoke again. Chapter 295, Enlightenment of Intent. Neo, do you know about world energy? No. It's the energy generated directly by the world core. We've named it mana. Zeus explained it in simpler terms. World energy and the mana used by awakeners were the same yet completely different. The most eye-catching difference was purity. If world energy was the river water at the beginning of the river stream, then mana would be the river water when it's about to enter the sea. The start of the river and the end of the river both have water, but the purity difference is completely different. Now do you know how world energy is created? Zeus asked. Why are you telling me all this? Neo questioned instead of answering. I can tell you aren't going to escape. Then I will help you get strong enough to fight, Zeus replied. World energy is created when the world awakens its consciousness. Their consciousness is so strong that it can be used as fuel, as power, Zeus explained. After the explanation, Zeus added more words. Since you are going to fight those things, you need all power you can get. Devour my corpse and any other corpses of our fellow awakeners. No. Neo's answer was direct and it left no room for negotiations. Zeus' intent clone stared at Neo for a few seconds before it shook its head. The intent clone disappeared. It couldn't sustain its existence anymore, fading into nothingness with a whisper. Survive, Neo, Zeus' voice echoed in Neo's mind as his last words. Neo took one last look at the place where Zeus's intent clone had stood before he turned around and left. Crazy bastard, telling the guy whom he tried to kill to Suriv. Thank you. His words and thoughts were contradictory, but there was no one around to notice it, no one to point it out. After all, he was alone. Neo moved towards the world time spell magic circle. The air around him was thick with pungent smell. His thoughts continued to revolve around Zeus's earlier words. World energy was the world's consciousness. A world's consciousness was so powerful that it could be used as fuel. As energy. Consciousness. Neo murmured, his gaze unfocused, lost in thought. He began filling the world time spell's magic circle with divine energy. His mind kept repeating Zeus's words, and his eyes shifted, staring at the three pillars that were near Zeus's corpse's location. The power of consciousness. A single thought dominated Neo's mind. I can use it too. Intent. Every object and action had intent. It was a subtle force, undetectable to most, yet always present. When Neo had first discovered it, he had thought it was a manifestation of thoughts, which was correct, but intent was more than just that. If intent were only thoughts, he wouldn't be able to sense sounds, visions, and tastes with it. Isn't intent the power of consciousness? Neo thought. He felt he was on the right path, but something was still missing. He stared at his hand. His fingers trembled ever so slightly as he concentrated. When he had realized intent was more than just thoughts, he had tried to store the techniques inside intent, just like how thoughts were stored inside it. It took him decades to be able to do it. He could now create an intent clone thanks to his high mastery in intent. How are intent and world energy different? According to what Zeus told him and what he knew, both seemed same to him. Unconsciously, Neo's focus shifted from transferring divine energy into spell to focusing on his enlightenment. Enlightenment of intent. Neo was on the verge of reaching a new stage that only a few had reached in the history. He didn't realize this. He was focused on comprehending the difference between intent and world energy. Am I doing something wrong? Neo looked around him. The surrounding space was vast and dim. He could perceive his surroundings as intent. It allowed him to predict his opponent's move and peek at surface-level thoughts and emotions of others. If intent can do this, can world energy do this too? The answer was obviously no. World energy or mana was neutral. It wasn't colored by elementals or emotions. This made another thing quite clear to Neo. My intent has thoughts, emotions, colors, sounds, vision, taste, smell. But world energy has nothing of the sort. Neo stared at the intent around his hand. Faint wisps of white lines spiraled around his fingers. He tried to strip the intent of everything unnecessary. The first thing to go was emotions, then vision, then taste, color, sound, and finally smell. Only thoughts were left behind. Beads of sweat rolled down Neo's face. His breathing grew heavier, misting in the chill air. He didn't realize, but the atmosphere around him was growing heavier, pressing down upon everything. The angel noticed something wrong with him. The thousands of eyes on the towering stone pillars shifted. Their gaze abandoned Zeus' broken corpse to focus on Neo. The angel thought it was probably a new trick of his. He looked like an entertaining toy, which was why the angel left him. The angel froze. It stared harder, noticing the faint energy signatures pulsing around Neo in alarm, and immediately commanded the maggots to attack him. The sea of monsters surged forward, a tide of writhing, grotesque forms, shrieking with a ferocity unlike anything they had ever shown. Neo, lost in enlightenment, didn't realize what was happening in his surroundings. Still, his body moved. His instincts, honed from countless battles, flared to life. He grabbed his sword while his mind remained absorbed in his newfound understanding. Just then, Zeus' corpse moved again. It jumped between Neo and the approaching maggots. The corpse turned to look at Neo before facing the coming monsters. Slowly, it raised its fist, preparing to meet the oncoming horde. Condensed golden lightning in the form of eastern dragons gathered around his knuckles, crackling with a fierce radiance that illuminated the stormy sky above. Thunder rumbled, echoing across the desolate battlefield. He punched. Chapter 296. Awakening World Energy. Lightning Dragon Art. Dragon's roar. Lightning shot out of his fist, transforming into ferocious eastern dragons with shimmering scales of pure electricity. The dragons surged forward. Their piercing roars merged with the thunderclaps as they coiled around the writhing mass of maggots. Their long, serpentine bodies twisted, forming a barrier that trapped the creatures and stopped them from reaching Neo. "You damned corpse!" Angel's voice roared. "Move out of the way." His voice shook the skies. "Do you think I won't kill you just because you are the sacred treasure of this world?" Alarms blared in Angel's mind as it sensed the growing power coiling around Neo, swirling like a tempest on the verge of eruption. That power, it had to be stopped. At all costs, that power mustn't be awakened by mortals. In response to Angel's roar, Zeus' corpse taunted it further, beckoning with a bloodied hand. If the corpse had a head, it would have definitely been smirking. "You!" Dozens of massive stone pillars burst from the ground with a deafening crack. Endless torrent of writhing maggots spewed out from the mouths on the pillars. They squirmed in a frenzied tide toward Neo. Zeus' corpse dashed forward with alarming speed. His movements were both graceful and brutal, kicking, punching, summoning lightning bolts and dragons to shield Neo from the onslaught. Every strike echoed like the thunderclaps, shattering the ground further beneath their feet. Neo, however, was oblivious. Sitting amidst the chaos, he remained still. His body was faintly illuminated by the white wisps surrounding him. His brow furrowed in as his concentration skyrocketed. He was too focused on comprehending the intent to notice the battle taking place around him. His body had only moved when it instinctively sensed bloodlust. But as it realized someone was protecting him, his grip on the sword loosened, and he returned fully to meditation. Neo's entire focus rested on removing thoughts from his intent. He had always created intent with thoughts, desires, convictions, beliefs. But now, he couldn't understand how intent was supposed to exist without them. It was beyond him, like trying to grasp the wind with bare hands. World energy is the world's consciousness. Zeus' words echoed in his mind. Neo recalled his own understanding of intent. Will created willpower. Willpower created intent. And world energy is the world's consciousness. What is consciousness? Neo's thoughts churned. He felt it. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. Is consciousness will? Neo tried to simulate his will. His brows creased as his concentration skyrocketed. Simulating his will wasn't easy, even for him. Normally, he would use his willpower. Trying to use will instead of willpower was like eating vegetables raw. It felt unusual, bitter, and unrefined. But he persisted. As he simulated his will, he observed it carefully. Sure enough, will was very similar to intent. However, it did not contain emotions, thoughts, or other external inputs. While using willpower, I simulated my will with my thoughts. It ended up fusing my thoughts and will, creating intent. Neo's understanding of intent and will was increasing at an unbelievable speed. Neo observed his will again. While it was uncontaminated, it was weak. It didn't feel anything even remotely similar to the mythical, all-powerful world energy he had heard of. Neo felt stumped. He was certain this was world energy. But it was clearly not. This is too weak. Wait. Weak. So the only problem is that it is weak, right? What did you do if the spices in the food were weak? You added more of them. Neo acted quickly. He simulated his will and began to overlap his will over will. The mental strain was immense, like a hammer pressing against his skull. But it was nothing Neo couldn't endure. If there was one thing Neo had confidence in being the best at, it was his mental strength. His will surged as it manifested from the depths of Neo's mental fortitude. It grew denser and heavier. Wisps of white energy began to materialize around Neo, drifting like strands of mist rising from the floor. The air felt thicker, filled with power. The angel noticed it. The maggots had overwhelmed Zeus' corpse, writhing in a disgusting mass. They were now rushing toward Neo like a grotesque tidal wave. Only a few more seconds and the angel could take care of Neo. Neo woke up. He opened his eyes calmly. His gaze was piercing as he took in the chaotic scene. The squirming maggots, the colossal pillars, and the angel frozen in silent dread. His eyes shifted towards Zeus' corpse, buried underneath the writhing mass of monstrous maggots. The battlefield was a grotesque wasteland. The stench of decay was heavy in the air, and the ground was slick with foul odor. It doesn't matter even if you've awakened world energy. A newly awakened ascender is barely anything. This time I'll finish you for good before you learn how to use those powers. Neo ignored the angel's shouts echoing across the carnage. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. The blade rested within its sheath. Wisps of white energy floated around the scabbard. Divine swordsmanship, 8th stance. A giant maggot lunged towards him. Its cavernous maw was wide enough to swallow him whole. Its flesh squelched as it moved, dripping acidic bile onto the shattered earth. Instead of dodging or attacking, Neo completed his incantation. Kami no Shinpan, God's divine judgment. Neo never drew his sword. The moment his words were spoken, an overwhelming amount of energy exploded outward from his body, distorting the air with blinding white light. The giant maggot stopped mid-lunge. The maggot attacking Neo, the sea of writhing maggots crushing Zeus' corpse, and the thousand-eyed pillars looming in the distance. All were cleanly sliced into two. White flames ignited at the bisection of their bodies, consuming them from the point of the cut. It was as if an impossibly long blade had cleaved the entire battlefield in a single, flawless stroke and at a speed invisible to naked eye. The maggots writhed on the ground. Their severed halves convulsed, unable to heal. The pillars let out a piercing shriek as their upper halves collapsed and vanished into ashen fragments. 8th stance. Kami no Shinpan. The technique erased the action of slicing. Chapter 297. Quest completed. Sword techniques of Neo were made of 3 parts: incantation, action/attack, landing of attack. As soon as the 8th stance's incantation was completed, the attack had landed. No one saw Neo strike because he never did. That was the 8th stance. The action of swinging the sword was erased from time. Only its effect remained. After injuring the maggots, Neo stepped over their remains. His shoes left scorched prints on the ruined ground. He approached Zeus' broken corpse. "You okay?" The corpse stood up, headless, and left without responding. Then again, it was not like it could talk without a head. Screens appeared before Neo's eyes. You have inflicted a wound on the Angel of S at $W. Quest: inflict a wound on the Angel of S at $W. Completed. Reward: life affinity. Neo felt a foreign yet familiar power budding inside him. The power of life. As soon as he received it, more notifications followed. Life affinity detected. Conditions to fully unseal the third stage of blessing have been met. So this was why I couldn't get the third stage to awaken fully no matter what I did. I needed life affinity for it. Neo wished he had been given more information about these things instead of being left to move around in the dark. He had gone by for decades without knowing how to unseal the full third stage of his blessing. However, it didn't matter anymore. He had awakened the primogenitor skill. It would tell him about these things as long as he had free slots. Neo clenched and unclenched his fists. He could feel the world energy coursing through him. It was a gentle but overwhelming current, far more vibrant than the power he had wielded before. He could easily tell the difference between his current self and the version of him who hadn't awakened world energy. Even 20 of his past selves would be no match for him now. Neo couldn't help but smile bitterly. A lot of things he hadn't noticed before became painfully clear to him now. The pieces were finally fitting together. Previously, he had been wondering where the divine energy came from when he revived himself using Eternal and Immortal. It had made no sense that his divine energy pool was refilled after the revival. All of it was the power of my will all along, he muttered. He had been on the verge of awakening world energy since long ago. The power for his immortal skill activation had been coming from his will. He had just not realized it. A soft chime echoed in his mind, drawing his focus back to the floating notifications before him. Conditions required to upgrade status to version 3.0 met. Would you like to update the status screen? Neo read the lines. Yes. Status will be shut down until the upgrade is completed. Time remaining, indefinite. His attention shifted to the angel when he heard its voice. This changes nothing. The angel's voice was back to its calm, taunting demeanor. You can now damage me, so what? You are far from doing any substantial damage. The awakening of world energy signified awakening limitless untapped potential. However, in this world, only Neo and the angel were present. He had no one to teach him. There was no one who could be his rival and become his motivation. He could never hope to achieve his full potential. Just rot here. The angel was pissed it couldn't stop its awakening. However, that was all. It was a mere inconvenience. A while ago, the angel had been too afraid of the power of world energy and forgotten how difficult the path of intent was. Even with wise masters leading them, the heaven-sent geniuses could barely make any progress. Neo was alone, on a planet that had no one left. He couldn't do anything. The angel shifted its focus back to Zeus' corpse. Neo didn't try to engage it in a battle either. He turned around and moved toward the core region of the World Time Spell's magic circle. The sky was dark, swirling with ominous clouds as distant thunder rumbled, adding to the tense atmosphere. He plunged his sword into the ground. Using it as a medium, he transferred his world energy into the magic circle. It flowed down into the earth. The land began to shine, a soft glow emanating from beneath the surface. Sigils appeared over it, shimmering with ethereal power. An overwhelming amount of pressure surged. It kept on increasing and increasing until it was almost unbearable. When it reached its peak, nothing happened. The glow of the spell died down, and its aura disappeared. The spell failed, Neo muttered, frustration seeping into his voice. He wasn't surprised by this outcome. The angel knew about the world time spell, and it didn't try to stop him from activating the spell. There must have been a reason. It knew the spell wouldn't activate. Neo clenched his jaw and raised his head, staring at the sky. Dark clouds hovered ominously above, and the wind began to pick up. Days after days, he was overcoming his limits. But what he found after climbing the walls of challenge was more despair. There was no sweet ending waiting for him. Without the world time spell, everything would fall apart. Fuck this shit. If the spell won't activate, Then I'm killing that fucker no matter what. Neo pulled his sword out of the ground, the earth around the blade cracking as he wrenched it free. The blade gleamed in the dim light. The ground beneath his feet was cracked and scorched from his previous attempts. Turning back time himself? It wouldn't work. Neo's manifestation of time was not geared towards going back in time. It was suited for devouring time. If he wanted to reach such a high mastery in time that he could travel back in time, even with his time manifestation, he would need to train for decades, maybe centuries, hopefully not a millennia. The difficulty of going back in time was exponential. Going back 1 year was hard. Only talented time mages could go back 2 years in time. Going back 3 years was unheard of. Going back 4 years could only be done by once-in-a-century geniuses. 5 years back. You had to be a genius and lucky not to be targeted by time and fate. But 1,000 years? It was impossible. By the time Neo was capable of going back a few decades into the past, 1,000 years might have gone by. Instead of a pointless endeavor like this, he would rather train and try to become strong enough to kill the angel. Chapter 298, Growing Insanity. I know just what I should do to piss off that thing. Neo moved toward the east, where he could see the golden lightning flashes. The air around him crackled with energy. The angel said something about Zeus' corpse being sacred treasure. It's definitely targeting him. The angel was ignoring Neo. Couldn't kill him, and it couldn't trap him now that he had awakened world energy. Since Neo wouldn't stay down, the angel decided to ignore him. But Neo knew just what to do to piss off the angel. Neo arrived at the location where Zeus' headless corpse was fighting the angel. The ground around them was scorched, and the air was thick with the scent of decay. The sky above was darkening. Heavy clouds swirled ominously as thunder rumbled in the distance. Neo dove inwards. Zeus' corpse didn't try to fight him and lowered its defenses against Neo. Trusted Neo. Neo used the opportunity. He put his palm on the corpse's back and pushed his concept of eternal sleep into its body. The stillness of the moment was broken by a sudden shudder as the corpse stumbled, surprised by Neo's sudden attack. Neo didn't stop and used everything he had. Powered by world energy, his concept had grown considerably powerful. The world around him seemed to hum as the energy flowed within him, empowering his every move. Zeus' corpse had not tried to defend against it as it trusted Neo, and thus the attack hit it properly. The corpse fell. Before its body could hit the ground, Neo opened his shadow space on the ground and let the corpse fall into it. The shadows stretched beneath the corpse, as if they were alive, swallowing it whole. I need to make it fall asleep again after a few days. Seriously, what kind of defensive ability is that? Neo could only marvel at Zeus' corpse's durability. The body was resilient beyond measure. If he had not died, he might have been able to fight the angel. However, he was dead. Talent was useless if they couldn't stay alive. Neo's actions took the angel by surprise. What are you doing? You want the corpse? Neo pointed his sword at the maggots. The ground around him trembled, and the wind howled as dark. Writhing forms swarmed in from all sides. Come and get it. The maggots, vile and grotesque, surrounded him from every direction. Their bodies squirmed in an endless mass. Neo was no longer helpless. He slashed without holding back. The blade gleamed in the dim light, cutting through the air with a force that caused the ground beneath him to crack. The arc of his blade tore apart the air and the earth. It split the skies, revealing the darkness beyond. The maggots were cut apart, their bodies falling in pieces, writhing as they hit the ground. You need to try harder. His words annoyed the angel. It summoned hordes of gigantic maggots. While Neo looked calm, his thoughts churned inwardly. How did it kill Dad and destroy the underworld with this kind of strength? I can understand the world of the living since we didn't have any awakeners who were as strong as even peak grade 1 Empyrean demigods. But the underworld had beings on par with exalted deities, and it had a father who was a god. Neo suppressed his curiosity. He had all the time in the world to search for an answer. He clashed with the maggots. The battlefield was filled with thick, putrid air, the ground shaking with the swarming of the creatures. The mental attacks of the angel returned. Waves of crushing pressure hit Neo's mind as he fought the maggots. No matter how many maggots he killed or how many pillars he destroyed, they kept coming. The battle stretched on endlessly. Exhausted after fighting for weeks, Neo finally fell to the battlefield. His body sprawled in the wreckage of broken stone and rotting maggots. His shadow space opened when he died. The corpse of Zeus was thrown out of it, landing with a heavy thud. The angel attacked, trying to capture it, but the corpse suddenly woke up. Neo had removed his concept before he died, allowing the corpse of Zeus to wake up. For 12 hours, the corpse kept moving around to escape the angel's grasp. Each step it took only seemed to irritate the angel further. Time remaining: 0 hours, 00 minutes. 12 hours have passed since your death. You will be forcefully revived. Neo was revived. As soon as he woke up, he began to fight, determined to protect the corpse of Zeus. He died. He was reaved. He fought. He died. He was revived. 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 He fought. Time gradually lost its meaning for Neo. His strength grew by leaps and bounds. He went through endless battles. Chapter 299. The Shadow Trial continues. He continued to fight without breaks. Will you stop already? Give me a break. The voice of the angel echoed through the skies, reverberating off the shattered landscape. It's not like you can defeat me. Stop pestering me. No matter how many times it crushed the human, he rose again and again. Why should I stop? The red-eyed human walked towards the countless pillars scattered across the battlefield. His naked feet left deep, bloody marks on the cracked land. His long hair reached the ground. His body was covered in scars. The injuries left by Void repeatedly ended up becoming permanent, not healing even with the revival. Just stop. I'm sick of you already. Give me the sacred treasure and I'll leave. Why do you even keep fighting? Your world is gone. Needless to say, Neo had no intention of following its request. The him in the fourth vision of the Sphinx had given up. He had sat inside a hut he had built in the dying world, writing a diary. But Neo was different. He never gave up, not even for a moment. He fought relentlessly for centuries. His body broke countless times, yet his spirit remained unbroken. Why do I keep fighting? Neo asked. His sword, which looked like a black offshoot of shadows, was plunged into the ground, crackling with dark energy. It took me 2 centuries to realize this. But there is a way to save everyone and defeat you. What is it? The angel asked, its voice weary, yet still filled with venom. I just need to stay alive. As long as I'm alive, I'll win. Gap of dimensions between Shadow World and Earth Dimension. Time between different dimensions wasn't uniform. While Neo had endured what felt like centuries, only a few seconds had passed for Jack. However, Jack wasn't aware of it. "He is an immortal?" Jack asked, his voice trembling with disbelief. "How will that save him?" The words of the gatekeeper, J number 48, only deepened the feeling of despair clawing at his chest. Her eyes seemed to pierce through him. "Doesn't that mean he will be tortured endlessly in that place?" he asked. Despite her attempts to calm him earlier, Jack could no longer contain his emotions. The truth of their circumstances was too despairing. "It seems the Supreme has given us the permission to tell you the truth," J number 48 said. She looked at Jack with an unwavering gaze. "The trial is still ongoing. Neo Hargraves staying behind is the only chance you have to clear the shadow trial." "What?" His heart skipped a beat. Her words had caught his attention. Jack raised his head and stared into her eyes. Desperation flared in his chest. "What do you mean by that?" "The trial is still going on. As long as Neo Hargraves is alive, he has a chance to clear it." "Didn't you tell us the trial was already completed?" "We also got the rewards." Jack's frustration grew. "It was a part of the trial," J number 48 explained. "As for your rewards, participants of the shadow trials are allowed to give up at any moment they wish. Your reward was something that was always possible. The participants who leave aren't allowed to go back, but the Supreme made an exception for you, Jack Hanma." Her words hit harder than the chill in the air. Jack's mind raced as he struggled to keep his focus. "He had expectations from you, but you have disappointed him. You, despite being able to use divine energy, made no significant contribution in the final battle and ended up getting your seed of existence corrupted and losing your abilities." Jack felt the heat of her condemnation settle over him. His throat tightened. "While it is true your performance before the final battle, for decades, helped society calm down, it cannot cover for the blunder you've shown us," J number 48 continued. Jack didn't hear any part of the explanation. His attention was focused on only the first part. "If my wish wasn't a wish, what about Neo? Did not he ask about awakening his shadow element?" "Neo's shadow element was not awakened because Serpim stopped his shadows from leaving the shadow plane. Serpim wouldn't count giving his shadows back as a reward." Jack couldn't describe his emotions. They were a jumbled mess. His fingers clenched at his sides, and his gaze wandered around. He shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. "If then what about the trial? How can it be cleared?" "Jack Hanma, the world core of the past was destroyed, which was why mana was destroyed and no one could use it. But you and Neo could. Why could you use divine energy?" J number 48 continued. "After all, the world was destroyed in the past. It shouldn't have existed in the future. With no world core in the future, you should have become powerless like Awakeners too," said J number 48. Hearing the doll's words, Jack's mind spun. It was a paradox. "But what does a paradox have to do with our current situation?" he answered. "A paradox is the only hope you have. Neo Hargraves is still alive, and he has decided to stay within that world forever. His future is now eternally living in that world," said J number 48. "Oh," Jack frowned. His face contorted in confusion. "His future is now eternally living in that world." J number 48 repeated her words. Her eyes gleamed and a smile appeared on her face when she saw Jack's bewildered expression. "It seems you have calmed down, though now you are confused." J number 48 chuckled softly. "Demigod Academy." For months before Neo entered the shadow world, Professor Daniel looked at Neo. Although his face didn't show it, he was proud of Neo's achievement of having awakened a unique manifestation of the time element. He couldn't help but recall how many times Neo had regressed and entered the labyrinth to awaken his time element. A smile replaced his usual stern expression. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying the scent of blooming flowers from the Academy's courtyard before they entered the room through the windows. "Even if no one remembers the struggles you've gone through during your regressions, I do," Professor Daniel said. Chapter 300, Professor Daniel. His voice was low yet filled with warmth. "I can assure you, Your will to continue forward is unmatched. You might not be the most talented student I've had, but I've never seen someone with a more indomitable spirit. I'm proud of you, Neo. Professor Daniel hovered his hand behind Neo's nape, and a faint glow of divine energy began to emanate from his fingertips. The air around them seemed to still, the distant chatter of other students fading away as if the world itself was holding its breath. The energy crawled over Neo's back, burning his skin. It traced a pattern of a dragon biting its tail, forming a loop. Neo frowned, his brow furrowed at the unfamiliar sensation. "What did you do?" he asked. "You'll know when the time comes," Professor Daniel replied. He stopped infusing Neo with divine energy. Sweat glistened on his forehead, and he wiped it away with a tired hand before placing it gently over Neo's head. The academy's stone walls loomed in the distance. Their shadows stretched long as the day neared its end. "This might be the last time we'll meet. As a parting gift, I'll read your future. Do you want me to do it? Why are you even asking about this?" Neo replied, "Because some people hate knowing their future. They think predicting it will set it in stone," Professor Daniel said quietly. "Sure, go ahead." Professor Daniel closed his eyes. A faint glow lit behind his eyelids, as if his irises were alight with an inner fire. The world around them seemed to fade. He looked into Neo's future. The scene around Professor Daniel changed. He saw a sky covered with ashes. Purple cracks ran across the land, and maggots were present everywhere he turned. "Where is Neo?" Professor Daniel muttered. While the apocalyptic scene was horrifying, Professor Daniel thought it must be a vision of Neo crossing a rift and entering another world. Such tasks were normal for Templars. Sometimes they would encounter broken worlds, sometimes resourceful worlds. Some worlds were filled with savages and monsters, and very rarely Templars would encounter peaceful civilizations. The scene before Professor Daniel's eyes changed again. The vision of the future showed him snippets of Neo's future, instead of one detailed scene. The new scene was similar yet different. Broken mountains were present all around. Instead of forests and bushes, maggots writhed on top of each other. Something flashed, and the mountains were cleaved into two. A monster with long black hair, a body covered in scars, and carrying an ominous weapon appeared. It was fighting against a powerful swarm of maggots. The monster suddenly stopped. It looked towards Professor Daniel. As if it recognized him, it threw the maggots and moved towards Professor Daniel at a mind-blowing speed. "What?" Professor Daniel was stunned. Only the entity whose future was being seen could see Professor Daniel in the future vision. In others, the monster was Neo. Neo landed with a resounding crash, sending ripples through the still air. The ground beneath his feet cracked with the force of his landing, but the surrounding area remained eerily silent. Before he could speak to Professor Daniel, the scenery shifted abruptly. Professor Daniel found himself standing on the seabed of a dried-up ocean. The once vibrant waters was now reduced to cracked earth. The sky overhead was ashen, heavy with a perpetual gloom that cast everything in a dim, unsettling light. The air felt thick and suffocating, carrying a sickening aura that seemed to cling to everything. It was the same world, yet entirely different. "I've been waiting for you," came a low, gravelly voice. Professor Daniel turned around when he heard the voice. His gaze scanned the desolate landscape before landing on the familiar figure. He saw the monster again. "Neo?" he said, a mixture of confusion and recognition in his voice. Neo nodded. His presence was a strange blend of nostalgia and dread. "Sorry about looking like this, but I couldn't care less about how I looked after a few thousand years passed." His words echoed in the stagnant air, and they sent a chill through Professor Daniel's spine, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. The professor's mind raced, struggling to comprehend the strange scene before him. "Are you stranded on some remote planet?" Professor Daniel asked. "How long have you been there? Tell me. I'll warn your past self and make preparations." "It's fine," Neo interrupted, his tone flat and unbothered. "You don't need to warn my past self about this. This is something I need to do myself." By now, Neo had a guess as to who was supposed to save the Sphinx. The surroundings began to shift once again. The air thickened, and the once barren seabed began to distort, as if reality itself was bending. Professor Daniel opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, the world shifted one last time. He found himself standing in the dark, damp interior of a cave. The walls were slick with moisture. The air was cool, and the faint scent of wet stone filled his nostrils. The dim light that filtered through cracks in the cave ceiling barely illuminated the rough-hewn walls, creating eerie shadows that danced and shifted with every movement. "I'll be direct to the point," Neo's voice echoed in the narrow space, his words reverberating against the stone. "I need your help. If my memory serves me right, you are supposed to be best time mage." "What are you doing here, Neo? I need to get you out. How long have you been stranded in this place?" "Professor Daniel, I'm sane. You don't need to worry about me losing my sanity." Neo looked him in the eye and smiled faintly. "I'm a tough nut to crack. Anyway, sorry for showing you a state like this." Professor Daniel's face hardened as his gaze drifted downward, taking in the horrifying state of Neo's body. His shadow robe was torn, revealing pale, scarred skin where tiny maggots wriggled just beneath the surface. They had burrowed into his flesh, devouring him from the inside, corrupting him, trying to kill him. Neo's aura shimmered, like a protective mist clinging to his skin, fighting back against the corruption. The clash of energies was visible. Dark purple veins pulsed against the light emanating from him, as though a battle raged just beneath the skin. It was clearly a painful fight, and yet, Neo's eyes remained calm, steady, and filled with unwavering confidence.
Hello everyone. We now have a Discord server. Join us for faster updates, discussions about your favorite novels, and exclusive Discord-only content. Don't miss out. See you there. Scan the QR code on the screen or enter any of the displayed links into your browser to join our Discord.